Welcome back, friends. I know my content helps you fall asleep, so let's snuggle up quickly, because tonight we're travelling back to medieval England, not to witness grand battles or dramatic confrontations, but to walk quietly alongside a king whose life was far more complicated than the history books often admit, Edward III. The name conjures images of military triumph and golden crowns. That's right, we're going to spend the next hour in Edward's world, feeling the weight of his crown, the dampness of his castles, and the relentless grind of medieval kingship. No rush, no drama, just the steady rhythm of one complicated life, unfolding season by season. So if you're new here as always, joining the community is super easy. Just tap subscribe, like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get comfortable, and let's start where all hard lives begin, with a childhood that wasn't quite what anyone hoped it would be. That's the trick you've learned living in your mother's household. Make yourself small, keep your opinions quiet, and for heaven's sake don't remind anyone that you're technically supposed to inherit a kingdom someday. Your father is still king, though barely anyone takes him seriously anymore. Edward II has become England's embarrassment, and you've learned that being his son means wearing that shame like an ill-fitting cloak. The castle smells like wet stone and old rushes today, same as always. Someone's cooking something with onions down in the kitchens, and the scent drifts up through the drafty corridors. You're sitting in a window seat, supposedly studying Latin with your tutor, but really you're watching your mother pace back and forth across the chamber. Isabella of France doesn't pace like normal people. She glides, even when she's angry, and today she's furious about something your father did or didn't do. You've stopped keeping track. Your tutor clears his throat, trying to reclaim your attention. He's a nervous man with ink-stained fingers who always looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. You don't blame him. Your mother's moods fill a room like smoke, and right now the atmosphere is suffocating. "The conjugation, my lord," he whispers, tapping the page. You recite it dutifully, your voice barely audible. This is another skill you've mastered, being present without being noticed. Your mother doesn't acknowledge you as she sweeps past, trailing silk and determination. She's meeting with Roger Mortimer later. Everyone knows this, though no one says it out loud. Mortimer is your father's enemy, technically, but he's also become the most important man in your mother's life. The arrangement is obvious to anyone with eyes and deeply uncomfortable for a boy who's supposed to respect both his parents. The summer heat makes the stone walls sweat. You can feel moisture in the air, that particular dampness that medieval buildings never quite shake. Your tunic sticks to your back. You're growing again. Your clothes never fit properly anymore. There's a new tunic being made, deep blue wool that will be too warm for summer and too thin for winter, because that's how these things work. Your younger siblings are somewhere else in the castle, being children. You hear their laughter occasionally drifting up from the gardens. You're not sure when you stopped being included in their games, but somewhere along the way you became different. The heir, the future, the boy who can't afford to just be a boy. "My lord," the tutor again, patient but persistent, you finish the conjugation. He nods, satisfied, and assigns you a passage to translate. Something about Roman virtue and duty. Everyone's always teaching you about duty. The afternoon wears on. Your mother leaves finally, taking her energy with her. The room feels larger without her, emptier. You stretch your legs, feeling your knees crack. 12 years old, and already your body feels wrong, gangly and awkward. You're going to be tall, people say, like your grandfather, Edward I, Longshanks, the king who conquered Scotland and terrified his enemies. That's a lot to live up to when you can barely get through a Latin lesson without daydreaming. Someone brings you dinner, bread, cheese, and a bit of dried fish. You eat alone, which is typical. Your mother dines with Mortimer and the important nobles. You're important in theory, but in practice, you're just a complication. The boy who represents the future but gets in the way of the present. Night falls, and the castle settles into its evening routine. Torches are lit. Voices echo down corridors. You lie in your narrow bed, listening to the distant sounds of adult life happening without you. Somewhere, your father is probably drinking himself into stupidity with his favourites. Somewhere, your mother is plotting the kingdom's future with her lover, and here you are, suspended between them, belonging to neither. You pull the wool blanket up to your chin. It scratches. Everything in medieval life scratches. The clothes, the blankets, the very air sometimes. You're cold even though it's summer, that bone-deep chill that comes from stone walls and uncertainty. This is your childhood. Not adventure, not pageantry, just waiting. Waiting to grow up, waiting for things to change, waiting for a future that everyone promises is glorious but feels mostly heavy. You close your eyes and try to sleep, knowing tomorrow will be exactly the same. More Latin, more pacing, more being the heir who doesn't quite matter yet. The really funny part? Someday you'll look back on these years as the simple ones. You're 14 when they make you king, and the crown is heavier than you imagined. Not physically, though it is quite heavy, an uncomfortable circle of gold that gives you headaches, but in all the ways that matter. Your father is dead, or deposed and then dead, or murdered. The details keep changing depending on who's telling the story, and you've learned not to ask too many questions. What matters is that Edward II is gone, and you're Edward III now, which sounds impressive until you realise what it actually means. It means Roger Mortimer runs everything. You're sitting in the Great Hall at Westminster, attending yet another council meeting where decisions get made around you rather than by you. Mortimer is holding forth about taxes, his voice filling the chamber with confidence you certainly don't feel. He's a big commanding man, the kind of person who makes rooms feel smaller just by entering them. Your mother sits beside him, beautiful and terrifying, nodding at all the right moments. You're supposed to nod too, agree, sign things, be the royal seal of approval for whatever they've already decided. The hall smells like old wood and ambition. 50 nobles are packed in here, ostensibly your subjects, actually Mortimer's audience. They watch you sometimes, these powerful men, and you can see them calculating. How long until the boy becomes a man? How long until he matters? Your Grace agrees, of course, Mortimer says, not quite making it a question. You agree, you always agree. What else can you do? Your nights are spent in royal apartments that feel designed to remind you how small you are. Vast chambers with painted ceilings and furniture, sized for kings who filled the role better. Your father's things are mostly gone now, cleared away like embarrassing evidence. You sleep in his bed, though, and sometimes you wonder if he was scared too, lying here, feeling inadequate. Probably not. Your father's problem wasn't fear, it was poor judgment. He loved the wrong people, trusted the wrong allies, and ignored the kingdom's business for personal pleasure. You're determined not to make those mistakes, which mostly means making no decisions at all. Your wife arrives in the spring, Philippa of Hainault, cheerful and kind and absolutely terrified, though she hides it better than you do. You're both teenagers playing at marriage, going through motions that adults have arranged. The wedding is elaborate and expensive, designed to show England that everything's fine, the succession is secure, and there's nothing to worry about. Philippa tries. You have to give her that. She learns English phrases, smiles at the right moments, and doesn't complain about the drafty English castles after her comfortable continental upbringing. At night, in the massive royal bed, you lie side by side like nervous strangers, which is exactly what you are. Do you think it gets easier? She asks one night, her accent making the words charming. Probably not, you admit. She laughs, surprised by your honesty. It's a nice sound in the darkness. Maybe you'll be friends eventually. Is more than many royal marriages manage. The seasons blur together. Summer progress through the kingdom. You and your mother and Mortimer showing the flag, accepting hospitality from nobles who can't afford it, but can't refuse. Autumn in Westminster, signing documents you barely understand. Winter at Windsor, watching snow fall on the Thames while Mortimer makes decisions about your realm. You're learning, though. Slowly, quietly, you're paying attention. You notice which nobles resent Mortimer's power. You see how money flows through the kingdom, who profits and who loses. You're developing opinions about things, even if you can't express them yet. Your 16th birthday comes and goes with ceremony but little change. You're taller now, filling out, and starting to look like a king even if you don't feel like one. People bow lower. Nobles petition you directly sometimes, though everyone knows the real decisions happen elsewhere. Mortimer is getting comfortable. That's his mistake, probably. He stopped being careful and stopped pretending that you matter. He takes lands, grants titles, and enriches himself and his allies. Your mother seems not to notice, or perhaps she doesn't care. She's got what she wanted. Her son on the throne, her lover in power, and her hated husband gone. But you're noticing. You're 17 now, then 18. and the boy who learned to make himself invisible is watching everything. You see which guards are loyal to Mortimer and which ones might waver. You understand the castle's rhythms, who goes where and when defences are lax. You're still agreeing to everything in council, still playing the compliant young king, but inside, in the parts of yourself you keep hidden, you're getting angry. This is your kingdom, your crown, your responsibility, and you're tired of being a decoration. The funny thing about being underestimated is how useful it becomes. Mortimer thinks you're weak, your mother thinks you're manageable, the nobles think you're young. They're all so busy congratulating themselves on controlling you that they don't notice you growing up. Late at night, in those quiet hours when the castle sleeps, you lie awake planning. Not rebellion exactly. You're not your father, prone to dramatic gestures that fail. Something quieter, something certain. You're still young, still learning, still waiting, but not for much longer. You're 23, actually ruling now, and the work is endless. It's barely past dawn, and you're already in council, listening to your treasurer explain why the kingdom is broke. Again! The exchequer runs on chaos, apparently. Taxes that should be collected aren't. Expenses that shouldn't exist do. And somewhere in the muddle, your grandfather's legacy of financial stability has evaporated like morning mist. The Scottish campaign requires funds, Your Grace, the treasurer is saying. He's a thin man with worry lines etched deep. Everyone involved in royal finance looks like that eventually. Everything requires funds, you mutter, rubbing your temples. The headache that's been your constant companion for 3 years throbs steadily. What do we actually have? The answer, presented in careful detail, is not enough. Never enough. You need to pay soldiers, maintain castles, support your growing household, fund diplomatic missions, and keep your nobles happy. The list is infinite. The treasury is finite. By mid-morning you're hearing petitions, a disputed inheritance in Yorkshire, a merchant claiming unfair taxation, 2 nobles who hate each other arguing about grazing rights. You're supposed to be wise, fair, and decisive. Mostly you're just tired. Split the difference, you tell the nobles, knowing neither will be satisfied, but at least they'll be equally unhappy. Next case. Philippa finds you at midday and interrupts your meeting with the Flemish ambassadors to remind you that your son needs attention. Which son? Edward, the eldest, is currently having a tantrum about something. You're a father 4 times over now, with more children probably coming. Each one a blessing, theoretically. Also, each one is another responsibility, another line in the budget, and another piece of your attention divided. You excuse yourself and follow Philippa to the nursery. Little Edward is red-faced and furious about being denied some toy or treat. He's 3 years old and already as stubborn as his grandfather. You pick him up, feel him struggle briefly before collapsing against your shoulder in dramatic sobs. There now, you murmur, swaying slightly. Fatherhood wasn't covered in your education, but you're learning. You're all right. He sniffles and wipes his nose on your expensive tunic. Philippa hides a smile. You're getting snot and tears on cloth of gold, and somehow this feels more real than the council meetings. Better, you ask? Edward nods, already recovering. Children are resilient that way. He wriggles down and toddles off to terrorise his sisters. Crisis resolved. You return to the Flemish ambassadors, who pretend not to notice the stains on your clothes. Afternoon brings military planning. Your Scottish campaign isn't going well, shocking absolutely nobody, since Scottish campaigns never go well. The terrain is impossible, the weather worse, and the Scots have centuries of practice making English armies miserable. But you're committed now, your pride involved, your grandfather's legacy demanding you succeed where your father failed. Maps are spread across the table. Little wooden markers represent armies, castles, and supply lines. Your commanders are confident, which worries you. Confidence before a Scottish campaign usually precedes disaster. We'll advance here, one says, pointing to terrain that looks suspiciously difficult. Supplies, you ask? A pause. Being arranged, Your Grace. Which means they haven't figured it out yet. You sigh, make notes, and try to think of solutions to problems that might not even be the real problems. Dinner is a performance. You sit at the high table, Philippa beside you, dozens of nobles watching your every move. You're supposed to be kingly, dignified, confident, and inspiring. Actually, you're exhausted, and your back hurts from hours of sitting in uncomfortable chairs. But you smile, make conversation, and compliment the venison that's too tough and the wine that's too sweet. After dinner, more work, documents to sign, letters to dictate, disputes to settle. Your secretary reads aloud while you pace the chamber, trying to keep your mind focused. A monastery wants confirmation of its privileges. A town needs permission for a market. A noble feels insulted by something another noble said and wants you to care. Tell them. You start, then realise you've forgotten what the problem was. Tell them we'll consider it. Your secretary makes notes. He's diplomatic enough not to point out that "we'll consider it" is what you say about everything you don't want to deal with. Midnight comes before you finish. Philippa is already asleep when you finally make it to bed, curled on her side, breathing softly. You slip in beside her carefully, trying not to wake her. Your mind is still racing, the Scottish problem, the French situation developing, the nobles plotting, the treasury depleting, the children growing, and the kingdom demanding. Sleep when it comes is fractured. You dream about documents, endless scrolls of parchment requiring your seal. You dream about your grandfather watching disapprovingly. You dream about drowning in administrative details while everyone expects you to be heroic. You wake before dawn, already behind on tomorrow's impossible schedule. This is kingship you're learning. Not glory, not adventure, just an endless grind of decisions and demands, each one important to someone, all of them your responsibility. You're the richest man in England, and you haven't had a moment to yourself in 3 years. You command armies, but can't command your own schedule. The funny part, and you're developing a dark sense of humour about these things, is that this is still the easy period. Before the wars get serious, before the plague arrives, before everything gets exponentially harder. But you don't know that yet. Right now you just know you're tired, and there's another council meeting in an hour. You drag yourself out of bed. Another day, another 100 demands. At least you're getting good at it. You're 30, and something interesting has happened. You've figured out how to be king. Not perfectly, there's no such thing, but competently, which turns out to be enough. You've stopped trying to be your grandfather and started being yourself, and surprisingly it's working. The morning routine is familiar now, almost comfortable. You wake early, dress in clothes that actually fit properly. You've got tailors who understand your preferences now. Down to the council chamber where your advisors wait. Men you've chosen yourself, people who are loyal and mostly competent. France, you say, settling into your chair. What's the latest? Your spymaster, you have a spymaster now which feels very adult, reports on Philip's court. The French king is your cousin, technically, though that hasn't stopped the two of you from being enemies. There's a complicated situation developing about your rightful inheritance of the French throne through your mother. Complicated meaning almost certainly leading to war, but not today. Today is about preparation, building alliances, securing funds, training armies. You've learned patience and the value of laying groundwork. Mortimer taught you that, ironically, by showing you what happens when someone seizes power too quickly. Sustainable control requires a foundation. The treasury situation has improved. Not dramatically, but you're no longer constantly broke. You've reorganised the exchequer, replaced the corrupt officials, and found new revenue sources. Wool taxes, mostly. England produces wool, Flanders wants wool, and you've positioned yourself perfectly in the middle. It's not exciting, but it funds your ambitions. Mid-morning brings your household. Your children are everywhere suddenly. Edward is 8 now, serious and responsible in that way eldest sons become. Isabella is 6, clever and willful. Joan is 4 and sweet-natured. William is 2 and chaotic. There's another baby coming. Philippa waddles around hugely pregnant, glowing despite the discomfort. They need to see you, she insists, herding children into your chamber like determined ducklings. You're supposed to be reviewing military contracts, but instead you're letting William climb on your lap, while Edward recites his Latin lessons and the girls show you drawings they've made. It's chaos, sticky-fingered and loud, and you're surprised to realise you don't mind. These small humans are yours, your legacy beyond crowns and conquests. Very good, you tell Edward, who's actually quite impressive with his conjugations. Your tutor says you're ahead of schedule. Edward beams. He wants your approval desperately, this serious little boy with your features and his grandmother's intensity. You ruffle his hair, earning a dignified squirm. 8 years old, and already too grown up. Philippa rescues you eventually, collecting children like scattered sheep. The ambassador from Hainault is waiting, she reminds you. Right. The ambassador. Another alliance to maintain, another relationship to manage. You've got networks now spanning Europe. Marriage connections, trade agreements, and military pacts. Your diplomatic web grows steadily, each strand another tool for the coming conflict. The afternoon is spent with your commanders, planning theoretical campaigns. You've been studying warfare seriously, reading your grandfather's notes, and consulting with experienced knights. You're developing your own theories about mobility, about combined arms, and about using archers effectively. The French fight traditionally, you explain, moving markers on the map, heavy cavalry charges, chivalric combat. What if we don't? Your commanders look sceptical. Your Grace proposes fighting to win rather than fighting honourably, you say. Revolutionary, I know. Someone laughs nervously. You're the king. You can make jokes now. It's nice, actually, having the authority to be slightly irreverent. You've earned it, these 10 years of grinding work, proving yourself capable. Evening finds you in the kennels, checking on your hunting dogs. This is your escape. These moments with animals who don't want anything except food and affection. Your favourite hound, a rangy deerhound named Thunder, presses against your leg while you scratch his ears. Good boy, you murmur. Simpler, isn't it? Being a dog. Thunder doesn't answer, just leans harder, content. You envy him sometimes, this uncomplicated creature with uncomplicated needs. Dinner is less formal tonight, just family and close advisors. Philippa has arranged it that way, understanding you need occasional respite from performance. The conversation flows easily. Children's stories, household gossip, plans for the summer. Normal things, the kind of evening any prosperous family might share. You're happy, Philippa observes later, in bed. Am I? You consider it. I suppose I am. Is that allowed? Why wouldn't it be? Kings in the histories are usually miserable. She laughs, that wonderful sound that's become familiar over 12 years of marriage. Then be different. Be a happy king. You kiss her temple, feeling the baby kick against your side through her belly. I'll try. The kingdom is stable. Your family is growing. Your plans are developing. You're 30 years old, experienced enough to be confident, and young enough to be energetic. This might be the peak, you think. This balanced moment before everything gets complicated again. You're right, of course, but you don't know that yet. For now, you're just content. Building steadily, growing into your role, becoming the king you always hoped you'd be. It's nice while it lasts. You're 35, standing at the edge of something enormous, and the whole kingdom feels poised to tip. The war with France has started. Not suddenly. Wars never start suddenly, despite what the chroniclers claim. But gradually, inevitably, like water finding its level. Philip of France has pushed too far and challenged you once too often, and now there's no backing down without losing everything you've built. Your war council meets daily now. The chamber smells like parchment and anxiety, with maps covering every surface. You've assembled the best military minds in England, and they're all telling you slightly different things about how to invade France successfully. The Flemish alliance is key, one insists. No, we need to secure Gascony first, another counters. You listen, absorb, and make decisions that might kill thousands of men. It's remarkably abstract, moving markers across maps, discussing supply lines and march times. Real soldiers will suffer these theoretical hardships, but right now they're just numbers, logistics, and problems to solve. The money required is staggering. You've been raising funds for 3 years. Taxes, loans, and creative accounting that makes your treasurer nervous. England's wool wealth flows into military preparation, and your subjects are grumbling but compliant. For now. Philippa finds you late one night, still bent over maps. She's heavier than she used to be, 7 children having left their mark, but still lovely in the candlelight. Practical, steady Philippa, who's never once complained about being queen during wartime. Come to bed, she says, in a moment. You said that 2 hours ago. She comes closer, examines the maps. Can you actually win this? I have to. That's not an answer. You sigh and straighten up. Your back aches constantly now. Too many hours hunched over planning. Honestly? I don't know. But I've committed us. The nobles are invested and the alliances are arranged. Retreating now would be worse than losing. She's quiet, processing this. Philippa understands politics better than she lets on. The children asked about you today. They barely see you anymore. Guilt stabs sharp. Your children are growing up. Edward is 13 now, practically a man, and already involved in military training. The others are scattered through childhood, each one a bright spot you're too busy to properly appreciate. After the campaign, you promise. You keep saying that. She's right. You've been saying it for years. After this crisis, after that negotiation, after the war starts, after the war ends. Fatherhood keeps getting postponed for kingship. Spring brings mobilization. Your army assembles thousands of soldiers, archers, cavalry and support staff. The logistics are nightmarish. Feeding this many men, moving them efficiently and keeping them organized and equipped. You've got good administrators handling details, but the scale is overwhelming. You review the troops personally, riding along the lines. They cheer, these men who'll fight for you, possibly die for you. You try to look confident, kingly and worth following. Inside you're calculating odds, worrying about supply lines and wondering if you've prepared adequately. The fleet sails in July, carrying your army to France. You stand on deck watching England recede, feeling history's weight. This is it, the great gamble. Everything you've built, everything you've planned, reduced to this moment. Philippa insisted on coming to see you off. She stood on the dock, 7 children arrayed around her, waving as your ship departed. The image burned into your memory. Your family, your anchor, left behind while you chase glory and territory. The sea crossing is miserable. You've never enjoyed sailing, and this is rough. Waves tossing the fleet about like toys. Men get sick, horses panic, and equipment shifts dangerously. By the time you reach France, you're exhausted before the fighting even starts. The campaign itself is complicated. You win battles, which is good. Your tactics work, your archers devastate French cavalry, and everything you planned proves effective. But winning battles isn't winning wars, and the French have more resources and more depth. You can hurt them, but conquering them might be impossible. Months blur into an exhausting grind. Castle sieges, supply shortages, and disease in the camps. You're living in tents, eating whatever's available, and constantly moving. The glory of warfare, you're discovering, is about 10% excitement and 90% discomfort. Letters from England arrive irregularly. Philippa writes about household matters, children's illnesses, and political manoeuvring at court. Your son Edward is managing well as nominal regent, but he's 13, too young for this responsibility, though doing his best. Guilt gnaws at you. Your family needs you, but duty keeps you in France. Winter forces pause. You return to England briefly, just long enough to see how much your children have grown, and how tired Philippa looks managing everything alone. Little Lionel is walking now. Thomas has learned his letters. The girls have new interests you know nothing about. "Tell me," you ask at dinner, desperate to reconnect. They do, shy at first, then warming up. Stories tumble out. Lessons, games, small dramas you've missed. You're a stranger at your own table, welcomed but separate. It hurts more than French arrows. "You look older," Philippa observes privately. "I feel older. You're 36 now, but you feel 50. The war is aging you rapidly, each campaign adding years. Grey threads appear in your hair. Your joints ache in the morning. You're not the young king anymore, all energy and optimism. The kingdom is transitioning, you realise, from peace to war, from potential to reality. You've committed England to a conflict that might outlast you, and certainly will outlast your youth. This is your legacy now, not the stable reign you'd hoped for, but endless war. Spring comes again, the fleet assembles again, you board ship again, leaving family again, returning to France again. It's becoming routine, this cycle of war and absence. You're not sure if that's better or worse. Probably worse. You're 41, and the war has become your entire existence. 5 years of continuous campaigning have reduced life to brutal simplicity. Win battles, secure territory, and keep your army fed. Everything else, family, comfort, peace, exists in some distant memory, a dream you once had. You're besieging Calais, have been for months. The city sits stubbornly resistant, and you're too committed to withdraw. Your army camps in mud that never quite dries, siege equipment pounding walls that refuse to crumble. Men die daily, mostly of disease, the boring death of medieval warfare. Dysentery and fever kill more efficiently than French swords. The camp smells like unwashed humanity and rotting food. Thousands of men packed together, latrines inadequate, hygiene impossible. You've got a proper pavilion at least, royal quarters separated from the common soldiers, but luxury is relative. Your tent stays marginally drier than theirs. That's about it. Your commanders report regularly, bringing problems you're supposed to solve. Supplies are running low, mercenaries demanding payment, nobles feuding over precedence. The minutiae of warfare never stop. We could assault again, one suggests. You've already lost hundreds in previous assaults. No, we wait, starve them out. Waiting requires patience you're not sure you have. Each day costs money England doesn't have, straining alliances that are growing fragile. But assault wastes lives, and you're tired of signing condolence letters. News from England arrives in batches, Philippa writes faithfully, though her letters take weeks to reach you. Your children are growing up in your absence. Edward is 18 now, knighted, and leading men himself. The girls are becoming women, making marriages you're barely consulted about. You're missing everything, every milestone, every moment. One letter brings devastating news. Your daughter Joan has died. Plague in Bordeaux, sudden and absolute. She was 14. You read it twice, unable to process. Joan, your sweet-natured daughter, who loved music and had your mother's grace. Gone. And you weren't there. You were here, in French mud, besieging a city for reasons that suddenly seem pointless. You dismiss your staff and sit alone in your pavilion. Grief hits delayed and overwhelming. You've lost soldiers, friends, and allies. But this is different. This is your child, and you weren't there to comfort her, to say goodbye, or to do any of the things fathers should do. Night falls. You don't light candles. You just sit in darkness, feeling the weight finally exceed your capacity. The war, the deaths, the endless responsibility. It's too much. You're one person, fallible and tired, and everyone expects you to be invincible. Calais surrenders in August. Victory, technically. You've won. The city is yours, a strategic prize that cost you a year and thousands of lives, and a daughter you'll never see again. The burghers of Calais come barefoot in sackcloth begging mercy. They expect execution. Siege customs allow it. Your nobles certainly want it. Revenge for the stubborn resistance. You should order it, make an example, and show France what happens when cities defy you. Instead, you stare at these frightened men and see just more death. More bodies, more widows, more children without fathers. They live, you hear yourself say. Your nobles protest. Philippa, who's joined you for this victory, she insisted, crossing the channel specifically to witness this moment, intervenes. She pleads for the burghers personally, her pregnancy obvious, maternal and merciful. You let her have it, this mercy. It's the least you can do, granting her this small thing when you've taken so much else. The army returns to England for winter. You're 42 now, famous, victorious, and absolutely hollow. Calais is won, territory secured, and you feel nothing except tired. Your children greet you as a visiting stranger. They're polite and proper, exactly as they've been trained. Edward discusses military matters like a colleague. The younger ones keep a careful distance. You've been gone more than present in their lives, and it shows. Philippa is pregnant again, with your 12th child. You lie together in the great bed at Westminster, bodies familiar but somehow distant. Are you well? She asks. I won, you say. Isn't that what matters? She's quiet. Then, Joan loved you very much. She talked about you constantly and wondered when you'd come home. The knife twists deeper. I know. Do you? Because you weren't there. You haven't been there. It's the closest she's come to accusation in 24 years of marriage. You can't even defend yourself because she's right. You've chosen war over family and glory over presence. The victories ring hollow next to Joan's empty place at the table. Winter passes in administrative recovery, organising the new territories, repaying debts, and preparing for the next campaign. Because there's always another campaign. The war has momentum now, self-sustaining, impossible to stop. You catch yourself in mirrors sometimes, barely recognising the reflection. Grey-haired, lined, and harder than the young king you once were. The weight of conflict has remade you into something efficient and sad. Your son Edward is preparing for his own military command. He's eager, brave, and everything a prince should be. You should be proud. Mostly you're worried, having seen too clearly what warfare costs. Be careful, you tell him, knowing it's inadequate. I will, father. He won't. No one is in war, but you let him go, sending him to France with your blessing and your dread. Spring comes again, mobilisation again. The cycle continues, grinding forward, pulling you along. You're too deep now to stop, too invested to quit. The war owns you completely. You board ship one more time, watch England fade one more time, and wonder one more time if this will be the campaign that breaks you entirely. Probably not. You're too stubborn to break. But you're definitely cracking. You're 46, home between campaigns, and you're trying to remember how to be human. The war continues, but you've learned to delegate. Your son Edward, they're calling him the Black Prince now, for reasons involving either his armour or his methods, campaigns effectively without you. This should free you up for domestic life, family time, and being present. Except you've forgotten how. You're at Windsor, your favourite castle, watching autumn paint the Thames Valley in gold. Philippa sits nearby doing needlework, a domestic scene that should be comfortable. Instead, you're restless and anxious without an immediate crisis to manage. You're pacing, Philippa observes. Am I? You stop and notice you've worn a track in the rushes. Sorry. Sit. Read. Rest. You're allowed. You sit obediently and pick up a book, something philosophical someone recommended. The words swim meaninglessly. Your mind wants problems to solve, decisions to make, and enemies to outmaneuver. Peace feels alien. Your younger children are here. Lionel, Joan, the second Joan named for her lost sister, Margaret and Thomas. Teenagers and children, growing up largely without you. They're polite, well-mannered, complete strangers. Tell me about your studies, you try at dinner. Thomas, 13, brightens. I'm learning mathematics, Father. Geometry, specifically. Did you know? He launches into an enthusiastic explanation of triangles and angles. You try to follow, genuinely try, but your mind drifts. Supply lines, troop movements, diplomatic considerations. The habits of warfare don't release easily. Isn't that fascinating? Thomas finishes. Very, you say, hoping it was the right response. Philippa gives you a look. You're failing again, even at this simple thing. Being present physically isn't enough when you're absent mentally. The household runs smoothly without you. Philippa has managed everything for years. Finances, child-rearing, and political manoeuvring. She's competent, beloved. Everything a queen should be. You're almost unnecessary, a ceremonial figure who shows up occasionally. One afternoon you find her in the solar, surrounded by administrative documents. She's handling estate business, settling disputes, and making decisions that should be yours. I can take over, you offer. She looks up, surprised. Do you have time? The question stings. I'm here, aren't I? Physically, she agrees, but you've been staring out windows for 3 days. Your body's in England, but your mind is still in France. She's right. You're perpetually half elsewhere, unable to fully commit to the present moment. The war has trained you to think strategically, plan constantly, and never rest. Domesticity requires different skills you've let atrophy. You make efforts, hunting with your sons, teaching them falconry. The birds are calming, their simple needs refreshing. Thomas proves surprisingly adept, his gentle patience perfect for handling the temperamental hawks. You're good at this, you tell him. He glows at the praise. Such a small thing, your attention, but he treasures it. Guilt stabs again. How many moments like this have you missed? Evenings you spend with Philippa trying to reconnect. 28 years of marriage, and you're courting her again, relearning her rhythms. She's heavier now, comfortable in middle age, and beautiful in ways different from youthful beauty. Lines around her eyes, grey in her hair, evidence of decades supporting you. Do you ever regret it, you ask one night? Regret what? This. Me. Being married to someone who's never actually here. She considers, honest as always. Sometimes. But I knew what I was marrying. Kings don't retire. I could be better at it. The being present part. You could, she agrees. Will you be? That's the question. You want to promise change and swear you'll be different. But the war isn't over. More campaigns are planned and you know yourself well enough to recognise your limitations. You're a king who leads, not a king who stays home. I'll try, you say finally. It's the best you can offer. She accepts it because Philippa is practical about disappointment. Winter brings the whole family together for Christmas. Your children, their spouses and grandchildren are starting to appear. The hall at Windsor fills with family chaos, and you're struck by how much you've missed. Edward's children barely know you. The younger ones treat you like a distinguished stranger. You hold your infant granddaughter, Edward's daughter, feeling her tiny weight. She stares at you with serious eyes, unimpressed by kingship. Just another person holding her, somewhat awkwardly. She likes you, Edward says, smiling. Does she? You're not sure. Babies are mysterious. But you hold her carefully, this next generation, wondering what world she'll inherit. One is still at war, probably. The conflict with France has become perpetual, outlasting your youth, likely outlasting you. The celebration continues around you. Philippa orchestrates everything perfectly, ensuring everyone feels included. Your family, vast and complicated, held together by her competence and your periodic appearances. You catch her eye across the hall. She raises her cup slightly in acknowledgement. You're trying. It's not enough. Never enough. But you're trying. Maybe that counts for something. You're 55 and everything hurts. Not metaphorically, though plenty hurts metaphorically too, but physically. Constantly. Your knees ache from decades of riding. Your back complains about armour you haven't worn in 5 years. Your hands cramp around quills when you write, joints stiff with whatever malady attacks ageing warriors. You're at Windsor again. Always Windsor lately your refuge. The campaign years are behind you. Edward handles military affairs now, the Black Prince proving more than capable. You should feel relief from this lessened responsibility. Mostly you feel obsolete. The morning routine takes longer than it used to. Servants help you dress. Your fingers are too stiff for complicated fastenings. Your hair is white now, face heavily lined. Mirrors show a stranger, old and tired, where the vital king used to be. Philippa appears at breakfast, moving slowly herself. She's been sick lately, something in her lungs that won't clear. You eat together in companionable silence, two people worn down by decades of responsibility. Council today, she asks, already knowing the answer. They barely need me anymore. They need the crown. You're wearing it. True enough, your presence legitimizes decisions your advisors make increasingly without you. The council meetings are a formality. Your agreement is assumed. The kingdom runs itself with systems established over 30 years functioning automatically. England is wealthy, powerful and respected. Your legacy is secure. So why do you feel so empty? Edward visits, bringing his children. Your grandchildren swarm around, energetic and loud. They're not quite sure who you are. The old man in the big castle, but they're polite about it. Grandfather, your granddaughter Isabella climbs into your lap, fearless. She's 6, all enthusiasm and questions. Careful of grandfather, Edward warns. He's not as sturdy as he looks. You wave off the concern and let Isabella settle. She chatters about something, her pony maybe, and you half listen, content with her warm weight. This is nice, actually. Grandchildren demand less than children did, satisfied with presence rather than perfection. Philippa coughs, harsh and prolonged. Edward looks concerned, but she waves him off too. Just a cold, she insists. It's not just a cold. You both know this, though neither says it. She's dying, probably. Slowly, uncomfortably, her lungs filling with something medicine can't fix. You're dying too, just slower. Old age and accumulated damage are catching up. The funny thing about dying slowly is how normal it becomes. You're not afraid exactly, just tired. You've lived 55 years, accomplished the important things, and failed at others. At some point, that has to be enough. Your remaining children visit throughout the year. Thomas, John, and Edmund, grown men with their own concerns. They're dutiful, concerned about your health, and probably worried about inheritance. You've arranged everything carefully, but they still circle like polite vultures. I'm not dead yet, you tell Thomas during one particularly solicitous visit. He has the grace to look embarrassed. Of course not, father. We're just concerned. Be concerned quietly, then. Evenings you spend with Philippa, when her breathing allows conversation. 42 years of marriage behind you, and you're finally spending time together. The irony isn't lost on either of you. We should have done this earlier, you say one night. Done what? This, sitting quietly, being together. We were busy, she says, practical as ever. Raising children, running kingdoms, fighting wars. The usual. Still, I miss so much. You did, she agrees, because Philippa has never been one for comforting lies. But you were here when it mattered. Mostly. That mostly contains multitudes. All the absences, the missed moments, the times war took precedence, but also the times you were present, the effort you made, and the love underneath the duty. She coughs again, worse this time. You hold her hand, useless but present. This is all you can offer now. Presence, witness, sharing the slow decline. The kingdom celebrates your military victories, remembers Crécy and Calais, and praises your martial glory. You remember mud and exhaustion, Joan dying alone, and decades of absence from family. The victories feel hollow against the personal costs, but you built something. England is stronger, richer, and more unified than you inherited. Your children survive to adulthood, most of them. Your grandchildren will inherit security and opportunity. It's not nothing. Philippa dies in August, quietly in her sleep, probably the best way. You're with her, holding her hand as her breathing simply stops. After 42 years of marriage, you're alone. The grief is enormous and strangely familiar. You've been practicing loss for decades. Joan, friends, pieces of yourself left in France. This is just the final, largest loss. The funeral is magnificent because she was queen, and that requires pageantry. You attend numbly, going through motions. People offer condolences you don't hear. The crown is heavy again, oppressively so. Afterward you return to Windsor alone. The chambers feel enormous without her. Her things are everywhere. Needlework, correspondence, evidence of the life she lived while you were elsewhere. You're 59 and probably have a few years left. Maybe more, maybe less. It doesn't much matter. The important things are finished. The war continues without you. The kingdom functions and children and grandchildren carry forward. You're just waiting now. For what? You're not entirely sure. But whatever comes, you'll face it the same way you've faced everything. With duty, determination, and that peculiar mix of pride and regret that defines your entire complicated life. You're 64 and you're not sure you're still you. Some days are clear. You wake knowing who you are, where you are, and what the responsibilities are. Other days you surface from sleep confused, expecting Philippa beside you, wondering why your knees don't work properly, and unable to remember if you're supposed to be fighting the French or the Scots, or if maybe that was all years ago. Your attendants are patient. They've learned your rhythms and know which days you're lucid and which days you need gentle guidance. Today seems clear so far. You remember your name, your kingdom, and the fact that Philippa is dead and has been for 5 years. Windsor is quiet in the early morning. Your chambers face east, sunlight streaming in, illuminating dust motes floating lazily. You watch them drift, mesmerised by their simple existence. No responsibilities, no weight, just floating. Your Grace, your grandson is here. Richard, Edward's son, 10 years old, visiting the dying king. They bring him periodically, ensuring connection with the heir's heir. The boy is serious, polite, and probably terrified of the old man in the big bed. Richard, you greet him, summoning clarity. Come sit. He approaches carefully and perches on the chair beside your bed. He has his father's features but his mother's colouring, dark and handsome. He'll be beautiful when he grows up, if he grows up. Kingship isn't conducive to longevity. How are your studies? You ask the traditional grandfather question. Well, Your Grace, I'm learning Latin and philosophy and... Call me grandfather, you interrupt. You're family. Family don't Your Grace each other. He relaxes slightly. Yes, grandfather. You talk for a while, or rather he talks while you listen. Stories about his tutors, his siblings, and small dramas in a child's life. It's pleasant, this window into simple concerns. You've spent so long with kingdom-sized problems that childhood troubles feel refreshing. When he leaves, you're tired but satisfied. Legacy, you think. That boy will be king someday, carrying forward whatever you've built, hopefully better than you managed. Your counsel comes later, but you barely follow the discussion. Something about France. There's always something about France. Treaties, maybe? Or renewed conflict. You've lost track. The war outlasted your interest, becoming background noise to dying. Edward visits less often now. He's busy governing while you fade, taking on responsibilities you can no longer manage. The Black Prince. Famous and capable. Everything you hoped he'd be. Though you notice he looks tired too, worn down the same way you were. Kingship takes its toll regardless of capability. The French situation requires a decision, he says carefully. You decide, you tell him. I trust you. Relief crosses his face. He's been making decisions anyway, just seeking your blessing for legitimacy. You're a signature now, not a ruler. The crown has already passed, everything but officially. Nights are hardest. Pain keeps you awake, your joints, your lungs, everything deteriorating. Servants bring wine with poppy juice, dulling the discomfort and blurring your mind further. You drift between sleep and waking, losing track of which is which. You dream about your children, all of them. The living and the dead mixed together, Joan and William and Edward and Isabella, different ages, different times. Sometimes Philippa is there, young and laughing. Sometimes your mother, terrifying as always. Sometimes you're a child yourself, watching your father make the mistakes you swore you'd avoid. Did you avoid them? You can't remember anymore. Everything blurs together, successes and failures, triumphs and regrets. The long life reduced to fragments, pieces that might not even be real. One clear day you ask for accounting. Tell me what I accomplished. Your secretary lists achievements dutifully. Territories won, battles victorious, economic improvements, and legal reforms. Impressive on paper, this list of royal success. It sounds like someone else's life. And the costs, you ask? Awkward silence. No one wants to discuss costs with dying kings, but you press, needing honest accounting before the end. Finally, someone mentions the deaths. Soldiers, civilians, the casualties of decades of warfare. The debt accumulated. The families were destroyed. The opportunities missed pursuing military glory. Was it worth it, you ask, not expecting an answer? No one speaks, because how do you measure worth? The expanded territory against the dead children, the increased prestige against the absent decades, the strong kingdom against the weakened king? You don't know either. You've spent 64 years being Edward III and you're still not sure if you did it right. Summer comes, you'll last probably. The gardens at Windsor bloom magnificently, visible from your windows. You watch servants tending flowers, children playing, and life continuing regardless of your participation. It's oddly comforting, this evidence that everything will be fine without you. Edward brings Richard to visit again. Your grandson is growing quickly, losing his child roundness and becoming the person he'll be. You try to give advice and share wisdom, but words tangle. Your mind isn't cooperating anymore. Be kind, you manage finally. The kingdom needs strength, but kindness matters too. Richard nods seriously, probably not understanding. He's 10. You barely understood at 10, and you'd been king for years. Your attendance increased the poppy dose. Pain management, they call it. Really, it's the final mercy, easing you toward the inevitable. You don't protest. You're ready. You've been ready for a while, just waiting for the body to catch up with the spirit. One morning you wake, or think you wake, and Philippa is there. Not old, but young, the way she looked 40 years ago. She's smiling, patient, waiting. Is it time, you ask? Soon, she says. Rest now. You do. Rest comes easily finally, the burdens lifting, the weight of the crown and responsibility dissolving. You're just Edward again, not the king, not the conqueror. Just a man who tried his best and succeeded sometimes and failed sometimes and loved imperfectly but truly. The room fills with soft light. Philippa's hand in yours, warm and real. Your children gathering, all of them, living and dead, young and old, the whole impossible family. You're ready. And then, quietly, without drama or glory, you're done. The kingdom continues, it always does. Wars are fought, won and lost. Children become kings, make their own mistakes, and build their own legacies. The great wheel turns, indifferent to any single life. But for a while, for 64 complicated years, you were part of it. Edward III, the hard-lived king. Not perfect, not terrible, just human, trying to balance impossible demands, succeeding occasionally, failing often, and loving as well as duty allowed. Your story ends here, in this quiet room, surrounded by ghosts and memories and the soft light of a summer morning. Rest easy now, you've earned it. You stand at the narrow window of the manor house, watching November fade into December, with that peculiar quality of late autumn light that seems to drain colour from the world. The landscape beyond the thick glass, expensive glass, a point of pride for your household, has transformed into something spare and honest. The fields that were gold with harvest 2 months ago now lie dark and furrowed, waiting for spring like a held breath. This is the time of year when your ancestors believed the boundary between worlds grew thin, when the old gods, though you'd never speak such thoughts aloud with the priest nearby, walked the frozen earth alongside Christian saints. The trees stand bare against the sky, their branches making patterns like the veins in an oak leaf pressed flat in a manuscript. You know each of those trees by sight, the ancient oak that marks the boundary between your lord's land and the common fields, the line of beeches that shelter the road to the village, and the twisted hawthorn where May Day celebrations happen in a season that feels impossibly distant now. The cold has been building for weeks, that peculiar medieval cold that seems to seep through stone walls as if they were made of wool rather than masonry. You've learned to dress in layers, a linen shift against your skin, a woolen kirtle over that, and today an additional surcoat lined with rabbit fur that your grandmother made before she died. The fur still smells faintly of the herbs she used to store it, a mixture of lavender and tansy that brings her back to you across the years with a clarity that sometimes catches your breath. The manor's preparations for winter began at Michaelmas, back when the last warm days of September still held the memory of summer. You helped bring in the final harvest, working alongside villagers whose families have been tied to this land for generations beyond counting. The wheat and barley were stored in the granary, rats be damned, though the barn cats do their best to keep that particular problem manageable. Apples were laid carefully in straw in the undercroft, each one checked for bruises that might spread rot through the entire store. The autumn pigs were slaughtered after St. Martin's Day, a process you've grown accustomed to over the years, though you never quite learned to enjoy it. Salted pork now hangs from the rafters of the larder, alongside dried fish from the summer's catch and the smoked eel that taste like the river mud where they were caught. Your household has stored enough food to see you through to spring, or so everyone hopes, with that particular combination of faith and anxiety that characterises medieval winter planning. Crop failures happen. Stores go bad. Winter can be a season of slow starvation if preparations were insufficient or luck proves cruel. But this year looks promising. The harvest was good, the weather has been harsh but not catastrophic, and your lord's household has both the resources and the will to celebrate Christmas properly. This matters more than you might initially think, because Christmas in the medieval world isn't just a day, it's a season, a statement, and sometimes a battlefield where social hierarchies are simultaneously reinforced and momentarily suspended. The Advent season has been observed with the proper solemnity. For the past 4 weeks you've been fasting, or at least what passes for fasting when you're not a monk sworn to extreme piety. No meat on Wednesdays, Fridays or Saturdays, no rich foods, no excessive celebration. The Church calls this a time of penitence and preparation, a spiritual winter before the birth of Christ brings light back to the world. You've noticed that this enforced austerity makes the upcoming feast seem even more glorious, which may or may not be the Church's actual intention. The manor itself has been gradually transforming. Fresh rushes have been laid on the floors of the great hall, mixed with herbs that release their scent when crushed underfoot. The smell reminds you of summer meadows, which is probably the point, an olfactory defiance of winter's barrenness. The walls have been cleaned of the year's accumulation of soot and grime, a job that fell to you and the other household members over several days of hard labour that left everyone's hands raw and their backs aching. Outside you can see the first real snow of the season beginning to fall, not the wet, brief flurries that came and melted last week, but proper snow that means business. The flakes are small and determined, the kind that will accumulate into drifts that might cut off the manor from the village for days. Part of you feels a flutter of anxiety at this isolation, but another part, perhaps the part that remembers older ways of thinking, feels a peculiar comfort in being snowed in, as if winter itself has decided to hold you safe in a white cocoon until spring comes to wake you. The shortest day of the year has just passed, and you noticed its arrival with the attention that medieval people pay to such markers. At the winter solstice, darkness claims nearly 16 hours of every day here in England, leaving only a brief window of grey light that barely qualifies as day at all. Your ancestors, the truly ancient ones before Christianity came to these islands, lit great fires at the solstice to encourage the sun to return. The Church calls such practices pagan superstition, but you notice that the Advent wreath with its progressive lighting of candles follows a suspiciously similar pattern. The village church bell rings, marking the hour of none, what we would call 3 in the afternoon, though the medieval reckoning of time is less precise than you might prefer. The sound carries clearly through the cold air, that particular quality of bell tone in winter that seems to travel further and ring longer than it does in summer. You recognise the bell's voice the way you might recognise a neighbour's knock, having heard it mark the hours and call to prayer for your entire life. Christmas Eve is tomorrow, and the manor has reached that state of barely contained energy that precedes any major event. There's still work to be done. There's always work to be done in a medieval household. But the essential preparations are complete. The ale has been brewed and is properly strong, which you confirmed through the time-honoured method of sampling it, possibly more often than strictly necessary for quality control purposes. The bread has been baked in quantities that seem excessive until you remember how many people will need to be fed over the coming days. Your role in tomorrow's festivities is both simple and complex. You are neither nobility nor servant, but something in between, what later centuries will call yeoman or franklin, a person of some substance who belongs to the manor household without being of the aristocratic class. This means you'll eat at the great feast, but not at the high table. You'll participate in the celebrations, but not lead them. You'll observe the social theatre of medieval Christmas from a position that's simultaneously inside and outside the performance. The light is failing now, that early winter dusk that makes you feel the day has been stolen from you. Candles will need to be lit soon, carefully rationed because beeswax is expensive, and tallow candles smell like rendered fat, which is exactly what they are. You've grown accustomed to doing as much as possible by daylight, planning your activities around the sun's brief appearance like a farmer planning around rain. But tomorrow the Christmas season truly begins, and with it comes a temporary suspension of the normal order of things. The darkness of winter will be pushed back by fire and celebration. The usual hierarchies will be playfully inverted. For 12 days the manor will exist in a kind of sanctioned carnival, where the rules that govern the rest of the year become flexible, negotiable, and almost dreamlike. You turn from the window and head toward the great hall where the evening meal is being prepared. The smell of pottage, that eternal medieval stew that contains whatever vegetables and grains are available, drifts up from the kitchen. It's a humble meal, this last supper before the feast, but it tastes of comfort and anticipation. Tomorrow, you think, smiling to yourself. Tomorrow the celebration begins. Christmas Eve morning arrives with the kind of cold that makes the water in the wash basin develop a thin skin of ice overnight. You break through it with your fingers, the shock of cold water on your face serving as a more effective wake-up than any amount of coffee could provide. Not that you have coffee anyway, since it won't be common in England for another 200 years. You make do with weak ale, which is safer to drink than water, and has the additional benefit of making early morning chores seem slightly less miserable. The manor is already awake and working when you emerge from your chamber. The household operates on a schedule that treats dawn as already late morning, a function of winter's short days and the amount of work that needs to be accomplished before the evening's festivities. In the kitchen, a separate building because of fire danger, connected to the main hall by a covered walkway that never quite keeps the food as hot as the cooks would like. Preparations began before first light. You make your way there now, partly to see if you can help, and partly because the kitchen is reliably the warmest place in the entire manor. The great hearth dominates one wall, large enough that you could stand upright inside it if the fire wasn't currently roaring at a temperature that would melt lead. The cook, a woman of indeterminate age whose face has been reddened by years of working over flames, directs the controlled chaos with the authority of a military commander. The Christmas feast requires days of preparation, and today represents the culmination of planning that began weeks ago. A wild boar, brought down by your lord's hunting party 3 days previous, hangs in the cold room, ready for roasting. You saw the hunt, participated in it actually, and remember the precise moment when the boar turned at bay, its tusks catching the winter light before the spears found their mark. Medieval hunting is less sport and more dangerous necessity, a fact that the boar made emphatically clear before it died. The boar will be the feast's centrepiece. roasted whole and brought into the hall with appropriate ceremony. But it's only one element of a meal that will include dishes both familiar and strange to modern sensibilities. You watch as kitchen servants prepare peacock. Yes, peacock, which will be roasted and then carefully reassembled with its iridescent feathers to create a display that values spectacle as much as flavour. Medieval feasting is performance art that happens to be edible. Pies are being assembled, but not the sweet desserts that later centuries will associate with the word. Medieval pies are massive affairs, some large enough that you need both arms to carry them, filled with combinations that would puzzle modern cooks. Venison and dried fruits, pork and apples, fish and spices that came all the way from the Orient via Venetian traders who charged prices that made your lord wince even as he paid them. These pies serve partly as food and partly as storage containers. Their thick pastry crusts more structural engineering than cuisine. The spices themselves represent wealth in a form that later ages will find hard to comprehend. The pepper, cinnamon, ginger, and cloves that the cook uses with what seems like abandon actually cost more per pound than some of the servants earn in a year. But Christmas demands lavish display, and properly spiced dishes announce to everyone present that this household has both prosperity and access to the far-reaching trade networks that connect medieval England to the wider world. You're assigned to help with the marchpane, that medieval precursor to marzipan that combines ground almonds with sugar and rosewater into something that's shaped into elaborate decorations. The almonds came from Spain, the sugar from Cyprus, and the rosewater from someone's careful distillation of this summer's roses. You're shaping the sweet paste into forms, flowers and animals and geometric patterns that would make a mathematician happy, while around you the kitchen's work continues at a pace that would exhaust a modern caterer. Bread baking happens in waves, with loaves emerging from the clay oven in the bakehouse at intervals timed by experience rather than clocks. The finest white bread, made from wheat flour that's been sieved multiple times, will grace the high table where your lord and his family will sit. The coarser brown bread, still perfectly good but made from less refined flour, will feed the rest of the household. The hierarchy of medieval society is reflected even in gluten content. The ale supplies are checked and rechecked. Multiple barrels stand ready, each marked with symbols that indicate its strength and brewing date. Medieval people drink ale the way modern people drink water, not because they're all functioning alcoholics, but because fermentation makes water safe. The alcohol content is typically lower than modern beer, but the quantities consumed would still make designated driving an interesting concept if cars existed. Wine is reserved for the high table, and for mixing into spiced drinks that will be heated and served throughout the evening. You helped prepare the hippocras yesterday, wine mixed with honey and spices, strained through cloth until it runs clear and sweet. It tastes like Christmas distilled into liquid form, warming you from the inside out in a way that the hearth fire never quite manages. The great hall itself is being transformed from its everyday functionality into something approaching splendour. The usual trestle tables have been joined by additional surfaces borrowed from neighbouring rooms, creating a U-shape that will seat everyone from highest to lowest according to their station. Fresh tablecloths, actual linen, not the rough hemp used for everyday meals, cover the boards, their whiteness a statement of cleanliness and status that guests will notice and appreciate. Decorations are appearing as you watch, transforming the stone hall into something warmer and more alive. Garlands of holly and ivy are draped along the walls, their green a defiance of winter's barrenness that carries meaning older than Christianity. The holly with its red berries and sharp leaves represents masculine energy in the old ways of thinking, while ivy with its clinging softness represents the feminine. Bringing them together at Christmas symbolises the hope that opposites can unite and create something harmonious, which makes them perfect decorations for a season dedicated to peace and goodwill. Mistletoe hangs in the doorway, another tradition that the church tolerates without quite approving. The white berries and the fact that mistletoe grows on oak trees without touching earth made it sacred to the Druids. who haven't existed for centuries but whose influence lingers in ways that surface during winter celebrations. You notice that people pause slightly when passing beneath it, aware of its presence even if they pretend not to be. The lord of the manor has invited guests from neighbouring estates, which means chambers are being prepared for overnight visitors. Fresh straw is being laid in the pallets, linens are being aired, and the household's best pottery is being brought out from storage. Medieval hospitality is both genuine kindness and social necessity. You never know when you might need to show up at someone else's door, so treating visitors well is essentially an investment in your own future comfort. You take a moment to step outside, needing air that doesn't smell of cooking and smoke. The courtyard is busy with arriving provisions. A cart has just delivered fish from the coast, packed in salt for the journey. Another brings wine from Bristol, the barrels marked with seals that testify to their origin. A third cart carries what appears to be nothing but firewood, which seems excessive until you remember that keeping the Great Hall warm enough for feasting requires roughly the equivalent of burning a small forest. The village folk are arriving now, those who will help serve the feast or provide entertainment. You see the minstrel who comes every year, his small stringed instrument wrapped carefully against the cold. There's the storyteller who can recite romances about King Arthur and his knights with a dramatic flair that makes even familiar tales seem fresh. A group of young men carry instruments for dancing, drums and pipes and something that might be a primitive fiddle. Children are everywhere, underfoot and overexcited, getting in the way with that particular genius that children have perfected across all time periods. They're supposed to be helping with preparations, but mostly they're building anticipation to levels that make them practically vibrate with energy. Christmas for medieval children means the rare treat of plenty, more food than they usually see, sweet things they taste only a few times a year, and a general atmosphere of celebration that makes adults temporarily less strict about behaviour. The church bell rings for sext, the noon service, reminding everyone that beneath all the feasting and celebration, Christmas is ultimately a religious observance. A group heads toward the village church for prayers, their breathmaking clouds in the cold air. You consider joining them, but decide your time is better spent continuing with preparations. God, you figure, probably understands the practical necessities of feeding a household of 40 people plus guests. Back in the kitchen, the controlled chaos has evolved into something more intense. The boar is on the spit now, slowly rotating over the fire, its fat dripping and sizzling in a way that makes your mouth water despite the substantial breakfast you ate earlier. The cook is basting it with a mixture that smells of honey, herbs and something sharp that might be vinegar. Medieval cooking often combines flavours in ways that later centuries will forget. Sweet and sour together, fruit with meat, and spices used with a heavy hand that modern palates might find overwhelming. You help carry dishes from kitchen to hall, part of the human chain that moves food across the gap between where it's cooked and where it will be served. The serving dishes themselves are statements of wealth, pewter for the household, silver for the high table. Your lord owns exactly 3 pieces of actual gold plate, which will be displayed prominently even though they're decorative rather than functional. Medieval status is performed through material goods, and Christmas is the biggest performance of the year. The afternoon passes in a blur of activity punctuated by small moments of connection. You share a joke with the cook's assistant about the peacock, which looked considerably more dignified alive than it does halfway plucked. You help a kitchen boy who's nearly in tears because he dropped a bowl of expensive spices. You tell him accidents happen, sweep up the loss, and don't mention it to anyone who might punish him. You steal a moment to sample the marchpane purely for quality control purposes, and find it perfectly sweet with just enough rosewater to make it interesting. As darkness begins to fall, which happens appallingly early in an English December, the final preparations reach their crescendo. Candles are lit throughout the hall, their light reflecting off the silver and pewter to create an atmosphere that transforms the everyday space into something approaching magical. The fire in the great hearth has been built up until it roars like a living thing, pushing heat into the hall with an enthusiasm that makes the far end almost comfortable. You take a moment to stand in the hall, watching the transformation from workspace to feast hall reach completion. The tables are set, the decorations are in place, the food is nearly ready, and the guests are beginning to arrive. In a few hours, this space will be filled with people, music, food, and celebration. But right now, in this quiet moment before the festivities begin, you can appreciate the work that went into creating this medieval Christmas. The cooperation, the tradition, the small acts of preparation that connect you to centuries of people who celebrated this same season in similar ways. Tomorrow is Christmas Day, but tonight is Christmas Eve, when the anticipation might actually be better than the fulfillment. You head toward your chamber to change into your best clothes, the ones saved for special occasions. The feast will begin soon, and you want to be ready to experience it properly, with all the attention and appreciation that such careful preparation deserves. Evening arrives with the kind of cold that makes you grateful for every piece of wool you own. You dress for the feast in your finest garments, a deep blue tunic that your mother made, dyed with woad that cost more than you like to remember, and a surcoat embroidered with a pattern that tries hard to look like noble decoration, while remaining just humble enough to avoid accusations of social climbing. Medieval fashion is a careful navigation between displaying your prosperity and not appearing to rise above your station. The Great Hall has reached that perfect moment when all preparation is complete and the celebration is about to begin. Guests have arrived from neighbouring manors, their horses stamping in the stables while their owners warm themselves by the fire. The social geography of the hall reflects the strict hierarchy of medieval life. The high table on its raised platform at one end, the household tables arranged perpendicular to it, and space at the lower end for entertainers and servants who will eat after they've finished serving. Your lord enters with the ceremony appropriate to his position, accompanied by his lady wife and their children. Everyone stands, not because there's a formal rule requiring it, but because some forms of respect are so deeply ingrained they feel like natural law. He takes his place at the centre of the high table, and only when he's seated does everyone else follow suit, a choreography of medieval manners that no one has to think about because it's been drilled in since childhood. The feast begins with a ceremony that predates Christianity by centuries. A servant enters carrying the wassail bowl, an enormous wooden vessel filled with spiced ale, decorated with ribbons, and containing what appear to be small roasted apples floating on top. Your lord raises the bowl and speaks the traditional words, "Waes hael," be whole, or be healthy, and everyone responds, "Drink hael." The bowl is passed around the hall, each person taking a drink, a communal sharing that binds everyone present into temporary fellowship. Then the food begins to arrive, course after course, in a display that makes your earlier sampling seem ridiculously inadequate. The boar enters first, carried on a massive wooden platter by 4 strong servants, garnished with bay leaves, and accompanied by musicians playing a triumphant fanfare on instruments that sound vaguely like very aggressive kazoos. Medieval music is an acquired taste, but you've acquired it over years of exposure. The boar's head is removed and set before your lord, who carves the first portions with the knife he wears at his belt, that everyday tool that serves for eating, working, and occasional self-defence depending on circumstances. The meat is distributed according to rank, with the choicest portions going to the high table and progressively less prestigious cuts moving down the social scale. You receive a serving that's perfectly respectable, tender and rich with fat, and seasoned with herbs you helped gather last summer. More dishes follow in waves that test your capacity. The peacock, reassembled into something approximating life, gets admired more than eaten. Its meat is tough, and the feathers are mostly for show. The pies arrive, their crusts golden and their contents steaming. Fish dishes appear, required by church law even during feast days, prepared in ways that disguise their origin under layers of spices and sauces. Vegetables cooked with butter and herbs, eggs prepared in combinations that seem designed to use as many eggs as possible, cheese from the summer's production, aged just right, bread in quantities that would normally feed you for a week. The meal happens in that peculiar medieval rhythm, where eating is punctuated by entertainment, conversation, and periodic breaks for your stomach to catch up with your ambition. Servants circulate with pitchers of ale and wine, keeping cups filled with the efficiency of long practice. The hall grows warmer from the press of bodies and the roaring fire, until you find yourself pushing back from the table slightly, loosening your belt and wondering how anyone could possibly eat more. But of course, there's always more. The marchpane you helped prepare arrives in elaborate forms, alongside other sweets that involve combinations of honey, fruit and nuts. Spiced wine is served hot, warming you from the inside while simultaneously making you slightly dizzy. The conversation around you grows louder as inhibitions lower, and the evening progresses toward the moment everyone is actually waiting for: midnight mass. The church bell begins ringing while the feast is still in full swing, its tone cutting through the noise to remind everyone that beneath the celebration, this is a holy night. The birth of Christ, the theological reason for this entire season, will be commemorated at midnight in a ceremony that's remained essentially unchanged for centuries. The transformation from feast hall to worshippers is gradual but inevitable, as people begin to set down their cups and prepare to make their way to the church. You bundle yourself back into your warmest clothes, adding an additional cloak because the walk to the church is short, but the building itself has no heating beyond body warmth and a few candles. The procession from manor to church happens by torchlight, a line of illuminated figures moving through darkness, in a scene that could be from any Christmas Eve for the past 500 years. The village church sits apart from the manor, serving both the household and the village in that uneasy partnership that characterises medieval religious life. It's a stone building that was already old when your grandparents were young, its architecture simple but solid, designed to last centuries rather than decades. The bell in its tower continues ringing, calling the faithful to worship, with a voice that carries across the frozen fields. Inside, the church has been transformed by candlelight and evergreen decorations. The normal austerity of stone walls and plain surfaces has been softened by garlands of holly and ivy, while banks of candles create pools of warm light that push back against the vast darkness outside. The smell is distinctive: beeswax and incense, cold stone and wool clothing, that particular scent of a medieval church that combines devotion with practical reality. The priest stands ready in vestments that are the finest possessions this poor church owns. The silk and embroidery were gifts from your Lord's family generations ago, passed down and carefully maintained, brought out only for the highest holy days. In the candlelight they shine with a richness that transforms the humble village priest into something approaching magnificent. The Mass begins in Latin, that sacred language that most people present don't actually understand, but which carries the weight of tradition and divine authority. The priest's voice rises and falls in the ancient cadences, speaking words that were already old when England became England. You follow along not through understanding but through familiarity, knowing when to stand, kneel, and make responses that are more muscle memory than conscious thought. There's something profound about participating in a ceremony you don't fully comprehend, trusting that the ritual itself carries meaning beyond your individual grasp of its words. The Latin phrases wash over you like a river, ancient and powerful, connecting you to centuries of believers who stood in churches throughout Christendom, speaking these same words at this same hour. The Christmas liturgy has particular beauty, a joy that breaks through even when mediated by a language you don't speak. The priest reads the nativity story, in Latin of course, but you know it well enough to follow along in your mind. The journey to Bethlehem, the inn with no room, the stable and the manger. The angels appear to shepherds in fields that probably looked a lot like the ones surrounding your village. There's a moment during the Mass when the priest elevates the consecrated host, and the entire congregation drops to its knees in unison. The bell rings, a small handbell, not the tower bell, and in the candlelit darkness of a medieval church on Christmas Eve, you feel the presence of something larger than yourself. Whether it's the divine, the weight of tradition, or simply the human need to mark this darkest season with light and hope, you're not sure. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe all three are aspects of the same truth. The carols begin after the consecration. These aren't the refined hymns that later centuries will create. but rougher older songs that blend Christian themes with folk melodies that probably predate Christianity. The tunes are simple enough that everyone can join in, creating a sound that's more enthusiastic than technically proficient. Medieval congregational singing operates on the principle that volume compensates for any lack of skill. You sing along, your voice joining dozens of others in the cold air. The song tells of angels and shepherds, of a star leading wise men from the east, and of a baby born in circumstances of poverty who nonetheless represents salvation for all humanity. The theology is heavy, but the melody is bright. That particularly medieval combination of profound religious meaning delivered through approachable, even cheerful music. The Mass concludes in the small hours of the morning, Christmas Day now technically, though it still feels like night. The priest gives his final blessing, and the congregation begins to stir, preparing to head back out into the cold. But there's a reluctance to leave, a desire to extend this moment when the entire community stands together in shared purpose and shared belief. Outside, the snow has begun again, soft flakes that catch the torchlight as the procession reforms for the walk back to the manor. Your breath makes clouds in the frigid air, and your toes have lost most of their feeling despite your woolen stockings and leather boots. But there's a warmth inside you that has nothing to do with temperature. The satisfaction of having marked this night properly, of having participated in a tradition that connects you to believers across time and space. The manor house appears ahead, its windows glowing with firelight, promising warmth and the continuation of celebration. Because while midnight mass represents the spiritual heart of Christmas Eve, the night is far from over. Food still waits, ale still flows, and the celebration of Christ's birth will continue until exhaustion and dawn finally send everyone to bed. You enter the great hall to find that servants have kept the fires burning and the food warm. A smaller group remains now, those hardy souls who have the stamina to continue celebrating after a feast and a midnight mass. You join them, accepting a cup of hot spiced wine, settling by the fire to let its warmth seep back into your frozen extremities. Christmas Day has begun, and with it comes the promise of 12 more days of celebration, of fellowship, of temporary suspension of the normal order. You're exactly where you belong, surrounded by community, wrapped in tradition, marking the turn of the year in ways that your ancestors would recognise. It's a good feeling, this sense of connection and continuity. It's what Christmas means. Underneath all the theology and ceremony, the simple human need to push back darkness with light, to combat winter with warmth, and to face the cold season together rather than alone. Christmas morning arrives later than usual, a concession to the previous night's festivities that leaves you grateful for the heavy curtains around your bed and the extra blanket you remember to add before collapsing into sleep. The manor house is quiet with the particular silence that follows significant celebration. Not the active hush of people sleeping, but the exhausted stillness of people who have thoroughly worn themselves out and are taking their time recovering. You rise eventually, drawn by the smell of fresh bread and the recognition that however much you ate last night, hunger has a way of returning with the morning. The great hall shows signs of last night's feast. The tables haven't been fully cleared, though servants have made initial progress. Someone has kept the fire going, for which you're grateful, because the stone walls hold cold like they hold memories, stubbornly and for a long time. The breakfast laid out is generous, even by feast day standards. Fresh bread still warm from the bakehouse, butter that tastes of summer grass despite the winter season, and cheese aged to that perfect point where it's sharp without being overwhelming. Cold meats left from yesterday's feast, including slices of that boar that taste even better cold than they did hot. Porridge made rich with honey and nuts. Small beer to drink, because starting the day with ale is perfectly normal when clean water is suspect and coffee hasn't been invented yet. People drift in gradually, responding to their own internal schedules and varying levels of recovery from last night's revelries. Your lord arrives looking surprisingly well rested, which either speaks to a noble constitution or to having servants who ensure that lords get proper sleep regardless of feast schedules. His children trail behind him, still dressed in their Christmas finest from yesterday, apparently having slept in their good clothes rather than changing. A very medieval approach to laundry conservation. The plan for today involves more eating, naturally, because the Christmas feast spans multiple days and yesterday's offerings were merely the beginning. But first, there's the morning gift-giving ceremony, a tradition that sits somewhere between religious observance and social performance. Medieval Christmas gifts aren't what later centuries will make of the tradition. There are no wrapped packages with bows, no surprises concealed until the moment of opening. Instead, gifts are practical, often expected, and carefully calibrated to reflect and reinforce social relationships. Your lord will give gifts to his household, money to servants, cloth to craftsmen, perhaps a new knife to someone whose service deserves recognition. In return, he'll receive gifts that acknowledge his position. Gloves, handkerchiefs, spices, and things that flatter without presuming equality. You've prepared your own modest gifts, a jar of honey from your hives to the cook who's made your meals all year, a carved wooden toy for the lord's youngest child, and a length of ribbon for the lady of the manor that you purchased from a peddler who passed through in autumn. These aren't extravagant presents, but they're appropriate to your station and to the relationships they acknowledge. The gift-giving happens in the Great Hall, with everyone present to witness the exchanges. There's a ritualistic quality to it, each presentation accompanied by words of thanks and reciprocal good wishes. When your lord gives you a small purse containing coins, you know the exact amount without counting it. 3 days' wages, the standard Christmas gift of valued household members. It's enough to feel generous without being so much as to disrupt the social order. The children receive their gifts with an enthusiasm that makes the adults smile. Toys carved from wood, a small horse, a ball, and a doll made of cloth and stuffing. These are precious items in a world where childhood is shorter, and toys are rarer than later generations will consider normal. You watch a boy of perhaps 7 receive his wooden sword with a joy so pure it makes you remember your own childhood, when such simple things could contain entire worlds of imagination. Once the gifts have been exchanged, the serious business of continuing the feast begins. Fresh tables are set, the servants having cleared last night's remains while you were distracted by gift-giving, and new dishes begin to appear. Today's offerings are somewhat lighter than yesterday's, a recognition that there are still 11 more days of feasting ahead, and pacing is essential to survival. Pies appear, smaller than last night's massive constructions, but no less elaborate. One contains dried cherries and spices that taste like concentrated summer. Another holds a mixture of meats that have been cooked down into something rich and satisfying. There are pastries filled with cheese and herbs, small enough to eat with your hands, which you do despite the grease that accumulates on your fingers. The truly magnificent offering is the subtlety, that peculiar medieval creation that's part food, part art project, and entirely concerned with impressing guests. Today's version is a castle made entirely of marchpane, complete with tiny sugar towers and walls detailed with such care you feel almost guilty eating it. Almost. The sweetness is intense, the almond flavour pronounced, and the entire creation represents hours of someone's careful work that will be consumed in minutes. Medieval feasting has always been partly about conspicuous consumption, and this sugary castle delivers that message with clarity. Entertainment accompanies the meal because eating for hours would be tedious without distraction. The minstrel from yesterday reappears, this time performing songs that range from religious hymns to stories of courtly love to ballads about Robin Hood that are probably treasonous if anyone bothered to think too hard about them. The tunes are catchy in that way medieval music has, modal scales that sound simultaneously familiar and strange to ears trained on later harmonies. Between courses, a juggler performs, keeping 6 wooden balls in the air with a skill that looks effortless but represents years of practice. When someone from the audience calls out a challenge, he adds knives to the rotation, their blades catching the firelight as they spin. It's the kind of performance that makes you hold your breath, partly from admiration, and partly from the very real possibility that someone might need bandages soon. Medieval entertainment doesn't include safety nets, literal or figurative. The storyteller takes his turn, settling onto a stool near the fire and launching into a romance about Sir Gawain and his various adventures. His voice rises and falls with the drama, describing battles with giants, encounters with temptresses, and moral dilemmas that somehow always resolve in ways that reinforce the importance of Christian virtue and feudal loyalty. You've heard this story before, probably several times, but the telling matters as much as the tale. The storyteller's art is in bringing familiar narratives to life, in making audiences feel emotions they already know are coming. The meal stretches through the afternoon in that timeless way that medieval feasts have, where you lose track of whether you're eating lunch or dinner or something in between. Servants keep bringing food and people keep eating it, though the pace has slowed considerably from last night's enthusiasm. There's a limit to how much roast meat and spiced wine any human system can process, and you're approaching yours with the certainty of someone who's done this before and should know better, but somehow never learns. As the winter afternoon fades, which it does appallingly early, leaving you feeling cheated of daylight, someone suggests games. This is met with enthusiasm by those young enough to still have energy, and groans from those of us who've eaten too much to move with any grace. But the suggestion carries the day, and tables are pushed back to create space in the great hall. The games that follow are the traditional Christmas diversions, some religious in origin, others considerably older and more pagan than the church would prefer to acknowledge. Hoodman Blind is played first, a medieval version of Blind Man's Bluff where someone is hooded and must catch other players by sound and touch alone. The game quickly descends into cheerful chaos, with hooded players stumbling into furniture while everyone else shrieks with laughter and offers misleading directions. Hot Cockles comes next, a game that seems designed to test both physical endurance and social bonds. One person kneels blindfolded while others take turns striking their back, and the kneeling person must guess who hit them. It's rougher than it sounds, and watching it makes you grateful that medieval society has some concept of rank-appropriate play. The servants participate enthusiastically, apparently viewing this as an opportunity for socially sanctioned revenge against authority figures who've annoyed them throughout the year. Someone produces a ball, leather stuffed with rags, and an impromptu game of catch develops that rapidly becomes competitive. Medieval people take their games seriously, even informal ones. The ball flies back and forth with increasing velocity until someone makes an errant throw that sends it directly into the remnants of the feast, scattering pastries and sloshing wine. The resulting laughter suggests this might have been intentional. Music starts up again, this time for dancing. The dances are communal rather than partnered, with long lines of people moving through patterns that everyone knows by heart. The steps are simple, but the combinations are complex, requiring attention and coordination that's challenging after several cups of wine. You join in, partly because refusing would be antisocial, and partly because the movement feels good after hours of sitting and eating. The carol dances are particularly enjoyable, combining song with movement in patterns that circle the hall. These dances are old, probably predating Christianity, their circular forms echoing the wheel of the year and the cycles of seasons. The church has Christianized them, adding religious lyrics to pagan forms, creating that typical medieval blend of old and new beliefs that characterizes so much of the holiday. As you move through the dance, you become aware of the community you're part of. These are people you've known your entire life, whose families have been connected to yours for generations. The Lord's grandfather knew your grandfather. The cook's mother taught your mother how to brew proper ale. The children playing in the corner will grow up to work alongside your own children, continuing patterns of relationship that stretch back beyond memory. This interconnection is what medieval life actually means, underneath all the historical discussion of feudalism and hierarchy. You're not isolated individuals pursuing separate paths, but threads in a fabric that's been weaving itself for centuries. The Christmas feast is partly about celebrating Christ's birth, yes, but it's also about reinforcing these social bonds, about reminding everyone of their place in the larger pattern. The dancing continues until people are genuinely exhausted, flushed with exertion and dizzy from spinning. Someone calls for more wine and servants appear with pitchers, because apparently there's no upper limit to how much liquid a medieval feast can produce and consume. You accept one more cup more from habit than desire, holding it while you catch your breath and let your heart rate return to something approaching normal. The fire in the great hearth is built up again, with massive logs added that will burn through the night. The Yule log tradition, that enormous piece of wood that's supposed to burn throughout the Christmas season, sits at the hearth's heart, glowing with heat that pushes back against the winter cold. This log was cut from an oak tree with ceremony, dragged to the manor with celebration, and lit with embers saved from last year's Yule log. It's a tradition that predates Christianity by centuries, a fire-worshipping ritual that the church tolerates because traditions this old are impossible to eradicate. Evening settles over the manor, though calling it evening feels wrong when darkness arrived hours ago. Time during the Christmas season operates differently, measured not by clocks, which are rare and temperamental anyway, but by the rhythm of feasts, entertainments, and rest periods that flow into one another without clear boundaries. The Great Hall has reached that perfect state of comfortable exhaustion where everyone is content to simply exist together. Some people are still eating, working through the seemingly infinite supplies of food. Others are talking, their conversations animated by wine and fellowship. Children are sprawled near the fire, not quite asleep but clearly heading that direction. Dogs that have been begging scraps all day now lie contentedly under tables, their bellies full and their loyalty temporarily purchased with roast meat. You find yourself a spot near the fire, not too close to be uncomfortably hot, but close enough to benefit from its warmth. The heat makes you drowsy, that pleasant heaviness that comes from physical satisfaction and the knowledge that you have nowhere else to be and nothing else you must do. Christmas, you realise, is partly about this, about permission to simply exist without the constant pressure of work and obligation. The minstrel plays quietly now, soft tunes that underscore rather than dominate the hall's atmosphere. Someone is telling a story in one corner, their voice rising and falling while listeners respond with occasional laughter. A group near the far end is singing, not a performance but the casual music making that happens when people who've known each other forever harmonise without thinking about it. You let your eyes drift closed for a moment, just resting them. And when you open them again, some undefined amount of time has passed and the fire has burned lower. The hall is quieter now, people having gradually migrated to their beds, or simply fallen asleep where they sat. This is normal for Christmas celebrations. Sleep happens when it happens, in whatever location you happen to occupy when exhaustion finally wins. Tomorrow, or today, depending on how you count time after midnight, the feast will continue. More food, more entertainment, more fellowship. The 12 days of Christmas stretch ahead, each day bringing similar patterns of celebration, each night blending into the next until the season becomes a single extended experience rather than discrete days. But for now, in this moment, you're content to sit by the fire, surrounded by community, warm and fed and safe. Winter rages outside, but inside the manor walls, Christmas holds darkness at bay with light, cold with warmth, and isolation with fellowship. It's enough. It's everything, really. The second day of Christmas arrives with your body's insistent reminder that you're not as young as you once were, and that medieval feasting takes a physical toll that would benefit from modern pain relievers. You extract yourself from wherever you ended up sleeping. It appears to be a pile of cushions near the hearth, which explains why one side of your body feels roasted while the other feels frozen, and survey the great hall in morning light. The space looks like the aftermath of a very successful party, which is exactly what it is. Servants are already moving through, clearing the detritus of yesterday's celebrations with the efficient resignation of people who know they'll be doing this same work for 11 more days. You help where you can, carrying dishes to the kitchen, straightening benches and trying to find where your shoes ended up. After last night's dancing removed them from your feet, breakfast is a quieter affair than yesterday, partly because several people are still asleep, and partly because everyone's ambition for food has been temporarily satisfied. You settle for bread and cheese, small beer, and an apple from the autumn storage that's gone slightly soft but tastes sweet enough to forgive its texture. Medieval mornings after feast days are exercises in gentle recovery, allowing your body to catch up with what your enthusiasm inflicted upon it. The day unfolds with less structure than yesterday's ceremony. This is Boxing Day, though it won't be called that for several more centuries. The tradition of giving gifts to servants and the poor has already happened. Yesterday's presents covered that obligation. Today is for continuing the celebration in whatever form appeals to people's current energy levels. Some choose to hunt, bundling into warm clothes and heading out with dogs and weapons to pursue winter game through snowy fields. Hunting during Christmas is partly sport, partly necessity, and partly an excuse to escape the manor house's increasingly crowded and aromatic interior. You consider joining them, but decide that standing in frozen fields waiting for deer sounds less appealing than staying by the fire. Instead, you participate in the games that develop organically throughout the day. Someone has produced a set of dice carved from bone, and gambling begins with the enthusiastic disregard for church prohibitions that characterizes medieval attitudes toward gaming. You wager small amounts, a few coins, a knife that's seen better days, a promise to do someone's share of work next week. The dice clatter across the table, and fortunes rise and fall with each throw. Medieval dice games are wonderfully simple compared to what later centuries will devise. The rules are straightforward, the outcomes depend entirely on chance, and the entertainment value comes from the social interaction more than the game itself. You win some, lose more, and don't particularly care about either outcome. The point is the participation, the fellowship, and the shared experience of trying your luck against fate and your friends. Cards haven't been invented yet, or at least haven't reached England, so you're spared the complexity that playing cards will eventually bring to gaming. Instead, there are board games carved into wooden surfaces, games involving moving pieces according to dice throws, and games that require strategy and planning. Someone produces a chess set and you watch a match between two players who take the game seriously enough that spectators fall silent during crucial moments. The children have their own games happening in corners and corridors. They play with the wooden toys from yesterday's gifts, creating elaborate scenarios that seem to involve knights, dragons, and a surprising amount of falling over dramatically. Their energy is boundless in that way that makes adults simultaneously envious and exhausted. You remember having that much vitality once, though it feels like a previous lifetime rather than a previous decade. Midday brings another meal, because of course it does. The feast continues with offerings that aim for variety rather than volume. At least that seems to be the intention, though the actual quantities remain substantial. Roasted fowl today, smaller birds that cook faster than yesterday's massive boar. Fish prepared with enough spices to disguise its origin, a concession to religious rules about when meat can be eaten. Vegetable dishes that actually taste of their ingredients rather than the sauces covering them. There's a meat pie that turns out to contain lamprey, that peculiar eel-like fish that wealthy people consider a delicacy, despite its appearance suggesting otherwise. You try it because refusing would be rude, discover it tastes like river mud and regret it, and quietly feed the rest to a dog under the table. The dog appears equally unimpressed, but eats it anyway, because dogs have different standards than humans when it comes to food evaluation. The afternoon entertainment comes from an unexpected source. Visitors arrive from a neighbouring manor, their lord having decided to make a Christmas call that combines social obligation with genuine friendliness. Medieval visiting during Christmas is expected. Staying isolated during the season of fellowship would be considered antisocial, bordering on hostile. The visitors bring gifts for their hosts, a barrel of wine, a haunch of venison, some expensive candles, and are welcomed with the enthusiasm that such generosity deserves. With new guests come new stories, fresh gossip, and different perspectives on shared acquaintances. Medieval people are tremendous gossips, treating news about neighbours with the attention that later ages will reserve for celebrity scandals. You learn about marriages being arranged, lands being disputed, and priests behaving in ways that suggest their vows of celibacy are more aspirational than actual. The specifics would probably sound tedious to outsiders, but for you these are the stories that make up the fabric of your world. The visitors bring their own entertainment as well. One of them is apparently known for his riddles, and he proceeds to pose questions that range from clever to groan-inducing. What has hands but cannot clap? A clock, except that hardly anyone present has seen an actual clock, so the answer falls flat. What gets wetter as it dries? A towel, which works better and produces satisfied nods from those who guess correctly. Evening brings music and more dancing, because apparently yesterday's dancing wasn't sufficient to exhaust everyone's enthusiasm for spinning in circles to medieval tunes. The dances tonight are more elaborate, with patterns that require instruction for those unfamiliar with them. You watch your lord attempt a particularly complex step, stumble, recover with dignity mostly intact, and continue as if nothing happened. Medieval aristocrats are very good at pretending that public mishaps are intentional choices. Someone suggests a Christmas play, and a group of the more theatrical household members begin organising a performance. These aren't elaborate productions with scripts and rehearsals, but improvised entertainments based on familiar stories. Tonight's offering appears to be the Nativity, with servants and minor nobles volunteering for roles that include shepherds, angels, and what appears to be a very reluctant donkey played by someone wearing a blanket and making half-hearted braying sounds. The play is charming in its amateurishness, with actors forgetting their lines, angels' wings falling off mid-scene, and the baby Jesus represented by a wooden doll that looks nothing like an infant, and everything like a carved log with a face painted on it. But the audience loves it, responding with cheers and laughter and genuine appreciation for the effort. Medieval entertainment values participation over perfection, the attempt over the achievement. As night deepens, the celebration settles into the now familiar pattern of eating, drinking, talking, and generally existing together in that comfortable way that happens when people have shared several days of continuous celebration. The wine flows, loosening tongues and lowering inhibitions in ways that tomorrow might bring regrets, but tonight produces only warmth and fellowship. You find yourself in a conversation with one of the visiting nobles, discussing topics that range from the weather, always a safe subject, to the political situation with France, less safe but interesting, to speculation about what the new year might bring. Medieval people are both fatalistic about the future, believing that God's will ultimately determines everything, and actively engaged in trying to shape circumstances to their advantage. The contradiction doesn't bother anyone. The conversation drifts to memories of previous Christmases, and stories emerge about celebrations in years past. The Christmas when snow fell so heavily that the manor was isolated for a week. The Christmas when the boar escaped before it could be roasted and had to be recaptured in an adventure that apparently involved 3 servants, 2 dogs, and considerable property damage. The Christmas when the priest had drunk too much for sale and delivered midnight mass in Latin that was creatively interpreted at best. These stories connect you to the history of the place and people around you, creating a sense of continuity that stretches beyond individual lifetimes. You're not just celebrating this Christmas, you're participating in a tradition that your grandparents knew, that your grandchildren will know, that creates a thread of shared experience running through time. The fire burns low again, and again it's built up with fresh logs that will carry warmth through the night. The Yule log continues its slow combustion, a constant presence that anchors the celebration to something older than Christianity, older than Rome, as old as humans gathering round fire to push back darkness and cold. Sleep comes gradually, people drifting away or simply settling where they sit, wrapped in cloaks and blankets, content to rest in the great hall's communal warmth. You find your own sleeping spot somewhere between the fire and the wall, where warmth and stone create a balance that feels just right. Tomorrow will bring another day of celebration, and the day after that, and the day after that, until the 12 days have passed and Epiphany arrives to mark the end of the Christmas season. But that's a future concern. For now, surrounded by community, warm and fed and safe, you let sleep take you. Your last conscious thought, a vague sense of contentment that this is what Christmas means. Not the presents, or the food, or any single element, but the whole experience of living within community, of marking time's passage together, of creating shared memories that will warm you through winters yet to come. The middle days of Christmas blur together with that pleasant indistinctness that comes from continuous celebration without the anchoring routine of normal work. You've lost track of whether this is the third, fourth or fifth day. Not because you're drunk, though the steady consumption of ale and wine certainly isn't helping temporal clarity, but because the days themselves have merged into one extended present tense, where time is measured by meals and entertainment rather than by any more conventional metric. This morning, or possibly afternoon, the winter light makes it hard to tell, you find yourself with unexpected free time. The servants have the great hall well in hand, the kitchen is managing without your help, and the current entertainment doesn't require audience participation. You take advantage of this rare solitude to claim a chair near the fire, wrapped in a blanket that smells of wood smoke and wool, content to simply sit and watch the flames. Medieval fires are mesmerising in ways that modern heating can't replicate. The flames move with unpredictable beauty, finding shapes in the burning wood that seem almost meaningful. Your ancestors saw spirits in such flames, read futures in their flickering, and believed that fire was a living thing with intelligence and intention. The church disapproves of such thinking, but sitting here alone with the fire, you can understand the impulse. The flames do seem alive, dancing and breathing and consuming the wood with what looks remarkably like hunger. The great hall is quieter than it's been since Christmas Eve. Most people are elsewhere, hunting, sleeping off last night's feast, or participating in some entertainment happening in another part of the manor. The quiet feels precious after days of constant noise and activity. You're not antisocial, you've thoroughly enjoyed the celebration, but everyone needs occasional solitude to process experience and simply exist without performing for others. Your thoughts drift to Christmases past, memories rising like the sparks from the fire. You remember childhood Christmases when the feast seemed impossibly grand, and you believed without question that the season was magical. You remember the first Christmas after your father died, when the celebration felt hollow despite everyone's efforts to maintain traditions. You remember last year's Christmas, which seemed unremarkable at the time, but now carries a poignancy it lacked then, because you understand how each celebration is unique even when following familiar patterns. Medieval life encourages this kind of reflection, this awareness of time's passage and the cycles that structure human existence. The agricultural year creates a rhythm of planting and harvest, growth and dormancy. The church year marks time with saints' days and holy seasons. The human life cycle moves from birth through childhood, adulthood, old age, and death, with a visibility that later ages will try to hide but that medieval people accept as natural. Christmas sits at the intersection of these cycles, the darkest time of the natural year, the celebration of Christ's birth in the religious year, and for you personally, a moment to reflect on your own journey through time. You think about the people who've passed away since last Christmas. Your neighbour's wife died in childbirth. Both mother and infant were lost despite the midwife's best efforts. An old man from the village whose name you're ashamed to realise you've forgotten, though you remember his face and his kindness. A child who fell through ice on the mill pond, gone before anyone could reach him. Medieval death is commonplace in ways that later centuries will forget, a constant presence that makes the celebration of life all the more important. But you also think about new arrivals, babies born in the past year who are experiencing their first Christmas, though they're too young to remember it. Marriages that joined families in bonds that will ripple through generations. New households established, new positions filled, the constant renewal that balances death's persistence. Life continues, patterns repeat, and Christmas marks the turn of the year with acknowledgement that both endings and beginnings are part of the same cycle. The fire pops loudly, sending sparks up the chimney and startling you from your reverie. You add another log, watching it catch and begin its own transformation from solid wood to flame and heat and eventually ash. The cycle of consumption and transformation seems like it should mean something, should carry some deeper significance that you can almost grasp but not quite articulate. Medieval people are comfortable with this kind of incomplete understanding, with truths that feel real even when they can't be fully explained. A servant appears with food, because of course there's more food, there's always more food during Christmas, and you accept a plate without really looking at what's on it. The eating has become almost automatic, a background activity that continues regardless of actual hunger. You chew mechanically while continuing to watch the fire, finding yourself surprisingly content with this moment of solitary existence within the larger celebration. The door opens, admitting cold air and several people returning from some outdoor activity. They're laughing, flushed with exertion and cold, bringing energy that disrupts your quiet contemplation, but that you find yourself welcoming anyway. Solitude is precious, but so is community, and the balance between them is what makes life bearable. Someone settles near you, an older man whose name you know, but whose life story you've never fully heard. In the casual way that happens during Christmas when normal social boundaries relax, he begins talking about his own memories. Christmases from 50 years ago, when the current Lord's grandfather ruled the manor and the world was simultaneously different and exactly the same. His stories are fascinating, not for their drama, but for their ordinariness. He talks about feasts that sound like the one you're currently experiencing, about music and games, and about the particular quality of fellowship that Christmas creates. He mentions people long dead with the casualness of someone who's outlived most of his generation, treating mortality as a fact rather than a tragedy. Medieval old age brings this perspective. If you live long enough, death becomes a familiar companion rather than a terrifying stranger. You listen, asking occasional questions, learning things about the manor's history that no written record captures. These oral histories are how medieval communities remember themselves, stories passed from person to person, each telling adding and subtracting details until the truth becomes less important than the meaning. The old man's memories aren't historically accurate, probably, but they're true in a deeper sense. They capture the feeling of those past celebrations, the texture of life lived within this community, and the continuity that connects past to present. More people join your fireside gathering, drawn by the warmth and the conversation. Someone contributes their own memories, and someone else tells a story they heard from their grandmother, and gradually the solitary reflection transforms into communal remembering. This is how medieval people process experience, not through individual introspection, though that happens, but through shared storytelling that creates collective understanding. The afternoon slides toward evening with that winter rapidity that still surprises you, even though you've experienced it every year of your life. The fire needs constant feeding, and you take your turn adding logs, maintaining the warmth that makes the great hall habitable. The Yule log continues its slow burn, smaller now than when it was lit on Christmas Eve, but still substantial, still serving its purpose of carrying fire through the darkest season. Someone suggests mulled wine, and a servant is dispatched to heat some with spices. The drink arrives in wooden cups that warm your hands while the wine warms your insides, creating a double comfort that makes the winter evening feel less threatening. Medieval people are experts at these small comforts, at creating warmth and light and fellowship to combat the cold and dark that surrounds them. The storytelling continues, ranging from personal memories to folk tales to outright fabrications that everyone recognises as such but enjoys anyway. A story about a knight and a dragon. A story about a clever peasant who outwitted a demon. A story about ancient kings and their great deeds that probably never happened, but that capture something true about human ambition and folly. Medieval people don't distinguish sharply between history and legend, between fact and story. They're all ways of understanding the world, all valid in their own terms. You contribute your own story, something that happened to you years ago that's become smoothed by repeated telling, into something almost mythic. The facts have been simplified, the timeline compressed, and the ending made more satisfying than the messy reality probably was. But the story works, drawing laughter and response from your audience, creating connection through shared narrative. The evening meal arrives, more food, always more food, but tonight it feels less like gorging and more like fuel for the storytelling. You eat without paying much attention, focused on the conversation, on the faces around you lit by firelight, and on the sense of being exactly where you belong. As night deepens, the gathering settles into comfortable companionship. The stories slow and eventually stop, replaced by the contented silence of people who've said what needed saying and are now content to simply exist together. The fire crackles, someone shifts position, and a dog sighs in sleep. Small sounds that emphasize rather than break the quiet. You let your mind drift again, this time forward rather than backward. What will next Christmas bring? Will everyone currently present be here to celebrate it? Will new people join the gathering while others depart through death or distance? The future is unknowable, which medieval people accept with a faith that later ages will find either admirable or fatalistic depending on their perspective. But that's a future concern. Tonight, surrounded by community and warmth, with stories told and heard, you're content with the present moment. This is what the Christmas season offers. Not just feasting and entertainment, but these quieter moments of connection and reflection, of understanding your place within the larger patterns of community and time. The fire burns on, eternal in the moment even though you know it will eventually consume its fuel and die. But there will be more wood tomorrow, more fires to warm future nights, and more Christmases to celebrate in years to come. The patterns repeat, the cycles turn, and you're part of something that extends beyond your individual life into past and future alike. It's a comforting thought, this sense of continuity. You're not alone, not really. You're connected to everyone who came before and everyone who will come after, all of you celebrating the same season, marking the same turning of the year, finding meaning in similar rituals of light and warmth and fellowship. Sleep comes easily tonight. Your mind settled by reflection and connection, your body warm from fire and wine, your spirit content with its place in the world. Tomorrow will bring another day of celebration, but for now this moment of peace by the fire is enough, more than enough, everything really, everything. The final days of the Christmas season arrive with a feeling that's simultaneously melancholy and relieved. The celebration has been glorious, the fellowship genuine, and the feasting abundant. But even the best parties must eventually end. A medieval stamina has its limits. You wake on what you determine must be somewhere around the 10th or 11th day of Christmas, your body informing you with some emphasis that it would appreciate a return to normal eating patterns and regular sleep schedules. The manor house shows signs of the continuous celebration. The great hall, despite daily cleanings, has accumulated the patina of 12 days of use. The rushes on the floor need replacing. The tables are showing permanent stains from spilled wine and dropped food. Even the decorations, the holly and ivy that seem so fresh on Christmas Eve, are looking tired. Their leaves drooping, their branches drying out. But there's still Epiphany ahead, the 12th night, when the Christmas season officially concludes with one final celebration, honouring the arrival of the three kings at Christ's manger. This last feast will mark the transition back to ordinary time, to the regular patterns of work and obligation that structure medieval life outside the holy seasons. You spend the morning helping with preparations, partly from obligation, and partly from the recognition that keeping busy makes time pass more pleasantly. The kitchen is preparing yet another feast, though the cook's enthusiasm seems somewhat diminished by 2 weeks of continuous cooking. You help where you can, chopping vegetables with less precision than the task probably requires, stirring pots, and trying to stay out of the way when actual competent cooks need space to work. The final feast's menu represents a greatest hits collection from the past 12 days. Dishes that were particularly successful reappear, while experiments that didn't work so well are quietly omitted. The boar makes a final appearance, or at least parts of it do, transformed into a pie that combines the remaining meat with so many spices that its original identity is more theoretical than actual. More peacock, because apparently the first peacock wasn't displaying enough. Fish dishes that honour religious tradition while secretly making everyone wish for just a little more meat. The subtlety for tonight's feast is reportedly even more elaborate than previous offerings, though the kitchen is keeping it hidden until the proper moment of revelation. You've caught glimpses, something involving castles and possibly dragons, all made from marchpane and sugarwork that represents someone's heroic effort. But the full effect is being saved for maximum impact. The afternoon brings a reflective quality, a sense of ending that makes you notice details you've been taking for granted. The way firelight plays on the Great Hall's walls, the sound of familiar voices in conversation, the smell of wood smoke and food, and the accumulated scent of 2 weeks of celebration. These sensory experiences have surrounded you constantly, but now, knowing they're about to end, they suddenly seem precious and worth fixing in memory. Some guests begin departing, needing to return to their own manners and obligations before Epiphany. The farewells are genuine, and promises to visit in the new year are exchanged, with the understanding that such visits may or may not actually happen depending on weather, work, and the 100 other factors that govern medieval life. You participate in the goodbyes, feeling that peculiar medieval blend of formality and warmth that characterises relationships between people who are neither family nor strangers but something in between. As evening approaches, the household gathers for the final feast with an energy that's different from previous nights. There's still enthusiasm, but it's tempered by fatigue and the knowledge that this is the last such gathering for many months. The next major celebration will be Easter, and that feels impossibly distant from this December evening. The meal begins with the usual ceremony, but proceeds with slightly less gusto than earlier feasts. People are eating because it's expected more than because they're actually hungry, after 12 days of continuous feasting. You work your way through a plate of food that would have excited you immensely 2 weeks ago, but now seems somewhat redundant. How many different ways can one prepare roasted meat? Apparently quite a few, but at this point they're all starting to taste similar regardless of spices and sauces. The subtleties revealed draws appropriate gasps of admiration. It's a marchpane castle even more elaborate than previous attempts, complete with tiny sugar knights, and what appears to be a dragon made from spun sugar that's coloured red with some kind of dye. The artistic achievement is remarkable, and everyone acknowledges it appropriately before the structure is dismantled and consumed. Medieval art is meant to be temporary, beauty created for the moment rather than preserved for posterity. Entertainment for the final night includes the best performances from the past 12 days. The minstrel plays his favourite songs. The storyteller recounts his most successful tale. The juggler performs his most impressive routine, adding even more knives to his rotation, until it seems impossible that he won't accidentally stab someone. Medieval audiences appreciate technical skill, and tonight's performances represent mastery earned through years of practice. There's dancing again, but gentler this time, as if everyone's collectively acknowledged that aggressive celebration would be more than tired bodies can manage. The carols are sung with real feeling, these familiar songs taking on extra meaning as they mark the end of the season. You join the singing, your voice blending with dozens of others in harmonies that are more enthusiastic than perfect, but that create something beautiful nonetheless. As midnight approaches, the gathering takes on a more solemn tone. Epiphany celebrates the arrival of the Magi, those wise men from the east who followed a star to find the Christ child. In medieval thinking, they represent the inclusion of Gentiles in Christianity's promise, the expansion of salvation beyond its Jewish origins to encompass the entire world. It's heady theological stuff, but mostly you think about the journey those men made, travelling vast distances following what they believed was divine guidance, arriving to offer gifts to a baby born in poverty. The story resonates in ways that transcend its religious meaning. The idea of a journey, of following something you believe in even when the path is unclear, of offering what you have to something greater than yourself. These are universal human experiences that medieval people understand viscerally. Your own life has been a journey of sorts, with paths taken and not taken, decisions made with imperfect information, and faith that things will work out combined with effort to make them do so. A blessing is pronounced over the gathering, the priest speaking words that commend everyone to God's care in the coming year. The prayer is in Latin naturally, but the sentiment comes through clearly enough. May you be safe. May you prosper. May you live to celebrate together again next Christmas. Simple wishes that carry weight because medieval life makes none of them guaranteed. The gathering begins to disperse, people seeking their beds with the satisfaction of celebration completed. The Great Hall will be thoroughly cleaned tomorrow, the decorations removed, and the normal routine resumed. But tonight, for these final hours, the Christmas season still holds, protecting you within its bubble of sanctioned celebration, before releasing you back to the regular patterns of medieval existence. You find yourself, as you have on previous nights, near the fire, watching the flames with thoughts that are too scattered to form coherent patterns. The Yule log has burned down to almost nothing, soon to be extinguished, its remains saved to light next year's log in continuation of tradition. The fire's warmth still surrounds you, but you can sense the cold beyond it, winter still holding the world in its grip despite Christmas's temporary defiance. Picture London on a warm evening in late August 1939. The sun is setting over the Thames, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose that reflect off the river's surface like liquid copper. Street lamps are beginning their nightly ritual, that gentle flickering as they come to life one by one, creating pools of yellow warmth along the pavements. Shop windows glow with displays of summer dresses and wireless sets, casting rectangles of light onto the sidewalks where couples stroll arm in arm, their shadows long and lazy in the golden hour. You can hear the particular sounds of a city in its evening mode, the rumble of red double-decker buses, the clip-clop of delivery horses making their final rounds, and the cheerful ting of bicycle bells as workers pedal home for supper. From open windows comes the smell of cooking, roast dinners, boiled potatoes, and the yeasty warmth of fresh bread. Radios play dance music, the kind with horns and steady rhythms that make your foot tap without thinking about it. In Paris, the cafes are filling with their usual evening crowd. The Eiffel Tower stands illuminated against the darkening sky, its iron lattice outlined in electric brilliance like a piece of jewellery against velvet. There are neon signs advertising aperitifs, warm light coming from restaurant interiors, and the headlamps of Citroëns and Renaults making rivers of light along the Champs-Élysées. Street musicians play accordions on corners, their cases open for coins that clink with a satisfying metallic ring. Berlin too is bathed in light. The grand buildings along Unter den Linden are floodlit, their neoclassical facades standing proud and imposing. The shops stay open late, their windows full of goods that speak of prosperity and order. Electric trams hum along their tracks, their interiors bright and modern, filled with passengers reading newspapers or chatting about their days. These cities have spent decades building their electrical infrastructure, stringing miles of cable, installing countless fixtures, and creating networks of illumination that have become as fundamental to urban life as running water or paved streets. The age of electric light is barely 50 years old, still young enough to feel miraculous. People who grew up with oil lamps and candles now flip switches without thinking, banishing darkness with a casual gesture that would have seemed like sorcery to their grandparents. But on September 1st, 1939, everything changes. Germany invades Poland, and within hours, Britain and France are making preparations that have been planned in secret for months. Government officials retrieve documents from locked safes, civil defence workers report to their posts, and ordinary citizens receive instructions that will alter the appearance of their world in ways both profound and peculiar. The blackout is coming. You might wonder why darkness would be chosen as a defence strategy. The logic is straightforward but chilling. Bombers navigating at night need visual reference points to find their targets. A city ablaze with light is as easy to spot from the air as a lighthouse on a dark coast. Remove that light, and the bombers are flying over an invisible landscape, unable to distinguish a munitions factory from a residential neighbourhood, or a railway junction from a park. So the decision is made. When night falls, the lights must go out. Not just some lights, or most lights, but all lights. Every window must be covered, every street lamp extinguished, and every car driven with hooded headlamps that cast only the faintest glow. The great cities of Europe will disappear from view, pulled beneath a blanket of darkness as complete as any medieval village knew. The preparations happen with remarkable speed. Shops sell out of black fabric within hours. Hardware stores run out of paint, tape, cardboard, anything that might be used to block light. The government has printed millions of leaflets explaining the regulations, and these appear in letterboxes like strange invitations to a backwards party, where the goal is to extinguish rather than illuminate. You can imagine the conversations happening in homes across Britain that first weekend of September. Families standing in their parlours, looking at their windows with newfound assessment, calculating how many yards of material they'll need, whether thick curtains will suffice, or if they'll need something more substantial. There's an odd domesticity to these calculations, as if they're redecorating for some peculiar aesthetic preference rather than preparing for war. The instructions are specific and somewhat overwhelming. Windows must be covered so thoroughly that not a crack of light escapes. This includes skylights, glass doors, and even the tiny windows in bathrooms. The penalty for showing light is not insignificant. Fines that could strain a working family's budget, and more importantly, the social pressure of knowing that your carelessness might endanger your neighbours. On September 3rd, Britain officially declares war on Germany. That evening, as darkness approaches, the blackout begins in earnest. It's a Sunday, traditionally a day of rest, of family dinners and evening strolls. But this Sunday evening will be different from any the nation has known in living memory. The sun sets at approximately 7:30 p.m. on that first blackout evening in early September 1939. As twilight deepens, you would notice something extraordinary happening, or rather, not happening. The usual sequence of lights awakening across the city simply doesn't occur. The street lamps remain dark, shop windows stay unlit. The familiar glow that typically begins to define buildings and streets remains absent. Instead, there's a collective dimming, as if someone is slowly turning down the brightness control on the entire world. As the last and natural light fades from the western sky, darkness arrives with unusual completeness. Not the partial darkness of a normal night, punctuated by human-made illumination, but something approaching the darkness of the countryside or wilderness, the kind of dark that city dwellers might encounter only on camping trips or during power outages. The psychological impact is immediate and disorienting. Human beings have an ancient, hardwired response to darkness. We are diurnal creatures, adapted for daylight activity, and our nervous systems treat darkness as a signal for rest or potential danger. For thousands of years, darkness meant retreat to shelter, gathering around fires, and ceasing productive activity until sunrise. Electric light changed all that, extending the day artificially, allowing cities to function around the clock. Now suddenly, that ancient relationship with darkness is restored, but in an urban context where it feels profoundly unnatural. You're surrounded by buildings and streets, the infrastructure of modern civilization, yet experiencing a darkness that belongs to a pre-industrial era. It creates a kind of temporal vertigo, as if you've travelled backward in time while remaining physically in the present. The first challenge is simply moving around. Walking down a familiar street becomes an exercise in careful navigation. Your eyes strain to distinguish shapes in the gloom, the outline of a pillar box, the curve of a curb, the silhouette of another person approaching. Curbs and steps become hazards. More than one person trips over their own doorstep in those early blackout evenings, misjudging distances in the absence of light. Cars and buses face even greater challenges. Vehicle headlamps must be fitted with special covers that restrict their light to a tiny slit, casting only the weakest beam onto the road ahead. Imagine driving at walking speed, peering through your windshield at a street you can barely see, watching for pedestrians who appear as mere shadows, and trying to avoid other vehicles that are equally difficult to spot. The accident rate in these early blackout days spikes alarmingly. Collisions between vehicles, cars striking pedestrians, and people walking into lampposts or falling into gutters. There's a particular comedy to some of these mishaps, though nobody finds them funny at the time. Respectable citizens stumble into hedges. Delivery boys cycle into parked cars. A bishop walking home from evening service mistakes a stranger's front gate for his own and spends several confused minutes trying to unlock it before realising his error. These little disasters become part of the Blackout experience, stories to share over tea, and evidence that everyone is struggling with the same strange new reality. The government's air raid precautions wardens, quickly nicknamed ARP wardens, begin their patrols. These are ordinary citizens, volunteers and part-timers, given the authority to enforce blackout regulations. They walk the streets with masked torches, watching for any violation, any crack of light that might betray a city's presence to aircraft overhead. The wardens develop a certain reputation for zealousness. They'll knock sharply on doors at the faintest glimpse of light, their voices carrying through the darkness with urgent whispers, "Put that light out." The phrase becomes so common it turns into a kind of catchphrase, repeated in music halls and radio comedies, a verbal symbol of the blackout's intrusion into private life. Inside homes, families are adapting to their new evening routines. The process of preparing for blackout becomes a nightly ritual, performed as twilight approaches. You would rise from your chair, set down your tea, and begin the systematic covering of windows. Some families use elaborate curtain systems, heavy fabric on tracks that slide into place. Others make do with simpler solutions, blankets pinned over frames, sheets of cardboard wedged into place, and layers of newspaper taped to glass. The effect on interior space is claustrophobic. With windows covered, rooms lose their connection to the outside world. You can't glance out to check the weather, can't see the comforting glow of neighbouring houses, and can't watch the moon rise or stars appear. Your home becomes a sealed box, cut off from the usual visual reference points that orient you in time and space. Lighting inside must be carefully managed too. Many families reduce their use of electric lights, partly from habit, saving resources for the war effort, and partly from an almost superstitious fear that somehow light will escape despite their precautions. They rely instead on single dim bulbs or return to older technologies, oil lamps, candles and gaslight where it's still available. The quality of light changes, becoming warmer but weaker, creating deep shadows in room corners, making reading difficult and turning evening hours into something quieter and more subdued. There's an economic dimension to this darkness too. Electric companies reduce their output as demand plummets. Coal consumption drops as power stations throttle back. Street maintenance crews no longer need to service lamps. The entire infrastructure of urban illumination, built up over decades, sits idle. It's as if a major technological achievement has been suddenly paused, put on hold for the duration. But perhaps the most striking aspect of these first blackout nights is the quiet. With activities constrained by darkness, with people staying indoors more, and with traffic reduced to a cautious crawl, cities become genuinely hushed, in a way they haven't been since the 19th century. Standing on a London street at 9 o'clock on a blackout evening, you might hear sounds that normally drown in the urban cacophony. Wind rustling through plane trees, the distant hoot of an owl in a park, your own footsteps echoing off building facades, the creak of your shoe leather and the whisper of your coat. This quiet has its own peculiar quality, different from the silence of the countryside or wilderness. It's a metropolitan quiet, the sound of millions of people deliberately hushing themselves, suppressing their normal activities and existing in a state of communal restraint. It feels pregnant with potential, as if the city is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen or not happen. As September progresses into October, and October into November, the blackout stops being a shocking novelty and becomes instead the new normal. Human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures, and people develop strategies, habits, and even preferences around their darkened existence. Shops adjust their hours, opening earlier to catch morning light and closing well before darkness makes shopping impractical. The rhythm of commercial life shifts backward, becoming more diurnal, more aligned with natural light cycles. Markets bustle at dawn in ways they haven't for generations. Office workers arrive earlier and leave earlier, trying to complete their commutes while the sun still offers some guidance. Fashion adapts to darkness with unexpected creativity. People begin wearing white or light-coloured clothing in the evenings, making themselves more visible to others navigating the gloom. Women carry their white handbags rather than darker ones. Men sport white handkerchiefs in their breast pockets. Some particularly safety-conscious individuals paint white stripes on their clothing, looking rather like zebras as they hurry along pavements. The practice extends to inanimate objects. Curbs are painted white to make them visible. The trunks of trees lining streets receive white bands. Pillar boxes get white stripes. Even dogs acquire white collars so they can be spotted in the darkness. The effect, glimpsed in whatever dim light is available, is oddly festive, as if the city has been decorated for some backward celebration, where white rather than bright colours provide the decoration. Businesses find innovative ways to continue operating despite the darkness. Restaurants use dim red lights that supposedly don't carry as far as white light. Cinemas schedule more matinee showings. Pubs install double-door systems. Small enclosed lobbies where patrons can enter and close one door before opening the second, preventing light from spilling onto the street. These little airlocks become social spaces in themselves, places where strangers pause together in compressed transition zones, sharing apologetic smiles in the darkness before one of them ventures to open the inner door. The entertainment industry adapts with characteristic resilience. Radio becomes even more central to evening life, providing entertainment that requires no light beyond what's needed to see the dial. Families gather around their wireless sets in dimly lit rooms, following dramas and comedies, listening to news broadcasts that have taken on new urgency. The BBC develops new programming specifically suited to blackout conditions. Gentle, calming content for people sitting in darkened rooms, trying not to think too much about why they're sitting in darkened rooms. Reading becomes more challenging. Even with curtains drawn and no light escaping, many people find it difficult to read by the dim bulbs they allow themselves. Books are held closer to faces, causing eye strain. Some people rediscover the pleasure of reading aloud, with partners or family members taking turns performing stories or newspaper articles for each other. It's a practice that had largely died out with widespread literacy and individual reading lights, now resurrected by necessity and turning out to be rather pleasant. A return to the old tradition of communal storytelling, updated for the 20th century. Children adapt to the blackout with the flexibility of youth, though it complicates their lives in numerous ways. School days reorganise around available daylight. Evening activities, scouts, girl guides and youth clubs either move to afternoon hours or take on a different character as participants gather in carefully blacked out halls. Games and activities shift toward those that don't require good visibility. Card games become popular. Board games experience a revival. Radio quiz shows inspire living room competitions. The blackout creates unexpected opportunities for mischief too. In the darkness, it's easier to stay out later than your parents realise, to slip away unseen, and to conduct the small rebellions of adolescence with reduced risk of detection. More than one teenager discovers that the blackout, for all its restrictions, offers a kind of freedom that comes with reduced surveillance. For young couples, the darkness provides both challenges and possibilities. Traditional courtship rituals, evening strolls, cinema visits, cafe dates, must be reconsidered. Walking together requires linking arms, not just romantically but practically, for navigation and safety. The darkness creates a kind of intimacy by default, a closeness born of necessity that might not otherwise develop so quickly. First kisses happen in deeper darkness than any previous generation experienced, unobserved by passers-by who can barely see their own feet. Workers in essential services face particular challenges. Doctors making house calls navigate by memory and guesswork, their medical bags bumping against their legs as they feel their way along streets. Nurses on night shifts move through hospital corridors lit only by shielded lamps. checking on patients in wards kept darker than anyone finds comfortable. Fire brigades drill extensively for responding to emergencies in near-total darkness, developing systems of communication that rely on sound and touch rather than visual signals. The postal service continues its rounds, though postmen learn to sort mail by feel as much as sight, their fingers developing sensitivity to different paper stocks and envelope sizes. Milk deliveries continue in the pre-dawn darkness, the clink of bottles and the rattle of crates providing a kind of alarm clock, announcing the coming day to those awake early enough to hear it. Public transportation becomes an exercise in faith and routine. Bus conductors develop an almost supernatural ability to recognise stops in the darkness, calling them out with confidence born of long familiarity. Passengers learn to count stops and to listen for landmarks, a particular church bell, the sound of the river, and the change in echo as the bus passes between buildings of different heights. Regular commuters develop mental maps so detailed they could navigate their routes blindfolded, which is essentially what they're doing. As the months progress and Britain settles into what becomes known as the Phony War, a period when war has been declared but major fighting hasn't yet reached British soil, the Blackout reveals unexpected dimensions. What began as an emergency measure starts to disclose peculiar beauties and strange pleasures that coexist with the anxiety and inconvenience. The night sky becomes visible in ways that city dwellers haven't experienced in decades. Without the light pollution that normally obscures all but the brightest stars, the full glory of the cosmos appears overhead. On clear nights, stepping outside is like discovering a lost artwork that's been hanging in your home all along, hidden behind a curtain you didn't realise was there. You can see the Milky Way from central London, that cloudy band of distant stars stretching across the darkness like a river of light. Constellations appear not as isolated bright points, but as part of complex star fields, patterns within patterns, depths, and layers that electric light normally renders invisible. The moon, when it's up, seems preposterously bright, casting real shadows, turning streets into silvered mazes, and making you understand why poets and lovers have obsessed over it for millennia. Some people find this revelation of the night sky almost worth the inconvenience of the blackout. Astronomy clubs form, taking advantage of viewing conditions that rival rural observatories. Amateur stargazers set up telescopes in parks and gardens, sharing glimpses of Jupiter's moons, Saturn's rings, and the craters of the moon in unprecedented detail. There's something hopeful about this. People looking upward at beauty and vastness while preparing for conflict that feels petty and small by comparison. The darkness also reveals the bioluminescence that normally goes unnoticed. On damp nights, decaying wood in parks glows with foxfire, that eerie green phosphorescence produced by certain fungi. People discover it by accident, initially alarmed by the spectral light, then fascinated by this natural illumination that requires no electricity. Some gather pieces of glowing wood, bringing them home like captured fairy lights, watching them pulse and fade in darkened rooms. Sound takes on new prominence in the absence of visual stimuli. Your hearing becomes more acute, more attentive to the acoustic environment. You notice the different sounds that shoes make on different surfaces, the crisp click of leather on pavement, the softer scuff on dirt, and the hollow echo when crossing a bridge. You become aware of how sound reflects off buildings, how it carries differently in cold air versus warm, and how wind affects what you can and cannot hear. Music heard in the blackout takes on different qualities. A piano played in a darkened room, with only the faintest light to illuminate the keys, seems to fill the space more completely. The notes appear to have more presence, more weight. Street musicians, fewer now but still present, create pockets of melody in the darkness, and pedestrians pause to listen in ways they might not in daylight, when vision provides so many competing distractions. Church bells continue to mark time, but their sound travels differently through the quieted city. Without traffic noise to muffle them, bells carry for miles, their various tones creating unintended harmonies as different churches mark the hours. Some people begin to navigate by bell sound, using familiar patterns to orient themselves even when visual landmarks are invisible. The blackout also amplifies smell. Without visual distraction, your nose provides more information than usual. You become aware of the particular scent of rain on stone, of fog carrying hints of the river, of coal smoke from chimneys, and of cooking from various houses, creating an olfactory map of your neighbourhood. Bakeries become locatable by scent before sight, the yeasty warmth of fresh bread serving as a beacon that draws customers through the darkness. But alongside these unexpected pleasures runs a constant undercurrent of unease. The darkness that reveals stars also conceals potential threats. Every shadow could be an obstacle, and every sound might signal danger. The human imagination, deprived of visual input, tends to fill in missing information with worst-case scenarios. That bump in the darkness is probably just someone's elbow making accidental contact, but for a moment your heart rate spikes with more primal fear. Women particularly feel vulnerable in the darkness. The reduced visibility that offers privacy to courting couples also provides cover for harassment and assault. Reported incidents of such crimes increase during the blackout, though it's unclear whether the actual rate rises or if darkness simply enables crimes that would happen regardless. Many women alter their routines, travelling only in groups, carrying whistles or other noisemakers, and avoiding certain areas that feel particularly threatening in the absence of light. The blackout also creates social isolation in unexpected ways. Without being able to see into neighbours' windows to note the comforting glow of occupied homes, people feel more alone. The physical proximity of urban life continues. You're still surrounded by thousands of other humans living their lives just beyond thin walls. But the visual confirmation of that presence disappears. Your neighbour might be 3 feet away on the other side of a wall, but in the darkness and quiet they might as well be miles distant. This isolation is particularly hard for the elderly and infirm. Those who already struggled with mobility find the darkness actively dangerous. The simple act of walking to a corner shop becomes fraught with hazard, unseen curbs to stumble over, obstacles to collide with, and the constant possibility of becoming disoriented and lost on familiar streets. Many older people choose to stay home more, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, accepting a constricted life as preferable to the risks of navigating the shadowed city. Mental health professionals notice an increase in reports of anxiety and depression. The darkness, combined with war stress, creates a psychological burden that some people struggle to manage. Sleep patterns disrupt. Some people sleep better in the deeper darkness, while others lie awake listening to every small sound, unable to relax into vulnerability. Dreams become more vivid for many, possibly because the darkness and quiet create fewer distractions from internal mental activity. Yet there's also a strange coziness to it all, a sense of communal experience that transcends the inconvenience and danger. Everyone is facing the same challenge, making the same adjustments, and developing the same odd competencies for navigating darkness. There's a camaraderie and shared difficulty, a democratic levelling that occurs when lord and labourer alike must feel their way along the same invisible street. Inside the blacked-out homes of Britain, family life reorganises itself around new limitations and possibilities. The blackout curtains that seal windows become daily fixtures, their operation as routine as making tea. Each evening, as natural light begins to fade, someone rises to perform the ritual, drawing heavy fabric across windows, checking for gaps, and ensuring no betraying gleam will mark the house from above. The rooms, once sealed, feel different, smaller somehow, even though their physical dimensions haven't changed. The absence of visual connection to the outside world makes interior spaces feel more like caves or cocoons, enclosed, inward-facing, and separate from the larger world. This can be comforting or claustrophobic depending on temperament and circumstance. For some, it creates a pleasant sense of snugness, everyone tucked safely together. For others, it feels confining, a nightly imprisonment in their own homes. Lighting becomes a subject of surprising complexity and importance. How much light is enough? Too little strains eyes and hampers activities, but too much feels wasteful, almost reckless. Families develop their own standards and practices. Some maintain just 1 or 2 lights in the most used rooms, leaving hallways and lesser used spaces in darkness. Others attempt to maintain something closer to their pre-war lighting levels, valuing normalcy over conservation. The quality of light matters too. Incandescent bulbs cast warm yellow-orange light that feels friendly and domestic. Gaslight, where it's still available, flickers slightly, creating moving shadows that some find nostalgic and others find eerie. Candles produce beautiful light but require attention. Someone must trim wicks, watch for drips, and ensure nothing catches fire. Oil lamps smell distinctive, a petroleum scent that becomes associated with winter evenings and the crackle of the wireless. Meal times adjust to the blackout's rhythms. Dinner happens earlier, while natural light still assists with cooking and table setting. The ritual of evening tea shifts backward too, or transforms into a simpler affair taken in dimly lit rooms. Some families find themselves eating more cold meals in the evening, avoiding the complexity of cooking in reduced light, and making do with sandwiches, leftover pie, cheese and crackers. Yet there's also an increased emphasis on making evening meals special, a conscious effort to maintain normalcy and comfort despite the circumstances. Mothers and wives take extra care with presentation, setting tables nicely even if the dining room is dim, using good china, and creating small ceremonies that assert civilization's continuity. These gestures matter more than they might seem. They're acts of resistance against the disruption, declarations that ordinary life persists despite extraordinary circumstances. After dinner, families gather together more than they might have before. With fewer options for individual entertainment, with darkness making it impractical to pursue separate activities in different rooms, people congregate in the best lit space, usually the sitting room or kitchen. This enforced togetherness recreates patterns of family life from earlier eras, before electric light allowed household members to scatter to different rooms pursuing individual interests. The wireless becomes the evening's focal point, its dial glowing like a small campfire, gathering the family around its broadcast voices. Programs structure the evening. The news at 9, followed by entertainment, then perhaps music before bed. Listening becomes a communal activity, something shared and discussed with reactions exchanged in real time. When something funny happens in a comedy program, the family's laughter mingles together in the dim room, creating a shared memory, a small moment of joy amidst anxiety. Games and puzzles experience a renaissance. Families bring out jigsaws, card decks, and board games that had been gathering dust in cupboards. These activities work well in dim light and accommodate multiple participants. The social dynamic shifts during gameplay. Hierarchies flatten, children can beat adults through luck or skill, and everyone participates on more equal terms. These evening game sessions create their own satisfaction, simple pleasures that don't require technology or brightness. Conversation, too, becomes more central to family life. Without the visual stimulation of bright rooms and varied activities, people talk more, tell stories, and share their days in greater detail. Parents discuss things with children that might normally be postponed or abbreviated. Siblings who might typically ignore each other in favour of separate pursuits find themselves actually conversing, getting to know each other better in these enforced periods of proximity. Reading aloud becomes a nightly ritual in many households. Father might read from the evening paper, sharing news and editorials, sometimes with commentary. Mother might read from novels, performing different voices for different characters, creating entertainment that doesn't require visual props. Older children might take turns reading, developing their expression and comfort with performance. These sessions revive an oral tradition that had been fading, turning literature back into something communal rather than solitary. Bedtime routines simplify in some ways. Without bright lights, the natural drowsiness that comes with darkness isn't artificially suppressed. Children get sleepy earlier, their circadian rhythms responding to environmental cues that electric light normally overrides. Parents find it easier to get little ones to bed when the whole house is already dim and quiet, when there's not much exciting happening to miss. But the darkness also introduces new nighttime fears, especially for children. The shadows in a dimly lit bedroom seem deeper, more ominous. The usual reassurance of "there's nothing there" becomes harder to verify when you actually can't see into corners and closets. Some parents leave candles burning, accepting the fire risk as preferable to childhood terror. Others develop new bedtime rituals, longer tucking-in sessions, stories told in soothing tones and songs hummed until sleep arrives. For parents themselves, the blackout creates its own intimacy and distance. Once children are asleep, couples have the evening to themselves in ways they might not have before, when evening activities might scatter family members to various entertainments. Yet the darkness and quiet also emphasize their isolation. Two people in a sealed house on a darkened street, living through history without knowing how the story ends. Some couples use this time for serious conversations that daylight and distraction had allowed them to postpone. Discussions about money, about plans for possible evacuation, about fears and hopes, and about what they'll do if the war intensifies. Other couples deliberately avoid heavy topics, preferring to maintain lightness to protect their evening hours as refugees from worry. They play cards, listen to music, and simply sit together in comfortable silence, taking comfort from physical proximity. The blackout affects married life in unexpected ways. The darkness provides privacy even in homes with thin walls and multiple inhabitants. Intimacy becomes easier when visual privacy is assured, when darkness guarantees discretion. Some couples find their relationship strengthened by the enforced closeness and the shared experience of adapting to strange circumstances. Others find the proximity without escape grating, the inability to retreat into separate activities, creating friction that might otherwise dissipate. Elderly family members, often living with their adult children, face particular challenges. Many older people have always relied heavily on visual cues, and the reduction in light makes everything harder: reading, knitting, even just moving around the house safely. Families must decide how to balance their elders' needs for light with blackout requirements and conservation concerns. Compromises emerge: brighter lights in grandmother's room, even if the rest of the house remains dim. Extra candles placed strategically, more assistance with evening tasks that darkness makes difficult. The blackout also reveals class differences in domestic experience. Wealthier families can afford heavier curtains, better blackout materials, and perhaps even specially designed blackout systems with multiple layers. Their homes might have more rooms, allowing family members more privacy despite the enforced evening togetherness. They might maintain closer to normal lighting levels, considering the extra electricity expense and acceptable cost for comfort. Working-class families make do with cheaper solutions: blankets nailed over windows, newspaper pasted to glass, and curtains sewn from whatever fabric could be afforded. Their smaller homes mean less privacy, more enforced proximity, and everyone living in each other's pockets even more than usual. Economies in lighting hit harder when you're already budgeting carefully for every shilling. Yet there's a democratising element too. Rich and poor alike must darken their homes. The Duke in his mansion and the docker in his terrace row both spend their evenings in dimmed rooms. Both must navigate the same darkened streets. The blackout is one of the few wartime measures that truly applies equally across social strata, creating a rare moment of shared experience across class lines. As 1939 turns into 1940, and the blackout continues month after month, something remarkable happens. People stop thinking about it quite so much. The extraordinary becomes ordinary through sheer repetition. The nightly ritual of darkening windows transforms from a conscious process into a habit, performed with the automaticity of brushing teeth or locking doors. Innovations accumulate, small improvements that collectively make the darkness more manageable. enterprising individuals develop gadgets and solutions that spread through communities like helpful folklore. Someone discovers that painting stair edges with luminous paint makes them safer to navigate. The idea spreads, and soon glowing stair edges become common, little safety features that cost pennies but prevent countless falls. Shops begin selling specially designed blackout accessories, torches with narrow beams and red filters that supposedly don't compromise night vision, reflective armbands and badges for pedestrians, luminous buttons that can be sewn onto coats, white-painted walking sticks. The commercial world adapts to serve the darkened consumer, finding profit even in darkness. Fashion truly embraces the blackout aesthetic. Designers create clothing with safety features built in, white piping on dark coats, reflective threads woven into fabrics, and light-coloured accessories that serve the dual purposes of style and visibility. Women's magazines run features on blackout beauty, suggesting makeup and hairstyles suited to dim lighting. The advice is practical and sometimes absurd. Lighter face powder is recommended because it's more visible, while dark lipstick is warned against lest you become a pair of disembodied lips floating in the darkness. Restaurants and pubs develop elaborate workarounds for the blackout restrictions. Some establishments paint their windows opaque black, but install elaborate interior lighting, creating spaces that feel almost normal once you're inside. Others embrace the dimness, installing red or blue lights that create atmospheric spaces while technically complying with regulations. Nightclubs in particular find that dim lighting can be romantic or mysterious, transforming a restriction into a feature. The entertainment industry becomes increasingly creative. Cinemas develop complex procedures for seating people in darkness, ushers with covered torches, luminous floor markers, and spaced entry times to prevent traffic jams in the lightless aisles. Some theatres experiment with matinee-only schedules, accepting reduced evening business rather than dealing with blackout complications. Others thrive precisely because they offer bright escapism inside while maintaining complete darkness outside. Radio programs evolve to suit their audience's circumstances. Content becomes more domestic, more suited to family listening in dimmed rooms. Comedy programs emphasize verbal humor over visual gags. Dramas rely on sound effects and voice acting to create vivid mental images. The BBC becomes increasingly sophisticated in its understanding of how to create entertainment for a population sitting in the dark, unable to do much else besides listen. Local communities develop collective coping strategies. Neighbourhoods organise blackout socials, gatherings where people can meet and commingle despite the darkness. Churches host evening services that become social events as much as religious ones, providing both spiritual comfort and human connection. Community centres run activities specifically designed for low-light conditions, music sessions, discussion groups, and collective listening to important broadcasts. Street communities become more tight-knit through the shared experience. Neighbours who might previously have exchanged only perfunctory greetings now check on each other, help each other with blackout preparations, and share resources and solutions. The darkness creates a kind of frontier mentality, a sense that you're all in this together, facing common challenges that require mutual support. Children, remarkably resilient, turn the blackout into play. They invent games suited to darkness, elaborate versions of hide and seek, treasure hunts that rely on touch and sound rather than sight, and theatrical performances put on in dimmed rooms where imagination fills in for visual spectacle. The blackout becomes normalised in their experience, not a temporary disruption, but simply how the world works, as natural as rain or school or Sunday roast. Teachers adapt their lesson plans, incorporating blackout realities into education. Science classes discuss astronomy with newfound relevance. Students can actually see what they're learning about. History lessons draw parallels to medieval life, helping children understand that most of human history occurred without electric light. Art classes experiment with low-light media, charcoal drawings, shadow puppets, and projects that work despite limited visibility. Physical coordination improves across the population as people develop better spatial awareness. Your proprioception, that internal sense of where your body is in space, sharpens when visual input becomes unreliable. People learn to move more carefully, more consciously, developing a kind of bodily intelligence that modern life had allowed to atrophy. The simple act of walking becomes more mindful, more present, and less the unconscious automatic process it had been. Health effects emerge, both positive and negative. Accident rates from the darkness remain elevated. People continue to trip, collide, and stumble into objects. But there are unexpected benefits too. The earlier evening schedules mean people get more sleep, and their circadian rhythms are more aligned with natural light-dark cycles. The reduction in artificial light at night might be improving sleep quality, though nobody's conducting formal studies to verify this. The enforced indoor evenings mean less exposure to cold and damp for some, potentially reducing winter illness. Seasonal variations in the blackout create different challenges and experiences. Summer evenings, with their late sunsets, require shorter periods of blackout, perhaps just 3 or 4 hours. People can enjoy long twilights and extended time outdoors while it's still light enough to see. Picnics and garden parties adapt to earlier schedules, wrapping up before darkness makes them impractical. But winter brings longer blackout periods, sometimes 16 hours or more of required darkness. The psychological weight of this is considerable. Waking in darkness, working through short daylight hours, returning home to more darkness. It feels oppressive, endless. Seasonal affective disorder, though not yet named or officially recognised, surely affects many. The lack of light combines with war anxiety to create periods of genuine depression for some. December 1939 brings the blackout's first winter holiday season. Christmas presents unique challenges. How do you maintain festive cheer in compulsory darkness? Families rise to the challenge with determination that borders on defiance. Christmas lights, those strings of coloured bulbs that normally decorate windows and trees, must be abandoned or drastically modified. Some people create elaborate interior displays, decorating trees in rooms with completely blacked out windows, creating private festivals of light that can't be seen from outside. Carol singing adapts to blackout conditions. Groups carry covered lanterns as they move from house to house, their voices rising in the darkness, creating moments of beauty and connection that feel more precious for the surrounding gloom. The ancient hymns about light coming into darkness take on new resonance. Silent Night feels especially appropriate when nights are so profoundly silent and dark. Gift-giving focuses on practical items suited to blackout life. Torches, luminous paint, warm clothing, and books for reading aloud. But there are frivolous gifts too. Deliberate assertions of normalcy and joy despite circumstances. Dolls and toy soldiers for children, perfume and stockings for wives, and pipes and tobacco for husbands. These gestures matter enormously. Small defiances against the war's restrictions, declarations that life and pleasure continue. New Year's Eve presents its own strange circumstances. The traditional celebrations, gathering in public squares, watching for midnight, and the explosion of noise and light as the new year arrives, must be reimagined. People celebrate in darkened homes, listening for church bells, gathering around wireless sets for special broadcasts. When midnight comes, they might step outside into darkness, hearing distant voices calling greetings they cannot see, feeling connected to invisible neighbours through sound alone. The turn to 1940 brings renewed determination. The blackout will continue, but people have learned to live with it. The initial shock has worn off, replaced by practiced competence. You know how to navigate your street in darkness. You know how long your blackout preparations take. You know which activities work in dim light and which don't. The learning curve has been climbed, and what remains is simply persistence. The blackout continues through 1940 and beyond, lasting in various forms until September 1944, when regulations finally relax as the threat of bombing diminishes. But even before official relaxation, the blackout evolves and becomes less absolute. As military technology improves and bombing strategies change, the strict requirements loosen slightly. Dim lights become permissible in some circumstances. The complete darkness of those first months gradually lightens to a more manageable gloom. The first relaxations are tentative, almost apologetic. Regulations allow heavily shielded street lighting in some areas, not the full illumination of pre-war years, but enough to prevent the worst accidents and to make navigation possible without constant hazard. These new lights cast pools of dim radiance that seem extraordinarily bright after years of complete darkness, even though they are actually quite faint by historical standards. People's reactions to these first returns of public lighting reveal how much the darkness has affected them. Some feel immediate relief, an easing of tension they hadn't quite realised they were carrying. The simple ability to see where you're walking, to recognise faces, to orient yourself visually, these feel like luxuries, gifts restored after long deprivation. Others feel oddly uncomfortable with the light's return. After years of darkness, even dim lighting can feel exposing and vulnerable. Some people have grown accustomed to the anonymity that darkness provides, the sense of being unseen as you move through public spaces. The return of light, however faint, removes that protective invisibility. The gradual restoration progresses through 1944 as Allied forces push across Europe and the threat to Britain recedes. More lights return, regulations relax further, and the familiar glow of evening civilization begins to rebuild. Shop windows light up first, just modestly, but enough to display goods and to create welcoming spaces. Then street lamps return to more normal operation, their familiar yellow-orange light painting pavements and facades. For those who remember the change, and by this point young children have lived their entire conscious lives under blackout conditions, the restoration of light feels almost magical. Streets that had been navigated by memory and faith suddenly reveal themselves in detail. Buildings show their full architectural character. Faces become readable from a distance. The urban landscape recovers its visible complexity. The psychological impact of restored lighting is profound and multifaceted. There's certainly celebration, relief, and joy at this tangible symbol of the war's waning. But there's also a strange sadness, an unexpected nostalgia for something that everyone complained about constantly while it was happening. The blackout years, for all their difficulty, had created a kind of fellowship, a shared experience that had bound communities together. With the return of light comes the return of normal urban anonymity, the dissolution of that intense mutual dependence. Some of the innovations and adaptations developed during the blackout persist, even after they're no longer necessary. People who learn to navigate by sound and memory retain those skills. Families who discovered they enjoyed evening read-aloud sessions continue them even when bright lights would permit individual reading. Communities that drew together in darkness maintain some of that closeness, those relationships that formed during shared difficulty. The physical traces of the blackout persist too. White-painted curbs and tree trunks remain, their purpose obsolete but their presence continuing. Blackout curtains stay up in many homes. Why take them down when they're already installed, when they're useful for privacy, when they're a reminder of survival? Architectural features designed for the blackout era, those double-door entries on pubs, the carefully positioned lighting fixtures, remain as fossils of a particular historical moment. The ecological effects of the blackout years gradually reverse. As artificial light returns, the night sky slowly disappears again behind its veil of urban glow. The stars fade from easy visibility. The Milky Way withdraws. The darkness that had revealed celestial beauty is pushed back by human illumination. Some people mourn this loss, realizing that the blackout had given them a gift they'll never receive again, the regular sight of the universe above their heads. The generation that lived through the blackout carries memories that shape their relationship with light and darkness for the rest of their lives. Those who were children during the blackout often develop either a strong preference for darkness finding comfort in the nighttime environment they knew as children, or an equally strong preference for abundant light, a kind of overcompensation for years of enforced dimness. The blackout leaves its mark on British culture in subtle ways. A certain comfort with dimmer lighting persists. British homes and public spaces tend toward more modest illumination than their American counterparts, a preference that may trace partially to this period of enforced darkness. The idea that too much light is wasteful, even slightly vulgar, becomes embedded in aesthetic sensibility. The historical memory of the blackout carries multiple meanings. It becomes a symbol of British resilience, of the Home Front's contribution to the war effort, and of collective sacrifice for a common cause. Politicians and cultural commentators invoke the blackout as an example of what a society can endure when properly motivated, when united by shared purpose. But the blackout also serves as a reminder of war's intrusion into civilian life, of how conflict transforms ordinary existence in ways both large and small. It demonstrates that warfare is not just distant battles fought by soldiers, but also the accumulated small deprivations and adjustments that everyone must make. The nightly ritual of darkening windows, the cautious navigation of familiar streets, and the adaptation of every evening routine to accommodate the absence of light. For modern observers, the blackout offers a peculiar window into a world that's simultaneously recognisable and alien. The Britain of 1939 had electricity, radio, automobiles, and cinema, all the technological fixtures of modern life. Yet the deliberate removal of just one element, artificial light after dark, transformed daily experience in ways that connected people backward to pre-industrial patterns of living. There's something almost meditative about contemplating the blackout years, this period when millions of people deliberately darken their world, sitting in dimmed rooms, navigating shadowed streets, and learning to experience their environment through senses other than sight. In our current era of constant illumination, when light pollution is so pervasive that many children grow up never seeing the Milky Way, when cities glow so brightly that they're visible from space, there's something oddly appealing about this historical moment of chosen darkness. The blackout reminds us that our relationship with light and darkness is not fixed or natural, but historically constructed, shaped by technology, regulation, and social practice. For most of human history, darkness was inevitable. You made the best light you could with fire or oil, but ultimately night meant darkness. Electric light changed this, pushing darkness back and extending the day artificially. The blackout briefly reversed this transformation, restoring darkness not through technological failure, but through deliberate choice. As you lie here now, warm and comfortable, in a room where light is available at the flick of a switch, it's worth contemplating what the blackout reveals about human adaptability and resilience. The people of Britain in 1939 didn't know how long the war would last, whether the blackout would be needed for weeks or years, or whether their cities would survive or be destroyed. Yet they adapted, persevered, and found moments of beauty and connection amidst the enforced darkness. The blackout demonstrates something essential about human communities, that we can endure significant disruption to normal life when we understand the purpose behind it, when we believe we're contributing to something larger than our individual comfort. The nightly ritual of darkening windows became a form of participation, a tangible action that connected each household to the national effort. There's something deeply human about gathering in darkened rooms, about families coming together around dim lights, about community supporting each other through shared difficulty. These patterns recur throughout human history, around ancient campfires, in medieval great halls lit by rushlight, and in pioneer cabins on winter evenings. The blackout temporarily restored these older patterns, using modern technology to recreate pre-modern conditions. The sensory richness of the blackout experience, the visible stars, the amplified sounds, the heightened awareness of smell and touch, suggests that our normal brightly lit existence may diminish certain forms of awareness and experience. We gain practical benefits from abundant light, certainly, but we may lose other kinds of perception, other ways of experiencing our environment and each other. The blackouts enforce slowdown, its requirement for more careful movement, more deliberate action, and more time spent in quiet domestic settings. These create a quality of life that many people found surprisingly satisfying despite the circumstances. The frantic pace of modern life, the constant visual stimulation, the ability to pursue individual activities in separate rooms with independent lighting. All these innovations have costs as well as benefits. Consider how the blackout changed social interaction. In darkness, you couldn't judge people by their appearance quite so readily. Conversations happened without the constant visual feedback we normally rely on. People learned to listen more carefully, to pay attention to voice tone and word choice rather than facial expressions and body language. This created different kinds of intimacy and different patterns of connection. The democratizing effect of the blackout, the way it affected rich and poor alike, created a rare moment of genuinely shared experience across social classes. The Duke and the Doctor both navigated the same darkened streets, both sat in dimmed rooms, and both faced the same challenges of maintaining normal life despite abnormal conditions. This shared experience contributed to the social solidarity that characterised Britain during the war years. The blackout also reveals something about the relationship between freedom and security. The regulations represented a significant restriction of personal liberty. You couldn't light your own home as you wished, couldn't move freely at night without risk, and face penalties for violations. Yet most people accepted these restrictions as legitimate and necessary, a reasonable trade-off for collective safety. The balance between individual freedom and common security is never simple, never permanent. It must be constantly negotiated and renegotiated. The innovations and adaptations that emerged during the blackout, the luminous paint, the white-marked curbs, the hooded headlamps, the double-door entries, represent human creativity responding to constraint. Necessity truly does mother invention, and the blackout years produced countless small solutions to the problems that darkness created. These innovations demonstrate that restrictions can inspire, rather than merely limit, that working within constraints can generate creativity. The return of light after years of darkness must have felt like emerging from a long tunnel. The familiar world revealed again the simple pleasure of seeing clearly, of moving without constant caution, of windows that connect rather than seal. Yet along with this relief came the loss of something too, that peculiar intimacy that darkness had created, that sharpened awareness, that sense of shared endurance. For those who lived through it, the blackout becomes one of those formative experiences that shape perception for a lifetime. They carry memories of navigating darkness, of families gathered in dim rooms, of stars brilliant overhead, and of the particular quality of silence that descended on cities designed for noise. These memories become stories, then history, then legend, part of the narrative that nations tell themselves about their past. As we come to the end of our journey through the blackout years, as your eyelids grow heavier and your breathing slows, let's gather the gentle lessons that this history offers for your own rest tonight. The blackout teaches us that darkness is not necessarily something to fear, but rather a natural state that humans lived with for millennia before electric light became common. Those wartime Britons learned to find comfort and even beauty in darkness. The visible stars, the heightened awareness of sound and smell, and the coziness of dimly lit rooms where families gathered close. As you prepare for sleep, you're participating in the same ancient human practice, voluntarily entering darkness, trusting it to hold you safely while your consciousness dims. The darkness of sleep is restorative, necessary, and a gift rather than a threat. Like those blackout nights, it offers a time of rest, of withdrawal from the constant stimulation of waking life, and of renewal that comes through quiet and absence of light. The blackout families who learned to slow down, To move more carefully, to pay attention to senses beyond sight, they discovered rhythms that sleep requires too. The winding down, the gradual dimming, the shift from activity to stillness. These transitions matter. They prepare body and mind for the darkness of sleep, just as blackout preparations readied homes for the darkness of night. The resilience of those blackout years reminds us that humans can adapt to almost anything and can find peace and even pleasure in circumstances that initially seem impossible. If they could learn to thrive in darkened cities, you can certainly trust yourself to the darkness of your bedroom, to the natural process of sleep that your body knows how to perform. The community and connection that emerged from the shared blackout experience suggests something about the importance of letting go, of accepting limitations, and of working with rather than against circumstances. Sleep requires this same surrender. You cannot force it, only create conditions that welcome it. Like those families dimming their lights and settling into evening quiet, you prepare the space and then allow the darkness to do its work. Those visible stars during the blackout, the celestial beauty that emerged when artificial light withdrew, remind us that darkness reveals as well as conceals. In sleep's darkness, dreams emerge, unconscious processes do their necessary work, and the mind sorts and files and heals in ways that can't happen in waking light. Trust the darkness to show you what you need to see. The gradual adaptation to the blackout, the way fear transformed into competence and then comfort, mirrors the journey into sleep that you make each night. At first, letting go of consciousness can feel vulnerable, even frightening. But with practice, with trust, it becomes natural, even welcome. The darkness becomes familiar, safe, and a friend rather than a threat. As the blackout eventually lifted and light returned, so too will you wake tomorrow to light and activity. But for now, like those wartime families settling into their dimmed homes, you can embrace this time of darkness and quiet. Let your eyes close like blackout curtains drawing shut. Feel your awareness dim like lights turning down. Allow yourself to sink into stillness like a city going quiet under the night sky. The people of the blackout years survived not through constant vigilance, but through acceptance, adaptation, and the ability to find peace in altered circumstances. They learned that darkness could be endured, that it brought gifts along with its challenges, and that life continued and even flourished under its cover. Your sleep tonight is your personal blackout, a time of chosen darkness, of withdrawal from the world's demands, of rest and restoration. Like those wartime Britons, you don't know exactly what tomorrow will bring, but you can trust that this period of darkness will prepare you for whatever light reveals. The last lesson of the blackout is perhaps the most important, that sometimes the most valuable thing we can do is simply stop, darken our world, and rest. Not as defeat or retreat, but as necessary preparation for continuing. Those nightly blackout rituals weren't just safety measures, they were acknowledgements that activity must balance with stillness, that light needs darkness as a counterpoint, and that life requires periods of quiet and rest. So let yourself rest now. Let the darkness hold you as it held those millions of people through their blackout years, safely, gently, preparing you for whatever tomorrow's light will bring. Your eyes are growing heavy. Your breath is slowing. The darkness around you is peaceful, protective, and appropriate. Sleep well, knowing that you're participating in one of humanity's oldest and most natural practices. The darkness is your friend tonight, just as it became the friend of those who learned to live through the great blackout. Rest easy, rest deep, rest well. And when morning comes, when light returns, you'll wake refreshed as those blackout families woke to another day. Resilient, adapted, and ready to continue. For now, though, just darkness, just quiet, just rest. Sleep well. Imagine being in a very old Japanese forest, the kind that used to cover these islands long before anyone thought to build anything. These trees are different from the ones you might see in your area. These trees are Cryptomeria and Hinoki cypress. They can live for 1,000 years and grow straight and tall. Their wood smells a little like lemon and is resistant to rot, like nature's own preservative. Japanese architecture doesn't start in quarries or brick kilns. It starts in these old forests where there was a lot of wood that was easy to work with and seemed to last forever. Building with stone makes things last, whether you want them to or not. Stone says, "I will be here long after you're gone, unchanged and unmoved." Wood, on the other hand, says something else. Wood says, "I used to be alive, and in a way, I still am." The first people who lived in Japan knew that the islands they lived on were always moving, and this would affect how they built things for thousands of years. Earthquakes shook the ground too often, making buildings made of solid stone into death traps. It seemed like the earth itself liked movement over stillness and flexibility over rigidity. So the Japanese learned how to build buildings that could sway with the earth instead of fighting it. These buildings danced with disaster instead of standing against it. But before we talk about real buildings, we should talk about Shinto, the native religion of Japan that sees divine presence in nature. Shinto says that kami, or spirits or gods, live in everything, from huge mountains to tiny streams, from old trees to interesting rocks. This wasn't just a religious belief, it was a basic way to think about how you fit into the landscape. Your approach to building changes completely when you think that nature is sacred. You don't take over the land, you work with it. You don't cut down all the trees in a forest. Instead, you cut down certain trees with thanks and ceremony. The first Shinto shrines weren't really buildings. They were just areas that were set aside as sacred, maybe with a special tree or rock in them, and simple fences made of branches and rope around them. The Grand Shrine at Ise is one of Japan's most sacred places. It shows how people in Japan interact with nature in a way that might seem strange to people from the West. Every 20 years, the whole shrine complex is rebuilt from the ground up with new cypress wood and traditional methods. The old buildings are carefully taken apart and new ones that look just like the old ones go up in their place. This has been going on for more than 1,000 years, which makes Ise both old and always new. Consider this for a second. A building that is both 1,300 years old and only 20 years old. It's like the ship of Theseus paradox in architecture. This is a philosophical question about whether something stays the same after all of its parts have been replaced. The Japanese knew right away that the shrine's essence wasn't in the materials it was made of, but in its shape, its traditions, and its spiritual continuity. Because of this tradition of rebuilding, people had to learn about architecture by teaching each other, instead of just looking at old buildings. For decades, master carpenters taught apprentices everything they needed to know about how buildings worked, how they breathed, and how they stood up to wind and earthquakes. They didn't just teach them how to cut joints or choose wood. Japanese people used to treat wood with a lot of respect. Carpenters learned to read the grain of wood like you would read someone's face, getting to know its personality, strengths, and oddities. They knew that wood from the north side of a tree was thicker and should be used in a different way than wood from the south side. They knew that the way a tree grew determined how to cut and put its wood in a building. People cared for the tools and treated them with respect. It was important to take care of and eventually pass down a master carpenter's saw. Japanese saws cut on the pull stroke instead of the push stroke, which gives the carpenter more control and makes cleaner cuts. It's one of those little things that shows a whole new way of doing things, working with the tool's nature instead of forcing it to do what you want. The joinery techniques that developed in Japan are still amazing in how clever they are. Master carpenters made connections between wooden parts that were stronger than the wood itself, like interlocking joints that got tighter when they were loaded, corners that could bend without breaking, and connections that let buildings absorb seismic energy instead of breaking under it. Imagine a master carpenter in ancient Japan picking a tree to cut down as you drift off to sleep. He puts his hand on the bark and maybe says a short prayer to the kami of the forest, thanking them for the life he's about to take and the purpose it will serve. The tree will fall, but it will also rise again. It will become pillars and beams, and it will continue to exist in a new form, protecting people as it once protected birds and insects. The basis of Japanese architecture is a deep respect for materials, the idea that buildings are not separate from nature but part of its ongoing cycle, and the willingness to accept change instead of fighting it. The palaces, temples, castles, and tea houses that come after this all come from these roots, just like the cypress trees grow from the ground. Japanese architecture changed in a big way around the 6th century CE. Buddhism came from China and Korea, and it brought with it not only new spiritual ideas, but also a whole new way of building. It was like someone suddenly giving you a whole new way to say things you only sort of understood before. In many ways, Chinese architecture was the opposite of what Japan had made. Japanese buildings were low to the ground, while Chinese buildings had many stories and fancy rooflines that went up. Japanese design used natural materials in their raw form, while Chinese architecture used bright colours, intricate decorations and complicated symbols. Japanese architecture was about blending in with the landscape, while Chinese architecture was about imposing geometric order and cosmic meaning. The Japanese reaction to this cultural exchange shows something important about their character. They didn't just copy Chinese models, and they didn't completely reject them either. Instead, they did what you could call architectural translation, which means taking Chinese ideas and slowly and carefully adapting them to Japanese tastes and needs. Japanese architecture didn't really need large interior spaces for congregational worship before. Buddhist temples did. Shinto ceremonies took place outside or in small private places, but Buddhism needed big rooms where monks could meet, chant sutras and do complicated rituals. This meant learning how to build on a scale that Japanese architecture hadn't done before. The pagoda, which is a unique multi-tiered tower found in Buddhist temples, is actually a brilliant piece of earthquake engineering that the Japanese perfected through trial and error and careful observation. The Shinbashira, a huge central pillar, runs through the middle of a traditional Japanese pagoda. It is held up from the top and barely touches the ground. The building shakes when an earthquake hits, but the central pillar keeps the whole thing stable by acting as a counterweight and dampener. Modern seismologists who studied ancient pagodas found something amazing. This design, which was developed through years of observation, predicts principles that structural engineers didn't understand mathematically until the 20th century. Some pagodas have been around for more than 1,400 years and have withstood many earthquakes that have destroyed newer buildings nearby. Old-time carpenters didn't need computer models. They had patience, careful observation, and years of experience. The Horyuji Temple, which was built in the early 7th century, has the oldest wooden buildings in the world that are still standing. It's like stepping into a time machine when you walk around its grounds, but you're not really there. You're in bed, imagining what it would be like. The wood has darkened over time to a deep brown that looks like it absorbs light. The pillars have a slight curve called entasis that comes from Greek architecture through Chinese middlemen. This makes them look more like living things than rigid shapes. It's interesting how quickly these early Buddhist temples began to look more Japanese than Chinese. The rooflines got less fancy but more elegant. The colours changed from the bright reds and greens of Chinese temples to softer, more natural tones. The connection with the garden around it became more integrated, less about symbols and more about real sensory experience. Buddhist architecture also brought new skilled workers to Japan, tile makers who could make the unique curved roof tiles that directed rainwater, metal workers who could make the beautiful bronze decorations that went on doorways and roofs, sculptors and painters who made statues of Buddhas and bodhisattvas that filled temples. There were different traditions and techniques for each craft that had to be changed to work with Japanese materials and weather. The changes in temple architecture over the next few hundred years show a slow process of creative digestion. Each generation of builders learned from the ones before them, but they also tried new things, changed things, and sometimes came up with new ideas that were less like Chinese models. By the Heian period, which lasted from the 9th to the 12th centuries, Japanese Buddhist architecture had developed its own unique style. It was clearly based on Chinese models, but it was clearly Japanese in how it was built. The covered corridor, or roka, is one new idea that stands out. In Japan, where it rains a lot, these wooden walkways connected different buildings in a temple or palace complex. They made sure that people could move between buildings without getting wet. The corridors weren't just useful. They made a rhythm of walking through covered and open spaces, switching between light and shade, the sound of rain on wooden roofs, and the sight of gardens glistening with water. As you get more comfortable in your blankets, picture yourself walking down one of these hallways on a rainy day. The wooden floor is smooth under your feet because it has been used for hundreds of years. Rain is falling in sheets outside, making a curtain between you and the garden. The sound is everywhere. Rain on the roof tiles, rain on the stone paths, and rain filling the stone basins. but you're dry and moving through this protected space that connects you to the life of the buildings while keeping you safe from the weather. The hallway is not completely inside or outside, it's a space in between, a threshold, and Japanese architecture would come to love these unclear areas very much. The aristocratic architecture of the Heian period Japan, from the 9th to the 12th centuries, is one of the most refined domestic traditions in human history. This was the time of the tale of Genji, a great work of world literature that shows us how the nobility lived, loved, and thought about the places where they lived. The Shinden-zukuri style that was popular in aristocratic homes at this time was based on a simple idea: build rectangular buildings around a central courtyard garden, connect them with hallways, and let the spaces flow into each other with as few barriers as possible. It sounds simple, but when you compare it to European or Middle Eastern palaces from the same time, you can see how radical this idea was. Picture a mansion for a nobleman from above. The main hall, or shinden, always faces south because of Chinese geomantic ideas about good directions. To the east and west, smaller buildings hold family members, servants, and other household tasks. Covered hallways connect everything, making a safe way for people to get around. And in the middle, the courtyard garden, which is more than just a decoration, it's the heart of the whole thing. There are almost no walls inside, which is what makes this so different from, say, a medieval European manor. The buildings are basically roofed platforms with screens and curtains that can be moved around. Not solid walls, but how you arrange your furniture and fabric gives you privacy. You don't define space by closing it off. Instead, you do it by carefully placing screens, blinds, and hanging textiles to suggest boundaries. This meant that homes of the rich were very adaptable. During the day, the rooms could be open and bright. Screens and curtains made private rooms at night. When you had guests over, rooms could easily become bigger spaces. The house could change completely with the seasons. In the summer, it was very open to let in breezes, and in the winter, it had screens placed just right to keep warmth from braziers. The floors of these buildings were made of famous hinoki cypress wood platforms that were about 2 feet off the ground. It wasn't just about height. It was also about making a separate space from the ground below. You took off your shoes before stepping up onto these platforms. This was a sign that you were moving from the outside world to the more refined space of the home. The space under the floor also let airflow, which is important in Japan's humid climate, and kept moisture from the ground from rotting wooden buildings. During the Heian period, tatami mats, which are rectangular floor mats covered in rushes, were not yet common. They were expensive things that were only put where people sat. Eventually they grew so big that they covered whole floors, and their standard size became a way to measure things. Rooms were described by how many tatami they had. People still use the terms 6-mat rooms and 8-mat rooms to describe Japanese apartments today. This is a tradition that goes back hundreds of years. If you're used to walls being walls and doors staying closed, the way the inside and outside of these palaces work together might make you feel uneasy. On nice days, the wooden shutters that surrounded the buildings could be lifted and stored, which meant that an entire wall could be taken down and the rooms could be opened directly to the garden. The aristocrats didn't just look at their gardens, they were always able to see and hear them. You might not expect this openness to mean a different way of thinking about privacy. Because anyone could see into rooms, privacy was kept by using layers of semi-transparent fabrics, cultural rules about where you could look, and the careful placement of screens and furniture. The privacy of the architecture was not physical but social, and it was enforced by manners instead of locks. You should meditate on the gardens you can see from these palaces. They weren't botanical collections or vegetable gardens. They were carefully planned landscapes that brought nature close to people. You could change the course of a stream so that it flows through the garden, with carefully chosen stones lining the way. People picked trees based on how they looked in different seasons, like cherry blossoms in the spring and maples in the fall. Islands in fake ponds stood for cosmic ideas or famous places from Chinese poetry. Walking through these gardens meant reading between the lines and finding hidden meanings. That arrangement of rocks could be a reference to a famous Chinese landscape. That tree might remind people of a poem they all knew. The gardens were like 3-dimensional books that only educated people could fully enjoy. You could enjoy them sensually, which you could do, but you were also supposed to understand their cultural and philosophical meanings. The idea of ma, which is often translated as negative space, or interval, was very important to how these buildings and gardens worked. Ma isn't just empty space. It's space that gets meaning from the things around it. The empty space between the buildings wasn't wasted space. It was the organising principle that made the buildings work together. The space between stones on a garden path wasn't empty. It was full of hope. As you drift off to sleep, imagine yourself as a Heian nobleman or woman, relaxing on the raised wooden floor of your home. The wooden shutters are gone now that it's spring, and your room is completely open to the garden. The cherry blossoms are falling like snow in the light breeze. Like Heian nobles did all the time, you're writing poetry to try to capture the bittersweet beauty of these flowers that bloom and die in just a few days. The architecture around you isn't separate from the natural world. It's a carefully framed stage for seeing how nature changes all the time. Japanese history took a violent turn after hundreds of years of living in elegant palaces. Feudal lords fought all the time in the Middle Ages, and suddenly architecture had to deal with a problem it had never had to deal with before: how to build beautiful buildings that could also survive a military attack. The Japanese castle is an interesting mix of useful military engineering and artistic ambition. These weren't just rough fortifications meant to keep people out. They were also signs of power, displays of wealth, and architectural feats that just happened to be good places to defend. Let's begin with the most important rule: height. Japanese castles made good use of the land by building them on hills or mountains whenever they could. The main tower, or tenshu, would rise from the highest point, making a layered defence that attackers would have to fight through multiple fortified zones, going up before they could reach the keep. It's like playing chess in 3 dimensions, but the board is tilted to the defender's advantage. The stone bases of these castles are examples of engineering that still impress people today. Without mortar, huge stones, some of which weighed tons, were put together to make walls that were 30 to 40 feet high and curved slightly outward so that they couldn't be climbed. These walls were not only strong, but they were also beautiful. The different colours and textures of the stone made abstract patterns that changed with the weather and light. When using rough, natural stones, the method for making these stone bases is called Nozurazumi. When using more processed stones, it is called Uchikomi Hagi. The best castles used a method in which each stone was carefully chosen and shaped to fit perfectly with the ones next to it. The walls were so well fitted that you couldn't slip a knife blade between the stones. It was like high-level craftsmanship in architecture, where practical needs turned into chances for virtuoso display. The wooden castle buildings themselves, like towers, gates, living quarters and storehouses, rose above these stone foundations. This is where the unique style of Japanese castle architecture really shone through. Japanese castles were mostly wooden buildings with stone pedestals underneath, while European castles were made of solid stone throughout. The towers could be 4, 5, or even 7 stories tall, with each story being a little smaller than the one below it. This made the towers look like wedding cakes with a tapered profile. But here's where it gets interesting. The floors inside don't match the stories you see from the outside. A 5-story tower might really have 7 floors inside, or a 3-story building might look like it has 5 floors inside. This wasn't just to confuse enemies, it was smart engineering that let the defensive floors have lower ceilings, while still looking great from the outside. The beautiful white plastered walls of Himeji Castle, also known as the White Heron Castle, make it the best example of Japanese castle architecture. It feels like you're in a 3-dimensional maze with defensive passages that were made by someone who really didn't want you to get to the centre. Paths make turns at strange angles. Doorways are set up so that attackers have to put themselves in dangerous situations. There are traps on the floors. Every choice made in architecture has 2 purposes: to look good and to kill. The defensive features of castles are very clever. Sama, or small windows, were put in place so that defenders could shoot arrows or guns without being shot back. Defenders on the upper floors could attack anyone who got past the lower defences through drop-down hatches in the ceilings. People could pour boiling oil or water on attackers through holes in the walls. The decorative curved rooflines also had a purpose. They made it harder to judge distances and aim accurately. Japanese castles always looked good, even though they were very useful for military purposes. The white plaster walls did more than just reflect heat and keep fire from spreading. They also made a striking contrast with the dark wood and grey stone, making castles visible from miles away and turning them into landmarks that stood out in the landscape. The ornate roof decorations, which usually had fierce animal designs, protected the building from lightning and showed the lord's power. The inside of the castle's living quarters showed that even warlords cared about how things looked. There were painted screens by famous artists in the rooms, alcoves for displaying valuable items, and windows that looked out on gardens. The strongest lords hired the best painters, carpenters, and gardeners to make places that were good for both siege warfare and poetry parties. During the time of castles, there was one new thing: hidden rooms and passages. There were often rooms in castles that could only be reached through hidden doors. These rooms were used to store treasures or for guards to hide in to keep the lord safe. Some castles had whole networks of hidden corridors in their walls that let defenders move between floors without being seen. Sometimes during restoration work hundreds of years later, people found these hidden spaces, which still had old equipment or forgotten supplies in them. During the Edo period, the shift from war to peace turned castles from military bases into government buildings and symbols of power. Lords still owned them, but they were more like government buildings than fortresses. They added more detailed gardens. The reception rooms got bigger. The martial parts stayed, but they became more decorative than useful. As you sink deeper into your pillow, picture yourself standing on the top floor of a castle tower at dusk. You can see the countryside around the castle through the small windows. The town is built around the base of the castle. The fields are beyond that, and the mountains are in the distance. The castle's many defensive rings go down in layers of stone and wood below you. The wind whispers through the intricate wooden structure, giving the whole building a life of its own. The castle is calm and watchful tonight, a mountain of human intention rising from the natural landscape. Tomorrow may bring battle. Japan entered the Edo period in the early 1600s under the Tokugawa shogunate. After centuries of war, all that military architecture became mostly useless. Japan didn't need castles or fortifications right now. It needed cities, neighbourhoods, and daily life. And out of this long peace came city buildings that changed the way millions of people lived. In just a few decades, Edo, which would later become Tokyo, grew from a small castle town to one of the biggest cities in the world. By the early 1700s, it was home to more than 1 million people, making it bigger than London or Paris. Rethinking everything about how cities are built and planned was necessary to handle that many people living in wooden buildings in a city that caught fire often. The typical townhouse or machiya from the Edo period had ideas about how to live in a city that still affect Japanese architecture today. These buildings were long and narrow, usually only 15 to 20 feet wide and going back from the street for 60 feet or more. Property taxes were based on how much of the street front there was, so people built deep and narrow to save money. The buildings that came out were like caves in the city, with dark areas in the middle and light coming in through the front door and back garden. The front of a machiya was a shop or workshop, a semi-public space where the household's business and street life came together. A few steps up from the street level marked the start of the buildings inside. You could do business in this threshold zone without actually entering the house. As with many other parts of Japanese architecture, the line between public and private wasn't a straight line, but a gradual change. The building stretched toward the back behind the shop area. It was divided into rooms by sliding fusuma panels that were covered in thick paper or fabric. These rooms had many uses. During the day, they were living spaces, and at night, futons were put out for sleeping. There wasn't much furniture, and it was often easy to move. A low table for eating that could be moved out of the way. Chests for storage that could be stacked or moved around. The space itself could be changed in any way, depending on the time of day or year. A small courtyard garden at the very back of the machiya let in light and air to the building's deepest parts. These gardens were very small, sometimes only 8 or 10 feet square, but they were very important for making the long, narrow buildings livable. That little bit of sky, that one tree, and those few carefully placed stones changed the whole character of the space, making it feel like it was connected to nature even though it was in a busy city. The whole neighbourhood of machiya gave the city a texture that Western cities don't have. Because the houses were so narrow, the streets were lined with different versions of the same thing, which made the streets look more interesting instead of boring. Because it was so small, everything was easy to get to on foot. The fact that there were shops on the ground floors and homes above them meant that neighbourhoods were busy all day and night. Fire was always a threat to Edo's wooden buildings. The city was hit by big fires all the time, and sometimes they destroyed tens of thousands of buildings in just one day. The Japanese didn't build in stone because it was more expensive and less comfortable. Instead, they came up with a complicated system for preventing and responding to fires. There were volunteer fire brigades in neighbourhoods. Buildings had thick-walled storehouses called kura that were fireproof and had heavy doors. Fire breaks were built into the streets. You always knew that fire would happen, so you built quickly and cheaply enough that it wouldn't be a disaster to rebuild. The kura is worth paying special attention to because it shows a completely different way of building in the larger wooden city. These storehouses were basically boxes with thick earthen walls that were covered in plaster and had small windows that were sealed with heavy shutters. Families kept their most valuable things inside, like documents, heirlooms, and expensive fabrics. The kura's thick walls might keep their contents safe, even when the main house burned down around them. Families would come back after the fire to find their storehouses standing like white islands in a sea of ash. But the pleasure quarters and tea houses that thrived during the long peace might be Edo's most unique architectural contribution. These entertainment districts created their own style of architecture, with buildings that had more detailed facades, bigger windows, and rooms that were meant for gathering and performing instead of just living. The ukiyo, which was captured in prints and literature, was a famous floating world in Edo. It had its own unique architecture and spaces made just for a culture of high-class entertainment. During the Edo period, the tea house itself, which we'll talk about in more detail soon, became very popular. But the tea houses in cities were not the same as the ones for tea ceremonies. These were places where people could meet and talk about business, where artists could gather, and where samurai could forget about their status for a night. The architecture showed this flexibility by having rooms that could be opened or closed, and spaces that could go from private to public depending on what was needed. During the Edo period, townhouses also saw the full development of the tokonoma, an alcove that may have become the most important part of the Japanese home. The tokonoma was a small raised area with a slightly different floor level and a decorative backing. The family would put a scroll and maybe a flower arrangement or a treasured object there. The tokonoma wasn't for sitting or storing things, it was just for showing off, a sign of the family's taste and refinement. What you put in your tokonoma said a lot about who you were and what you cared about. During this time, tatami changed in a way that made floor plans the same all over Japan. Tatami mats came in standard sizes, which made it easy to guess how big a room would be. A room with 6 mats was a room with 6 mats, whether it was in Edo or Kyoto. The sizes of the mats did differ slightly by region, of course. Because of this standardization, it was possible to make a lot of architectural parts like screens, doors and alcove pieces that could fit in any building that followed the rules. As you move around in bed to find the perfect spot, picture yourself in a townhouse from the Edo period on a summer night. The shutters in the front are open to let in any breeze from the street. People who live nearby walk by and talk to each other. The small garden at the back of the house is in the shade, and the single maple tree is a dark shape against the deep blue sky. You're sitting close to the tokonoma, where a scroll shows a mountain landscape and a simple flower arrangement that together make a small world of meaning. The city with 1 million people is outside. Inside is this carefully planned space that isn't too big, but has everything you need to live a civilized life. To really get to know Japanese architecture, you have to go into a tea room, or chashitsu. These small buildings, which usually have only 4.5 tatami mats of floor space, are the best example of how Japanese design ideas can be turned into buildings. Before we talk about the building's architecture, we should learn about the tea ceremony, which is what these buildings are for. You do drink tea, but that's not really the point. It's about making a temporary world of refined interaction, where the usual rules and worries of daily life don't matter anymore. Instead, there is only the pure present moment that the host and guests share. The architecture's job is to set the stage for this experience and make it easier to have. Sen no Rikyu, a tea master from the 16th century who wrote down many of the rules for tea ceremonies, changed tea architecture by moving it away from fancy buildings that were influenced by Chinese styles and toward buildings that were almost radically simple and focused on natural materials and rough textures. Rikyu's ideas about Japanese taste go far beyond tea. Almost every modern idea of Japanese taste can be traced back to what he said. Before you even walk in, a tea room starts to work. You walk through a garden path called a roji, which is meant to help you switch your mind from the outside world to the tea room. You might walk through a garden gate, over stepping stones, past a bench where someone is waiting, and then to a stone basin where you can wash your hands and mouth. Each part has both practical and psychological uses. You're not just walking to a building, you're slowly breaking your ties to the outside world. The entrance to the tea room is meant to make you feel small. The Nijiriguchi, or crawling in entrance, is only about 2 feet square, so even the most important guests have to bow low and crawl through. The samurai had to leave their swords outside because the opening was too small for them to go in with them. This forced humility set the mood for the rest of the events. There were no social hierarchies in the tea room that were outside of it. There were only the host and the guests drinking tea. At first glance, the inside of a tea room looks almost like a cave. The walls of rough clay mixed with straw show their texture well. Wooden posts keep their bark or have irregularities that are meant to be there. The ceiling might be made of a mix of materials like bamboo, reeds and wood, to make a patchwork that looks random but is actually carefully planned. Small windows with translucent paper on them let in natural light, which makes the room softly lit from the side. But this look of being rustic is actually very sophisticated. Every part has been chosen with great care. There were hundreds of pieces to choose from, and that one with the bark still on it was chosen. We looked at its slight curve, its unique texture, and how light hits its surface, and we decided that all of these things were just right for this spot. The rough texture of the walls may look random, but it creates a specific visual effect that master plasterers spend years learning to make. The tokonoma is the main organising principle of the tea room, and it is even more important here than in residential architecture. There is a scroll in the alcove that was chosen just for this gathering. It could be a piece of calligraphy or a landscape painting. The scroll is more than just a decoration. It sets the spiritual tone for the whole tea party. When guests come in, they look at the tokonoma right away and read the scroll to find out what this gathering's all about. Everything in a tea room is there to help with tea. The hearth that is sunk into the ground is where the water is heated, and it is set up so that the host can perform the ceremony while sitting down. The door that the host uses to get in is separate from the door that the guests use to get in, so the host can bring in tea supplies without bothering the guests. The windows are placed just right so that the tea bowl gets the right amount of light at the most important times during the ceremony. Nothing is random. Every size, material and surface has been thought about. Tea rooms' aesthetic ideas slowly spread to all of Japanese architecture. The idea of wabi, which means finding beauty in simple things and materials, changed how people thought about designing homes. People liked worn wood and weathered stone because of the idea of sabi, which means appreciating the patina of age and the marks of use. Japanese architecture became known for using natural materials in their natural state without paint or other decorations. Tea rooms also perfected the idea of shake, or borrowed scenery, which is when a building is designed to include views of the landscape around it, as part of its interior space. A window that is carefully placed might frame a certain tree in the garden, making that tree a part of the room's design. The room's character changes when the tree blooms or changes colour with the seasons. The line between architecture and landscape becomes less clear and more temporary. The famous Taian tea room, which was designed by Rikyu himself and is still standing, is only 9 feet by 9 feet. In this small space, all of Japanese aesthetic philosophy is shown. The rough clay walls, the carefully uneven posts, the small window that looks out onto a perfectly framed garden view, and the tokonoma with its subtle proportions all work together to make a space that feels both humble and deep, rustic and refined, and temporary and eternal. Later tea masters built on Rikyu's work and made different styles of tea rooms that looked at different parts of tea room design. Some added more windows to let in more light. Some people tried out different materials or proportions, but they all stuck to the main idea. A tea room should be its own world, a place where beauty becomes a way to connect with the divine. The way tea rooms were designed had an effect on the way other types of buildings were built. The Sukiya style that came from tea architecture used its ideas in house design, such as using natural materials, making rooms that are the right size for people instead of grand displays, and paying close attention to texture and light. Exposed wooden ceilings, alcoves for display, and sliding paper screens are all things that are now thought of as typically Japanese. They all come from tea room architecture. As you get ready to sleep, picture yourself in a tea room at dusk. The rain is falling outside, making a soft sound on the roof. You can barely see the garden through the small window. The stones and moss are getting darker because of the moisture. The host just made tea with careful, practiced movements. The tea bowl is in front of you, and its rough surface feels warm in your hands. In this small space, the whole universe has shrunk to this moment. The taste of tea, the sound of rain, and the way the light is fading. The room has everything it needs and nothing it doesn't. In its own quiet way, it's perfect. Japan had been closed off from the rest of the world for over 200 years, but in the middle of the 19th century it opened up. The meeting changed Japanese architecture in ways that were both exciting and confusing. Suddenly, a building style that had developed over hundreds of years to reflect certain cultural values and deal with certain problems had to learn how to use completely different architectural languages from Europe and America. People who were used to wooden buildings with paper screens and sliding doors must have thought that the first Western-style buildings in Japan were very strange. Buildings made of stone or brick with glass windows, multiple stories with stairs inside, rooms that were only for one thing, and furniture that couldn't be moved or changed, all showed a very different idea of what buildings were and how people should live in them. The Meiji government wanted Japan to become a modern nation-state, so they actively promoted Western architecture as part of that process. They hired architects from other countries to design government buildings, banks, train stations and other buildings that needed to look modern and strong. These buildings intentionally copied Western styles, like Victorian Gothic, Renaissance Revival and French Baroque. Sometimes they did this in a way that was so mixed up that it was hard to tell where one style ended and another began. It must have been strange to walk through central Tokyo during the Meiji period. There were brick banking houses with Corinthian columns next to traditional wooden temples and machiya. Buddhist temples had roofs that curved, while government buildings had roofs that sloped down like European roofs. There was an architectural clash without synthesis, with different building styles living in the same city, but not yet learning how to talk to each other. Japanese architects who had studied in Europe and America had an interesting problem to solve: how to make modern Japanese architecture that used Western building technology, but still stayed true to traditional aesthetic values. Architects would spend the next 100 years thinking about this question, and it may still have an effect on Japanese architecture today. One of the first things people did was add Japanese decorative elements to Western building styles. You could have a brick building with European proportions and a Japanese-style tiled roof, or a stone building with towers that looked like pagodas. These hybrids often looked strange, like someone wearing a business suit with traditional sandals. Each part was fine on its own, but together they were uncomfortable. Tokyo Station, which was finished in 1914, is a good example of the architectural goals of this time. The station was a huge red brick building with European Renaissance style, including domes, arches, and detailed brickwork. It was designed by Tatsuno Kingo, who had studied in London. It was supposed to show that Japan had become a modern country with infrastructure that could compete with any Western power, but you could see that Japanese sensibilities were at work in the way it was built and the way it looked. But the changes that were happening in residential architecture were more interesting than the big public buildings. Middle-class Japanese homes started to mix Western and Japanese styles, making hybrid spaces that showed how lifestyles were changing while still keeping traditional comforts. A house might have one Western-style room with chairs, tables, and hardwood floors. This room was usually used for business or to welcome guests. The rest of the house would be traditional Japanese with tatami mats and sliding screens. This wasn't just about how things looked or how they were worn. Different kinds of activities really worked better in different kinds of buildings. If you wore Western clothes, you wanted chairs and tables that were Western heights. But when they were at home, a lot of Japanese people liked to take off their tight Western clothes, put on a yukata or kimono, and sit on tatami the old-fashioned way. You could live in both modes because you had both kinds of spaces. You could choose the right one for each activity. The engawa, a space between the inside and outside that looked like a porch, was a big part of traditional Japanese architecture. In Meiji period homes, it took on a new form. Sometimes it had glass windows around it, making it look like a sunroom that kept the weather out but still let you see the gardens. This change showed how traditional building parts could change to use new materials and technologies while still doing their main job. Japanese architects who were studying abroad started to notice something interesting. While they were learning how to build in the West, Western architects were becoming interested in Japanese design. People were amazed by the Japanese pavilions at international exhibitions. Western architects and designers started to collect Japanese prints, study Japanese gardens, and use Japanese design ideas in their own work. Japan wasn't just getting architectural ideas, it was also giving them. This back and forth would eventually lead to more complex syntheses. Frank Lloyd Wright's Imperial Hotel in Tokyo, built in the 1920s, tried to mix Western ideas about space with Japanese ideas about beauty and attention to materials. Wright wasn't Japanese, but his ideas for architecture showed how to honour both traditions without having to choose between them. The terrible Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 destroyed much of Tokyo and Yokohama, but it also opened up new opportunities. Rebuilding the city made it possible to use modern building methods on a larger scale, such as reinforced concrete, steel framing and modern utilities. But it also made people think about what traditional architecture had lost, and what should be kept. Some architects started to talk about a more careful way to modernise. They didn't want to just copy Western styles or keep traditional architecture the same to protect it. Instead, they wanted an architecture that used modern materials and building methods, but still understood and respected traditional Japanese ideas about space. This wasn't just about making things look nice on the outside. It was about deeper ideas like how buildings fit into the landscape, how spaces could be flexible and changeable, and how to use natural materials and light in creative ways. In the early 1900s, modernist architecture spread around the world. It focused on clean lines, honest use of materials, and combining indoor and outdoor spaces. Surprisingly, this style of architecture had a lot in common with traditional Japanese architectural values. Both traditions valued simplicity over decoration, honest materials over surface decoration, and fluid connections between buildings and their surroundings. Japanese architects started to see that some of the ideas behind modernism weren't completely new to them. In some ways, they were similar to ideas that their own tradition had been working with for hundreds of years. A steel and glass building with clean lines and little decoration wasn't that different from a traditional tea room, which used natural materials and didn't add extra decoration. Both were examples of aesthetic philosophies that put value on essence over decoration and clarity over confusion. This understanding would ultimately result in some of the most groundbreaking architecture of the 20th century, as Japanese architects employed contemporary materials and methods to convey traditional spatial ideas in novel manners. But that's a story for the next chapter, when we get to the present. As you settle deeper into sleep, picture Tokyo in the 1920s. It was a city that was rebuilding itself and full of contradictions and possibilities. This is a traditional wooden house with one room that looks like it belongs in the West. A concrete office building is trying to look like a French palace. You can still see the roofs of the temples in the distance, but they are now surrounded by buildings that would have been unthinkable just a few decades ago. It's a mess, but it's also exciting, uncomfortable, and full of promise. A civilization is going through a huge change and trying to figure out how to stay the same while becoming something else. Japan's cities were ruined by World War II. Bombing had mostly destroyed Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya. In the immediate aftermath of the war, all that was needed was to put roofs over people's heads with whatever materials were on hand. When people were living in temporary shacks and old military buildings, architectural philosophy seemed like a luxury. But even in this dire situation, some architectural elements remained the same. People still took off their shoes before going into homes. They still liked to sit on the floor when they could. The basic ideas about space in Japanese architecture, flexibility, connection to nature, and the importance of threshold spaces stayed the same, even though the buildings themselves were rough and temporary. As Japan's economy got better and then exploded in the 1950s and 1960s, a group of amazing architects came along who would change how people thought about modern architecture. These architects had grown up with traditional Japanese buildings and learned about Western architectural principles. Now, they had to make buildings that were right for modern Japan. Their ideas would change architecture all over the world. Kenzo Tang could be the most well-known person from this generation. His buildings were a mix of the brutal honesty of modernist concrete construction and ideas about space that came from traditional Japanese architecture. The Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum, finished in 1955, raised its main structure on pillars, which made a covered space underneath that was like the open ground floors of traditional storehouses and let light and air flow through the building. Tang's work showed that modern materials like reinforced concrete could show traditional Japanese ideas about space, like the mixing of inside and outside, the use of modular structural grids, and the focus on horizontal rather than vertical lines. His buildings looked very modern, but their layout and relationship to the site and landscape made them feel Japanese in some way. The metabolist movement, which started in the 1960s, had an even more radical idea. These architects saw cities as living things that could grow and change, with residential units that could be added to permanent infrastructure. Most of their biggest dreams never came true, but their ideas about flexibility and adaptability took traditional Japanese ideas about reconfigurable space and applied them to cities and technology. The Nakagin Capsule Tower by Kisho Kurokawa, which was finished in 1972, was an example of metabolist ideas in architecture. The building was made up of prefabricated modules, which were basically small apartments that were attached to concrete cores. This was done so that capsules could be moved around or replaced as needed. It looked like science fiction, but it was based on the traditional Japanese idea that buildings are made up of parts that can be rearranged instead of being permanent monuments. At the same time, residential architecture was changing in less obvious ways. After the war, Japanese homes started to have more Western features, like real kitchens with running water, bathrooms with tubs and showers, and central heating. But the way things were arranged in space often stayed very Japanese. A lot of homes still had at least one traditional tatami room with sliding fusuma panels, a tokonoma alcove, and a door that led to a small garden. This wasn't just nostalgia or conservatism, it was a real preference for being able to move around and connect with traditional styles. At night, a tatami room could be a bedroom. During the day, it could be a living room. For special meals, it could be a dining room, and for guests, it could be a space. The Western-style rooms with furniture that couldn't be moved around couldn't do this. Some architects started to look into how they could use modern materials and building methods to express traditional ideas. Tadao Ando, who became famous in the 1970s, built buildings out of smooth concrete, glass and steel that still had a traditional Japanese feel to them. His buildings have enclosed courtyards, carefully framed natural light, and a peaceful quality that reminds one of temple and tea-room architecture. Ando's Church of the Light, which was finished in 1989, is a great example of this combination. It's a small concrete chapel with a cross that shines. The cross was made by taking away things, not adding them. The wall has a cross-shaped opening that lets light in. The room is very simple and serious, but it also has a lot of spiritual energy. It looks modern, but it also feels like it comes from the same design tradition that made tea rooms hundreds of years ago. The idea of ma, which we talked about earlier as charged empty space, was used in a new way in modern Japanese architecture. Architects designed buildings with holes and gaps that weren't just empty space. They were important parts of the design. These empty spaces made the rhythm of the buildings, let light and air in, and gave people a place to rest their eyes and think. The connection between architecture and nature, which is so important to Japanese culture, continued in new ways. Architects couldn't always make traditional gardens, especially in cities with a lot of people, but they found ways to add natural elements, like a single tree in a courtyard, a water feature, or even just views of the sky that were carefully framed. These gestures recognized the human necessity for a connection with nature, even within entirely urban environments. Small urban homes became a very interesting type of architecture. Because land was so expensive in Japanese cities, many residential lots were very small, less than 50 square meters in some cases. Architects who had to work with these limits came up with new ways to make spaces more livable, by adding light, air, and sometimes surprising spatial experiences. These small homes often had courtyards inside, skylights, spaces on more than one level, and smart ways to store things. These small houses kept the traditional Japanese way of building homes, which was to make rich spatial experiences within small physical limits. A traditional tea room showed that you don't need a lot of room to make a whole world. Modern tiny houses took this idea further by showing that careful design could make even the smallest spaces feel full and welcoming. Modern engineering's earthquake-resistant building methods were added to Japan's traditional knowledge of how to make structures that can bend. Modern buildings in Japan often have advanced dampening systems, flexible joints, and extra structural support that let them sway with seismic forces instead of fighting them. This high-tech method is similar to the old idea of building wooden structures that could move with the earth. As you start to feel sleepy, picture yourself walking through modern Tokyo. This is an old temple with wooden buildings that have been well cared for. Next to it is a modern building made of glass and steel. Its ground floor opens completely to the street, making the line between inside and outside less clear. This is a very modern take on a traditional idea. A small house, across the street, has a tree growing through the middle of it, bringing nature into the middle of a busy city. The city is like a palimpsest. with layers of history and new ideas all in the same place. The buildings from each time period seemed to talk to each other. By the end of the 20th century, something amazing had happened. Japanese architecture had become influential all over the world in ways that went far beyond just unique details or surface beauty. Architects all over the world were looking at Japanese buildings, spatial ideas and design philosophies to find ways to solve modern architectural problems that Western traditions hadn't fully dealt with. Japanese aesthetics had a big impact on the minimalism that became so popular in architecture around the world starting in the 1990s. The Japanese had been refining the ideas behind clean lines, limited colour palettes, carefully chosen materials, and empty space as a positive design element for hundreds of years. Japan had been doing what the West thought was a radical new style since the 16th century, when tea masters started doing it. The open floor plans that are now popular in Western homes are similar to the ideas that Japanese homes have had for hundreds of years. Japanese architecture had these ideas long before they became popular in other parts of the world, that spaces could be flexible and serve more than one purpose, that rooms could flow into each other instead of being separated by walls, and that a home should adapt to the needs of its occupants instead of forcing them to adapt to fixed rooms. The focus on natural materials that are honestly displayed, rather than painted over or hidden behind decorations, became a defining feature of modern high-end architecture around the world. Architects started leaving concrete unpainted so that the wood structure showed through, and they used stone in ways that showed off its natural beauty. This method wasn't taken directly from Japan, but the Japanese architectural tradition of honest material expression did have an effect on how architects around the world thought about materials and surfaces. The relationship between the inside and outside that Japanese architecture had always stressed became more and more important in modern architecture around the world. In modern design, people wanted buildings with walls that could open all the way, rooms that led into gardens, and threshold spaces that were neither fully inside nor outside. The traditional engawa had changed into modern terraces, balconies, and transitional spaces that made buildings more interesting for people to experience. Japanese architects had an impact on the world as well. In 1995, Tadao Ando won the Pritzker Prize, the first of many Japanese architects to win the most prestigious award in the field. Kazuyo Sejima and Ryue Nishizawa's company, SANAA, built buildings that were incredibly delicate and spatially complex, and their work had an impact on architects all over the world. Shigeru Ban was the first to use paper tubes and other unusual materials in buildings that were both structurally innovative and socially responsible. It wasn't obvious that these architects built buildings that looked like traditional Japanese ones. Their work didn't have pagoda roofs or torii gates, but their buildings had spatial ideas, material sensibilities, and connections to sight and light that were more connected to traditional Japanese architecture. They showed that tradition isn't just about copying old styles, it's also about understanding and building on basic ideas. The idea of wabi-sabi, which means finding beauty in things that aren't perfect, don't last, or aren't finished, became part of the global design vocabulary. It may have been overused in Western design circles, where it was sometimes seen as just a style instead of a complicated philosophical stance. But at its best, the world's love of wabi-sabi showed a real appreciation for Japanese aesthetic values that were different from the Western focus on permanence, perfection, and completion. The design of Japanese gardens had a bigger and bigger effect on gardens around the world. From California to England, modern gardens showed how to use natural materials, how to make spaces for thinking, and how to make small versions of larger landscapes. The notion that landscape design could be an art form as sophisticated as architecture, a belief rooted in Japanese tradition, garnered broader acceptance. The best Japanese architecture was very aware of the environment. It paid attention to natural ventilation, used local materials, and was carefully oriented to the sun and wind. These were all things that became important in architecture around the world. Japanese architecture has always been sustainable because it had to be. Contemporary architects learned from these traditions how to build buildings that are better for the environment. The Japanese idea that architecture is not a permanent monument, but something that can be changed and rebuilt, challenged Western ideas about architecture in interesting ways. The 20-year rebuilding cycle of the Is Shrine, which we talked about a long time ago, was a whole new way of thinking about preserving architecture. Instead of trying to keep buildings the same, it meant keeping tradition alive through constant renewal. This idea changed how people thought about cultural continuity and architectural sustainability. Japanese culture had a big impact on the way people saw small-scale, carefully detailed architecture. Not every building had to be a big deal or a big statement. In small urban houses or tea rooms, where every detail had been carefully thought out, the most beautiful architecture could happen. This recognition of small-scale excellence changed how architects around the world thought about residential and small-scale projects. Japanese architects combined traditional building techniques with modern materials and methods. This gave other countries ideas for how to keep traditional building crafts alive, while also making modern buildings. Japanese architectural craft was known for its careful joinery, attention to surface qualities, and respect for materials. These things still affect how buildings are detailed and built. As we near the end of our journey through Japanese architectural history, we come to the present. What we see is not a complete preservation of tradition, or a complete break from the past, but rather a creative conversation between historical principles and modern needs that is still going on. There is a fascinating tension in modern Japanese architecture. Japan is still one of the most architecturally innovative countries in the world. Architects there build buildings that are very creative and technically advanced. On the other hand, traditional building types like temples, shrines, tea rooms, and even some types of homes are still used today, not just as museum pieces. In Kyoto, you'll see master carpenters still teaching apprentices how to do traditional joinery that doesn't use any nails. These craftsmen aren't putting on historical reenactments. They're keeping temples and shrines that are still used for religious purposes up to date using the same methods that their ancestors used hundreds of years ago. The knowledge is passed down from master to apprentice in an unbroken chain. Each generation learns not from books but by working with tools and materials. There are definitely problems with these old crafts. Fewer young people want to spend years learning how to do temple carpentry or thatched roofing. The economic problems are real, but the tradition lives on, thanks in part to cultural pride, religious necessity, and a growing understanding that these skills are irreplaceable knowledge about materials and construction. At the same time, modern Japanese architects are still pushing the limits. They build buildings that are incredibly delicate, with walls that seem to dissolve and spaces that flow into each other like water. They try out new materials and technologies while still keeping in touch with old ideas about space. Su Fujimoto is one of the younger architects. He makes buildings that blur the lines between architecture and nature, inside and outside, and building and landscape. Sometimes his buildings look more like abstract sculptures or natural formations than regular buildings, but they are perfectly livable spaces. They're a modern evolution of traditional Japanese ideas about how buildings and nature interact. Kengo Kuma's work is very modern, but it also clearly draws on traditional Japanese architecture. He wants to know how modern methods can be used with traditional materials like wood, stone, and paper to make buildings that feel like they come from the past without copying old styles. His buildings often have fancy wooden screening systems that are modern versions of traditional features that control light, give people privacy, and make rich visual textures. There is an endless stream of new houses being built in Japan because people there are still interested in small, well-designed homes. Tokyo is full of tiny lots where architects have to work within very strict limits to make amazing spatial experiences. These houses are in line with the Japanese tradition of making a lot out of a little, by carefully designing them instead of just making them big. These small modern homes often have features that are similar to traditional homes, like an internal courtyard that lets light and air into the middle of the building, a threshold space that separates the street from the home, and a special room or alcove for thinking and showing off. But they use modern materials and building methods, which makes the buildings feel both new and traditional. Japan has a unique way of keeping its old buildings in good shape. Preservation doesn't mean trying to keep buildings the same over time. Instead, it usually means rebuilding them every so often using traditional methods and materials. This keeps not only the buildings themselves, but also the knowledge and skills needed to build them. It's preservation through practice, not through museums. The Japanese people as a whole stay connected to traditional architectural spaces by practicing tea ceremonies, going to temples and shrines, and sometimes even in their own homes. A lot of modern Japanese homes and apartments still have at least one tatami room. This is a place where people can connect with traditional aesthetics and practices even when they are in a modern setting. More and more, Japanese architecture is being shaped by environmental concerns. building practices that are strong and long-lasting are important because the country is prone to earthquakes, typhoons, and other natural disasters. Modern Japanese architecture often uses both high-tech and traditional methods. For example, it might use advanced seismic dampening systems and energy-efficient mechanical systems, as well as natural ventilation, careful solar orientation, and local materials. Japanese architecture is always trying to find a balance between old and new. Other cultures can learn from this as they try to find ways to honour the past, while also meeting modern needs. Japan's example shows that tradition isn't just keeping things the same, it's a living practice that changes while still being true to its core values. As you drift off to sleep, think about all the Japanese architecture we've seen tonight. The ancient forests where it all began, the Shinto shrines that mark sacred places, the Buddhist temples that reach for enlightenment, the palaces that open up to gardens, the castles that rise from stone foundations, the Edo townhouses that make city life possible, the tea rooms that find infinity in small spaces, the Meiji experiments with new forms, the post-war innovations, and the modern explorations that are still going on today. Every time period built on what came before it and adapted to the needs of the time. There was no time that was frozen, but there was no time that was completely lost. The tradition lived on because it kept changing and adapting while still holding on to threads of continuity that go back hundreds of years. The house you build in dreams, an epilogue. As you finally fall asleep, your mind might build fake buildings out of all the architectural parts we've looked at tonight. Maybe you're walking through a house that has parts from different times, like a tea room that opens up to a garden from the Edo period, or a high-end palace with flowing spaces made from modern materials, or a castle that looks strong but is softened by modern transparency. This dream architecture doesn't mix things up or contradict itself. It's completely fine because Japanese architecture has always been about bringing together different influences and needs into a cohesive whole that serves human life while respecting deeper, aesthetic and philosophical ideas. The lessons from the history of Japanese architecture apply to more than just Japan. They remind us that buildings are more than just places to live. They are also ways for us to show how we want to live, what we value, and how we see our place in the natural world. They show that tradition and innovation are not opposites, but partners in a creative conversation that never ends. Japanese architecture teaches you to be patient, to think carefully about every detail, to choose materials carefully, and to let designs grow through repeated refinement. It values restraint, which means that knowing what to leave out is often more important than knowing what to put in. It accepts that everything is temporary, just like all buildings and other things made by people are temporary parts of nature's longer story. Japanese architecture teaches us that the way spaces are set up can change how we feel. The light in a room, the feel of a wall, the connection between the inside and the garden, and the size of a space all affect how we feel, think, and interact with other people. Architecture isn't just about building places for people to live, it's also about making places where people can thrive. When you wake up tomorrow, you might see your own living space in a new way. That window's connection to the light in the morning, the line that separates rooms, the things and textures that are around you, the existence or non-existence of natural components. These aren't just things that are useful, they're also chances to make daily life more beautiful, thoughtful, and connected. You don't have to live in a traditional Japanese house to learn from Japanese architecture. The rules can be used anywhere. Less is more, quality over quantity, connecting with nature, spaces that change to fit your needs, honest materials that get better with age, paying attention to light and shadow, and the power of empty space. You might put one flower in a special place, making your own small version of a tokonoma. You might move things around in a room to let in more natural light. You might just stop and take in the architectural details of the places you live in every day. These little things keep the tradition alive in your own way. It's not just about buildings in far-off places or things that happened in the past that make up the history of Japanese architecture. It's a living tradition that keeps changing, and you take part in it every time you think carefully about the places you make and live in. The master carpenters of ancient Japan, the tea masters refining aesthetic principles, and the modern architects looking for new ways to build all contribute to an ongoing discussion about how people should live on the planet. As sleep takes over, let your last conscious thoughts rest in a place of perfect peace. It could be a tea room at dusk, a temple garden in light rain, or a modern house where glass walls blur the lines between inside and outside. Let the buildings we've seen tonight give your dreaming mind a place to stay, a place where anything is possible and everything is perfectly at peace. The cypress smell is still faintly present in the wood post. The tatami mats give way to you. You can see the dark shapes of the garden through the paper screen, a stone, a tree, and a path that leads to a place you'll explore in your dreams. The area around you is just right, not too big or too small. There is nothing missing. There is no excess. You're at home in the architecture of sleep, which is where all buildings end up. Traveller through time and space, have sweet dreams. The faded colour photographs from 1938 Germany present a paradox. Smiling families at lakeside resorts, industrial workers leaving modern factories with steady paychecks, and cultural festivals celebrating regional traditions. These images clash dramatically with the historical narrative many have internalised. Yet for millions of ordinary Germans, the late 1930s represented not darkness descending, but rather a bewildering economic renaissance. Horst Müller, a machinist from Duisburg, represented a typical experience. After years of humiliating unemployment during the hyperinflation of the Weimar Republic, by 1938, he supervised 12 workers in a steel manufacturing plant. His salary afforded him simple but previously unimaginable luxuries, a small radio, occasional restaurant meals, and a savings account for his family's future. Politics we discussed little, his surviving letters reveal. The feeling was, why question what seems to be working? Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels built this economic transformation, dubbed the German economic miracle, on unsustainable foundations, massive military spending, accumulating foreign debt, and fiscal sleight of hand disguised by the appropriation of Jewish assets and later plundering of foreign resources. But for ordinary Germans like Müller, these macroeconomic realities remained abstracted from daily experience. The contrast with the traumatic post-World War I years proved powerful enough to garner genuine, if contingent, popular support. The regime's cultivation of Volksgemeinschaft, people's community, fostered a paradoxical environment where many Germans simultaneously experienced new forms of social mobility while witnessing increasing exclusion of designated outsiders. Organisations like Kraft durch Freude, Strength Through Joy, offered working-class Germans unprecedented access to leisure activities previously reserved for the wealthy, subsidised cruises, concert tickets, and spa treatments that fostered a sense of national unity and advancement. Helga Schneider, a secretary at a Berlin insurance firm, recorded in her diary, "Attended the Berlin Philharmonic for the first time. Father would never have imagined his daughter in such surroundings. It is strange to think about how much has changed in 5 years. This sense of social transformation created genuine attachment to the regime among many who had previously felt marginalised. The educational system underwent swift transformation. Curriculum changes emphasised Germanic cultural contributions while gradually diminishing humanistic education. Teachers navigated complex allegiances, with many quietly preserving older educational traditions while superficially complying with the ideological mandates. Students found themselves caught between competing value systems, traditional parental values versus new ideological imperatives in classrooms and youth organisations. Religion, contrary to simplified historical accounts, maintained considerable influence. While some Nazi officials envisioned eventually eliminating religious institutions, the pragmatic reality saw complex accommodations. The 1933 Concordat with the Vatican temporarily stabilised Catholic state relations, while Protestant churches fragmented between the regime-aligned German Christians and the oppositional confessing church. Most Germans maintained religious practices, creating compartmentalised belief systems that allowed simultaneous adherence to traditional faith and new ideological commitments. Media transformation proceeded rapidly after 1933. State control of radio broadcasting, film production, and print media created an information environment where alternative perspectives became increasingly inaccessible. Foreign radio broadcasts remained technically available but were criminalised in 1939. The sophisticated propaganda apparatus under Goebbels didn't simply fabricate reality but rather selectively emphasise certain facts while suppressing others, making critical evaluation increasingly difficult for average citizens. As international tensions mounted through 1938 and 9, ordinary Germans responded with complex emotions. The bloodless annexations of Austria and the Sudetenland generated genuine nationalist pride. Yet war fears remained pronounced. The generation that had experienced the catastrophic losses of the First World War harboured deep anxieties about renewed conflict. When mobilisation orders finally arrived in August 1939, contemporary accounts reveal more resignation than enthusiasm, a stark contrast to the jubilant crowds of August 1914. As German forces massed on the Polish border, the foundations for catastrophe were set. The economic miracle had created genuine material improvements without sustainable foundations. Ideological indoctrination had proceeded unevenly, but had successfully isolated critical perspectives. Most crucially, the moral framework for evaluating leadership decisions had been systematically undermined. Millions of ordinary Germans became participants in extraordinary crimes, setting the stage. On September 27, 1939, Warsaw capitulated to German forces. As Feldwebel Sergeant Karl Degenhardt wrote home, "The campaign ended so quickly, many of us still have the food rations we packed 3 weeks ago. My company lost just 2 men. Father's stories of the Somme seem like tales from another universe." The Polish campaign established a psychological pattern that would prove devastating in the coming years. Military success came so swiftly and at such minimal cost that it fundamentally altered German perceptions of warfare itself. Unlike the protracted trench warfare of 1914 to 1918 that had traumatized a generation, blitzkrieg victories reinforced a dangerous misconception that modern warfare could be limited, decisive, and relatively bloodless for the victors. This perception would later make the grinding attritional warfare on the Eastern Front all the more psychologically devastating. The domestic experience of these early victories created an atmosphere that historians now term performance legitimacy. The regime's ability to deliver military successes temporarily overshadowed critiques even among those Germans harbouring private reservations. Newsreels showing German forces entering Paris in June 1940 generated authentic national pride across political divides. As one social democratic underground activist reluctantly confessed in a monitored conversation, "I detest everything about them, but I never imagined I would live to see France defeated in 6 weeks." Occupation policies across Western Europe initially reflected strategic restraint more than ideological moderation. In countries deemed racially acceptable, like Denmark, Norway, and parts of France, occupation authorities established what historians now term soft hegemony, maintaining fundamental control while allowing substantial autonomy in non-military matters. This calculated approach minimised resistance while extracting economic benefits at sustainable levels. Food rationing in Germany remained remarkably generous through 1940 and 1941 compared to WBE standards, creating an illusion of economic sustainability. German civilians received approximately 2,400 calories daily during this period, a stark contrast to the turnip winter of 1916 and 17, when rations fell below 1,000 calories. This relative abundance stemmed from systematic exploitation of occupied territories, particularly Poland, where caloric intake for non-Germans was deliberately depressed to support German consumption. The ethical implications of this comfort remained largely invisible to ordinary Germans. Military success transformed the relationship between the Wehrmacht and the regime. Before 1939, the officer corps had maintained a certain institutional distance from Nazi ideology, preserving vestiges of traditional military values. The unexpected triumph over France shattered this detachment. General Wilhelm Keitel reflected the institutional shift when he declared in July 1940, "The Führer has proven himself a military genius beyond the comprehension of traditional strategy. We are privileged to serve in this historic mission." This subordination of professional military judgment to Hitler's intuitive decision-making would have catastrophic consequences when facing the Soviet Union. Tourism represents an overlooked aspect of early war experiences. Between 1940 and 1941, over 150,000 German civilians visited Paris as tourists, staying in requisitioned hotels and enjoying preferential exchange rates that made luxury goods affordable to middle-class Germans for the first time. Photographs show German families posing at the Eiffel Tower while wearing their best clothes, an experience of imperial tourism that normalised occupation and created an emotional investment in continued German dominance. The absence of significant Allied bombing during this period maintained an artificial barrier between military fronts and civilian experience. Luftwaffe pilot Helmut Bergmann wrote home in October 1940, "We fly daily against England, while our cities remain untouched. The present seems a different kind of war entirely than what grandfather described." This separation of combat from home front experience would collapse dramatically in subsequent years. Educational institutions intensified ideological components as victories accumulated. Chemistry lessons incorporated examples from poison gas development. Mathematics problems calculated bomb trajectories, and literature classes studied only approved texts emphasizing Germanic cultural superiority. This curricular transformation accelerated pre-existing tendencies while systematically eliminating alternative perspectives. Preparations for Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, in early 1941 revealed the first serious resource constraints. Strategic materials like rubber, certain metals, and petroleum products faced increasing restrictions. These limitations were presented to the public as temporary sacrifices necessary for the final great campaign that would secure Germany's resource needs permanently. This framing established a psychological pattern that would persist even as military setbacks accumulated. Present difficulties were always portrayed as temporary obstacles before inevitable victory. As German forces prepared to invade the Soviet Union in June 1941, a fundamental transformation had occurred in German society. Military success had created genuine popular investment and continued expansion. Economic benefits derived from conquest had established material dependencies on the continued occupation. Professional institutions had surrendered critical independence to align with perceived historical momentum. Most crucially, alternative perspectives had been systematically eliminated from public discourse, creating an information environment where even pragmatic assessment of risks became nearly impossible. The German invasion of the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941, proceeded with such initial momentum that victory appeared inevitable. By early October, Army Group Center had encircled massive Soviet formations at Vyazma and Bryansk, capturing over 600,000 prisoners. German newsreels proclaimed the Soviet military effectively destroyed as a fighting force. Maps displayed in public spaces throughout Germany showed dramatic eastern advances represented by flags and arrows sweeping toward Moscow. This visual propaganda created a widespread expectation that the war would end by Christmas 1941. This expectation made the subsequent winter crisis all the more psychologically devastating. Letters from soldiers on the Eastern Front revealed a shocking transformation. Lieutenant Werner Haas wrote in September 1941, "The campaign proceeds faster than we can follow on our maps." By December, his tone had fundamentally changed. "We sleep in holes scraped in frozen ground. Our equipment fails in this cold. The enemy keeps coming with fresh troops from somewhere." This abrupt reversal shattered confidence across military ranks and created the first significant credibility gap between frontline reality and home front perceptions. The logistical systems sustaining German forces collapsed under the dual pressures of distance and weather. Railway gauges in the Soviet Union differed from European standards, requiring extensive conversion work. Soviet scorched earth policies left few usable resources in captured territories. Most critically, equipment designed for Western European conditions failed catastrophically in extreme cold. Tank engines wouldn't start, weapon lubricants froze, and soldiers suffered frostbite due to inadequate winter clothing. These failures revealed fundamental flaws in German planning assumptions about the campaign's duration and nature. Herbert Richter, a supply officer with the Sixth Army, documented the deterioration. "Our requisition system assumed short transportation distances and rapid victory. We now operate beyond all planned parameters, improvising daily solutions to impossible problems. The German advance stalled not primarily from enemy action, but from internal systemic failures that revealed planning short-sightedness." On the home front, the winter of 1941 and 2 marked the first significant erosion of civilian morale. The Winter Relief Collection, Winterhilfswerk, took on desperate urgency as authorities scrambled to collect warm clothing for freezing troops. This emergency measure inadvertently signalled to observant civilians that the campaign faced unforeseen difficulties. Helene Schmidt, a schoolteacher from Dresden, recorded in her diary, "We are told to donate our warmest items for men fighting in Russia. If the situation was as favourable as reported, Why would they need our civilian coats so urgently? The declaration of war against the United States following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor received surprisingly little attention in German Wikipedia compared to Eastern Front developments. This deliberate minimization reflected leadership awareness that adding another major power to the conflict represented a strategic catastrophe. The few Germans with international perspective recognized the implications immediately. Economist Heinrich Brüning wrote privately, "American industrial capacity alone makes our position ultimately untenable. This decision ranks among history's biggest miscalculations." Resource constraints became increasingly visible throughout 1942. Rubber shortages led to the disappearance of civilian tires. Metal collection drives stripped public spaces of decorative elements. Textile rationing introduced increasingly synthetic fabrics into clothing. These material changes represented daily reminders that the promised short, victorious war had transformed into something far more demanding. Government messaging shifted accordingly, emphasizing resilience rather than imminent triumph. The character of the Eastern Front's fighting degraded moral constraints with shocking rapidity. Surviving letters reveal this transformation. Infantry soldier Friedrich Kellner wrote in July 1941, "We conduct ourselves as a disciplined force representing European civilization." By October, his perspective had shifted drastically. The things occurring here defy description. We have entered a conflict beyond conventional military understanding. This moral degradation stemmed partly from ideological indoctrination, but equally from the extreme conditions troops encountered: constant partisan threats, logistical desperation, and survivalist psychology. The first significant industrial bombing of German cities in 1942 shattered the psychological separation between military fronts and civilian experience. The Lübeck raid of March 1942 destroyed 30% of the historic city centre, raising vivid awareness that Germany itself had become a battleground. Civil defence preparations intensified, with civilians spending increasing time in shelters and basements. Work productivity suffered as sleep deprivation became endemic in targeted areas. Medical systems showed increasing strain throughout 1942. Hospital trains returning from the Eastern Front overwhelmed facilities designed for much lower casualty ration. The wounded became visible throughout German cities. Their presence contradicted official narratives of manageable military challenges. Dr. Elisabeth Kruger, working at a Berlin military hospital, noted, "We receive men with injuries indicating prolonged exposure before treatment, frostbitten limbs requiring amputation, infections advance beyond normal progress. Something is clearly failing in our frontline medical systems. By late 1942, rationing expanded to previously protected categories. Coffee disappeared entirely, replaced by ersatz substitute versions made from roasted grains. Meat allocations dropped below 300 grams weekly. Bread quality deteriorated as wheat flour was extended with potato starch and other fillers. These daily deprivations created a visceral understanding that Germany faced increasing constraint rather than approaching victory. The Stalingrad encirclement in November 1942 represented the decisive psychological turning point, though its full implications weren't immediately comprehended. The regime attempted to frame the situation as a temporary setback within a still viable larger strategy. Radio announcements emphasized heroic resistance rather than strategic catastrophe. This messaging temporarily delayed full public recognition of the disaster's magnitude, but couldn't prevent information leakage through millions of concerned families with relatives in the encircled forces. As 1942 concluded, German society had entered a fundamentally different relationship with the war. The certainties of 1940 had evaporated. Material conditions deteriorated visibly. Information management became increasingly difficult as gaps between official narratives and observable reality widened. Most significantly, the psychological momentum had reversed, rather than anticipating imminent victory. Both military personnel and civilians began adjusting to an open-ended struggle with no clearly articulated endpoint. The foundations for eventual collapse were now firmly established. By early 1943, the confirmation of the Stalingrad disaster forced a fundamental recalibration of German wartime consciousness. The announcement of the Sixth Army's destruction couldn't be disguised as a tactical setback. Over 90,000 men had been lost in a single catastrophic defeat. 3 days of official mourning were declared, an unprecedented acknowledgement of military failure. Public spaces displayed black crepe decorations, while theatres, cinemas, and restaurants closed temporarily. This organised grieving ritual marked a decisive transition point in how Germans understood the war's trajectory. The regime's response centred around Joseph Goebbels' famous Total War speech at the Berlin Sportpalast on February 18th, 1943. This carefully choreographed event represented a sophisticated attempt to transform military disaster into psychological mobilisation. When Goebbels asked his audience, "Do you want total war?" the enthusiastic affirmative response captured on film reflected not necessarily ideological fanaticism, but rather a psychological mechanism that social psychologists now term escalation of commitment, having invested heavily in the war effort. Many Germans responded to setbacks by increasing rather than questioning their investment. Civilian life underwent accelerated militarization throughout 1943. Work weeks extended to 60-plus hours in armament industries. Women previously exempted from labour service received conscription notices. Children's education increasingly focused on practical war contributions rather than academic content. 16-year-old Eric Kastner recorded his experience. School now consists primarily of salvage collection, air raid response training, and agricultural labour assignments. Actual classroom instruction occupies perhaps 10 hours weekly. Material conditions deteriorated as resource allocation shifted decisively toward military priorities. Civilian clothing production virtually ceased. Families adapted by endlessly modifying existing garments. A dark joke circulated. How do you recognise a 1943 fashion design? It's made from curtains with the rod holes still visible. Building maintenance ended for non-essential structures, with weathering damage left unrepaired. Public transportation operated on reduced schedules, leading to overcrowded vehicles. These daily frictions created cumulative psychological strain that affected productivity and social cohesion. The Allied bombing campaign intensified dramatically, reaching sustained strategic levels by mid-1943. The Hamburg firestorm of July 1943, Operation Gomorrah, killed approximately 37,000 civilians and destroyed over 250,000 homes in a single concentrated attack sequence. The psychological impact extended far beyond Hamburg itself. Citizens throughout Germany now understand that similar destruction could visit their communities at any time. Air raid precautions consumed increasing energy and resources, with substantial portions of the population experiencing chronic sleep deprivation from nighttime alerts. Private correspondence reflects this deteriorating psychological climate. Ursula Maurer, a municipal office worker in Stuttgart, wrote to her evacuated children, "One lives from alert to all-clear signal, sleeping in daytime hours when possible, carrying critical documents and valuables everywhere. Normal life rhythms have dissolved entirely." This perpetual stress state contributed to declining health metrics across the civilian population, with stress-related ailments increasing dramatically. Food security became an increasing concern as agricultural production suffered from manpower shortages and fertilizer constraints. Urban residents established informal networks with rural connections, arranging weekend trips to farming areas for direct food purchases or barter exchanges. Authorities tolerated this technically illegal circumvention of rationing systems, recognizing its necessity for maintaining minimal nutrition standards. By late 1943, official rations provided approximately 1,500 daily calories for normal consumers, technically sufficient for survival, but inadequate for workers performing physical labor. Information management became increasingly challenging for authorities. The Reich Security Main Office documented growing defeatist conversations in public spaces, while intercepted private correspondence revealed declining confidence in official narratives. Rather than direct censorship, which would acknowledge information problems, authorities responded with intensified propaganda, emphasizing miracle weapons under development and potential divisions among Allied powers. These narratives lost credibility among segments of the population who had access to alternative information sources, especially those who could listen to forbidden foreign radio broadcasts. Religious institutions experienced a notable revival during this period. Church attendance increased significantly in both Protestant and Catholic congregations, with religious authorities carefully balancing spiritual comfort against regime opposition. Pastor Dietrich Bonhoeffer's secret seminary activities represented the most organized theological resistance, but thousands of local clergy provided more subtle moral alternatives to official worldviews. This religious revitalization represented a significant cultural current running counter to the regime's totalitarian aspirations. The family unit underwent profound transformations as female-headed households became the norm rather than the exception. With most working-age men in military service, women assumed unprecedented responsibilities managing family finances, making educational decisions, and maintaining property. This practical experience contradicted official gender ideology, while creating post-war expectations that would prove impossible to reverse. Sociologist Elizabeth Heinemann terms this the negotiated patriarchy, nominal adherence to traditional gender roles while practical circumstances required their systematic violation. By late 1943, German society existed in a state of contradictory consciousness. Official rhetoric maintained victory remained achievable, while daily experience provided mounting evidence of unsustainable decline. This cognitive dissonance produced social behaviours that external observers often misinterpreted as fanaticism, but actually represented adaptive mechanisms for navigating impossible contradictions. German society had entered a condition of paradoxical functionality, maintaining productive activity while fundamental systems degraded beneath the surface. This tenuous equilibrium would face even greater challenges as military reversals accelerated in the coming year. The Allied landings in Normandy on June 6, 1944, shattered a critical psychological bulwark. Since 1940, German propaganda had emphasized the impregnability of the Atlantic Wall defensive system. Elaborate media reports had showcased massive concrete bunkers, underwater obstacles, and dense minefields supposedly making invasion impossible. When Anglo-American forces established a viable beachhead despite these defences, the credibility gap between official claims and observable reality widened irreparably. Heinz Guderian later wrote, "The psychological impact of the successful invasion exceeded its immediate military significance. It demonstrated that nothing proclaimed impossible by our leadership was actually beyond Allied capabilities." The assassination attempt against Hitler on the July 20th, 1944 revealed deep fractures within the German elite that had been carefully concealed from public view. The involvement of senior military officers, aristocrats, diplomats and civil servants contradicted the image of unified national purpose carefully cultivated since 1933. The regime's response, approximately 5,000 executions and 7,000 arrests, represents an unprecedented internal security crisis requiring substantial resources diverted from military needs. This internal purge particularly devastated professional military leadership, removing experienced officers during a period of maximal external threat. Industrial production achieved paradoxical peak outputs in mid-1944, despite intensifying Allied bombing. Albert Speer's rationalization initiatives, coupled with the exploitation of approximately 7.6 million foreign forced labourers, temporarily offset resource limitations. This production miracle created false confidence among some leadership circles, while masking fundamental systemic vulnerabilities. The transportation infrastructure supporting this industrial output, particularly railways and canals, faced increasing disruption from precision bombing, creating distribution bottlenecks that left finished weapons stranded at production facilities. Foreign workers represented an increasingly visible presence throughout Germany, creating complex daily interactions that contradicted racial ideology. By 1944, approximately 1/4 of the German workforce consisted of foreign nationals, some voluntary workers from Allied or neutral countries, others conscripted labourers, and still others concentration camp inmates allocated to industrial enterprises. While official policy mandated strict separation, practical necessity required working relationships that sometimes developed into human connections despite severe penalties. Factory supervisor Wilhelm Hauser recorded, "Theory dictates minimum interaction with Polish workers. Reality requires teaching them machinery operation, which inevitably leads to conversation beyond technical matters." The Soviet summer offensive, Operation Bagration, beginning June 22, 1944, destroyed Army Group Center, inflicting losses from which the Wehrmacht never recovered. The scale of this disaster surpassed even Stalingrad. With approximately 350,000 German casualties in a 5-week period, the psychological impact was magnified by the timing, occurring simultaneously with the Normandy campaign. It created inescapable awareness that Germany faced overwhelming pressure on multiple fronts without adequate resources for effective response. Military communications from this period reflect dawning recognition of inevitable defeat among field commanders, though such assessments remained criminalised if expressed officially. Civilian evacuation programs expanded dramatically as the eastern territories became threatened. Approximately 1.8 million Germans fled from East Prussia, Silesia and other eastern regions in late 1944, creating massive resource demands for temporary housing, food distribution, and administrative services in receiving areas already under severe strain. These refugee populations brought first-hand accounts of the military collapse that contradicted sanitized official information, accelerating awareness of the strategic situation among Western German populations previously insulated from direct war effects. Transportation systems approached systemic failure by autumn 1944. Allied bombing specifically targeted railway junctions, bridges, and canal locks, creating cascading disruptions throughout the logistics network. Coal deliveries to urban areas became increasingly unreliable, leading to heating restrictions even before winter weather arrived. The ripple effects extended through all sectors. Industrial production declined despite available raw materials and labour. Food distribution suffered despite adequate harvests in some regions. Military units received decreasing supply percentages despite prioritisation efforts. This logistical unravelling represented the practical manifestation of strategic defeat that theoretical analyses had predicted months earlier. Propaganda messaging underwent subtle but significant evolution, emphasising endurance rather than victory. The concept of holding out durchhalten replaced previous narratives of inevitable triumph. References to historical examples of national resilience became prominent, particularly the 7 Years' War when Frederick the Great's Prussia had survived, despite seemingly hopeless military circumstances. This messaging shift implicitly acknowledged the deteriorating situation while attempting to maintain civilian cooperation with increasingly desperate measures. The Volkssturm, People's Storm Militia, established in September 1944, represented both practical military desperation and psychological manipulation. By conscripting males between 16 to 60 previously exempted from service, authorities gained approximately 175,000 poorly trained personnel while simultaneously creating broader investment in continued resistance. The psychological calculation proved partly successful. Families with Volkssturm members felt an increased commitment to defence measures despite recognition of the overall strategic situation. This force was militarily ineffective but played a socially significant role in maintaining civil functioning during the accelerating collapse. Christmas 1914 marked a poignant psychological milestone. Despite unprecedented material shortages, families maintained holiday traditions with remarkable determination. Surviving records show elaborate efforts to create meaningful celebrations, decorations manufactured from salvaged materials, gifts fashioned from repurposed items, special meals assembled from hoarded ration portions. This determination reflected not necessarily ideological commitment, but rather psychological necessity, maintaining cultural continuity amid disintegration. The contrast between these intimate celebrations and the catastrophic military situation, the Ardennes offensive had already stalled, created a dissociative experience that many survivors later struggled to articulate coherently. As 1944 concluded, German society existed in multiple contradictory realities simultaneously. Military defeat had become mathematically inevitable given resource disparities and territorial losses. Yet daily life continued with remarkable functionality in areas not directly affected by combat. Institutional structures maintained operational continuity despite leadership losses and resource constraints. Individual Germans navigated impossible ethical dilemmas with varying degrees of compromise and resistance. This complex condition, functioning organisations within a failing system and ethical individuals within a criminal state, defies simplified historical categorisation and continues to challenge historical understanding decades later. January 1945 marked the beginning of comprehensive system collapse. The Soviet Vistula-Oder offensive, launched on January 12th, represented warfare of unprecedented ferocity on German soil. Civilised behaviours deteriorated rapidly on all sides. Johannes Henschel, a municipal administrator in East Prussia, documented the psychological environment. Survival replaced all other considerations. Those with transportation fled westward immediately. Those without became desperate beyond description. Civil authority ceased functioning entirely within hours. This dissolution of organised society occurred with shocking rapidity in eastern regions, creating behavioural dynamics that institutional structures had previously constrained. The refugee crisis reached catastrophic proportions. Approximately 8.5 million Germans fled westward during the war's final months, most during harsh winter conditions with minimal provisions. The Baltic Sea evacuation, Operation Hannibal, moved approximately 2 million civilians from East Prussia and surrounding regions despite Soviet submarine attacks that produced maritime disasters like the Wilhelm Gustloff sinking, 9,400 deaths. These desperate population movements created overwhelming humanitarian challenges and hindered effective defence preparations in the western regions that were receiving this influx of people. Allied bombing reached maximum intensity during this period, targeting mid-sized cities previously spared systematic destruction. The Dresden firebombing of February 13 to 15, 1945, killed approximately 25,000 civilians and devastated a city swollen with refugees. Similar attacks struck Pforzheim, Würzburg, and dozens of smaller communities with limited military significance. This final bombing phase created profound psychological trauma that post-war German society struggled for decades to process adequately. The apparent purposelessness of destruction at this late stage generated lasting moral questions that transcended typical war narratives. Resource systems collapsed entirely. Food distribution became localized and irregular. Municipal water and sanitation services functioned intermittently. Electricity availability declined to a few hours daily in most regions. Medical supplies disappeared from civilian facilities. Currency effectively lost practical value, replaced by direct barter arrangements for essential items. Despite these catastrophic conditions, remarkable instances of organisational continuity persisted. Hospital Administrator Ruth Elke documented, "We maintained surgical services despite lacking basic antiseptics. Staff performed procedures during daylight hours due to frequent electricity failures. Instead of using supply systems, staff gardens provide food to patients. Medicine continues amid societal collapse." Military-age males faced impossible choices. Desertion rates increased dramatically despite field executions for undermining military morale. Approximately 30,000 German soldiers were executed for disciplinary violations during the war, with the majority occurring during these final months. Many soldiers sought medical excuses, self-inflicted injuries, or unauthorized home visits rather than formal desertion. Others continued fighting despite recognizing strategic hopelessness, motivated by unit cohesion rather than ideological commitment. This complex response pattern defies simple categorization as either fanaticism or resistance. Most participants navigated impossible ethical terrain with limited available options. Leadership psychology deteriorated markedly. Hitler's physical decline accelerated following the July 1944 assassination attempt, with witnesses describing trembling hands, shuffling gait, and increasing detachment from operational realities. His strategic directives became increasingly divorced from military capabilities, often ordering non-existent units to conduct impossible operations. This leadership collapse created a vacuum filled by competing power centres. Himmler, Bormann, Goebbels, and various military factions pursued contradictory agendas while maintaining nominal loyalty. This fragmentation prevented coordinated surrender negotiations that might have limited final phase destruction. The concentration camp system underwent frantic evacuation as Allied forces approached, producing notorious death marches with extraordinary mortality rates. Camp guards forced inmates to walk westward in harsh winter conditions with minimal provisions, executing those unable to maintain pace. Approximately 250,000 prisoners died during these evacuations. German civilians and communities along these routes faced moral decisions about intervention, assistance, or passive observation, choices many would later struggle to explain satisfactorily during post-war accounting. This final phase of systematic atrocity occurred amid broader societal disintegration, creating complex moral entanglements between perpetrators, victims, and bystanders. Children experienced particularly severe psychological trauma during this period. With schools closed indefinitely, normal developmental structures disappeared. Many youths assumed adult responsibilities managing households with absent parents. The Hitler Youth Organization transformed from ideological indoctrination into practical military auxiliary, with teenagers operating anti-aircraft batteries, serving as courier runners, and providing emergency services during bombing raids. This militarization of childhood created lasting psychological effects that psychiatrists would document for decades afterward. Religious resources provided crucial psychological support for many Germans during this terminal phase. Church attendance reached unprecedented levels despite building damage and clergy shortages. Improvised worship services occurred in basements, bunkers, and damaged sanctuaries. Theology emphasized apocalyptic themes while providing frameworks for understanding suffering outside political narratives. Pastor Ernst Neuwirth recorded, "People who never previously showed religious interest now crowd our damaged church. They seek meaning system that transcends immediate catastrophe." This religious revival represented significant movement away from state ideology toward alternative value frameworks. As Allied forces penetrated deeper into Germany, civilian encounters with Western troops often contradicted propaganda expectations. Wehrmacht veteran Heinrich Böll later wrote, "American soldiers distributing chocolate to children did more to demolish Nazi ideology than 12 years of opposition could accomplish. These direct interactions revealed enemy monsters as recognizably human, accelerating psychological separation from regime narratives." Soviet zone experiences often proved dramatically different, with widespread atrocities creating lasting trauma that shaped post-war political alignments. Hitler's suicide on April 30th, 1945, followed by Germany's unconditional surrender on May 8th, created the formal endpoint of the Nazi state. However, the psychological process of regime collapse had occurred unevenly across German society over the preceding months, and would continue long afterward. Military historian Joachim Fest noted, "Germany experienced not one surrender, but thousands of local capitulations occurring at different moments for different reasons." This fragmented ending created inconsistent experiences that complicated post-war memory formation and accountability processes. The war's conclusion found German society in catastrophic material condition. Approximately 20% of housing stock had been destroyed, transportation infrastructure had collapsed, industrial production had ceased almost entirely, food production had fallen to approximately 35% of pre-war levels. Beyond physical devastation, the psychological condition proved equally damaged. Collective trauma, disrupted identity formations, and moral compromise created lasting effects that would shape German development for generations. The societal challenge transitioned from military conflict to fundamental questions of physical survival, ethical reconstruction, and cultural meaning-making amid unprecedented devastation. The immediate post-surrender period created experiences that defied conventional categories of peace or post-war for most Germans. Daily existence centered on basic survival challenges rather than political reorientation. Caloric intake in the British and American occupation zones averaged approximately 1,200 daily calories through 1945, and 6 above starvation levels, but producing chronic malnutrition and associated health conditions. Housing shortages forced multiple families into damaged dwellings designed for single households. Fuel scarcity made winter heating incomplete, while destroyed infrastructure limited basic sanitation. These material conditions created a persistent emergency mentality that hindered the community's ability to psychologically process recent events. The currency collapse produced economic conditions that normalized irregular transactions. The cigarette emerged as the functional monetary unit, with complex exchange rate systems developing spontaneously. A skilled worker's daily wage might purchase 2 cigarettes, which could be traded for 3 pounds of potatoes or half a pound of butter on grey markets. This economic disruption particularly disadvantaged those lacking access to agricultural connections or valuable trade items, especially the urban elderly and war widows. Social worker Emma Wieskirch noted, "Those who survived bombing and invasion now face starvation amid technical peace. Many question whether survival itself constitutes victory." Denazification procedures created profound ambiguity for individuals navigating occupation systems. The classification categories, major offenders, offenders, lesser offenders, followers, exonerated, required complex documentation, character, witnesses, and narrative explanations of past activities. This process generated what historian Norbert Frey terms exculpatory creativity, retrospective reinterpretation of actions within acceptable frameworks. By 1948, approximately 25% of adult Germans had completed some form of denazification procedure, creating inconsistent accountability that satisfied neither justice requirements nor practical reintegration needs. Family reunification proceeded unevenly, as approximately 11 million military personnel returned from captivity over several years. Soviet prisoners, in particular, extended detention, with the last of them returning only in 1945. These delayed homecomings created complex reintegration challenges, as families had established new functional patterns during men's absence. Psychologist Alexander Mitscherlich documented widespread reintegration syndrome, psychological difficulties as returning men encountered wives and children who had developed independence and decisional autonomy. Children often struggled with fathers they barely remembered or never knew, creating intergenerational communication barriers that persisted for decades. The Stunde Null and 0 hour concept emerged as psychological framework for managing recent past. This metaphor suggested complete historical rupture, dividing experience into separate before and after periods with minimal continuity. While historically inaccurate, this conceptualization provided psychological utility by allowing compartmentalization of uncomfortable memories and moral compromises. Historian Konrad Jarausch identifies the practice as protective periodization, creating mental boundaries that facilitated daily functioning while postponing genuine historical reckoning. This separation particularly manifested in family silence about Nazi-era experiences, creating what psychologists later termed the communicative gap. Many German households established implicit rules against discussing certain topics, particularly personal involvement in Nazi organizations, knowledge of atrocities, or moral compromises made during the regime years. Children born after 1945 often reported growing up with nebulous understanding of their parents' war experiences, receiving fragmentary or sanitized accounts that emphasize suffering rather than agency. This intergenerational silence created psychological inheritance patterns that psychoanalyst Nicolas Barbian called transmitted trauma. Younger generations experiencing emotional disturbances from events they never personally witnessed, but absorbed through family dynamics. The silence about the Nazi past within families reflected a broader societal pattern where public discourse focused overwhelmingly on German suffering, bombing, expulsion from Eastern territories, post-war hardships, while minimizing questions of complicity or responsibility. This selective memory approach allowed many Germans to navigate daily existence without crippling guilt, but created substantial barriers to genuine moral reckoning that would only be confronted decades later by subsequent generations. Alexander Graham Bell was born into a world of silence and sound on March 3rd, 1847, in Edinburgh, Scotland. While history remembers him primarily as the inventor of the telephone, Bell's relationship with sound began long before his famous invention, shaped by a family legacy that would set him on an unexpected path. His father, Alexander Melville Bell, was no ordinary man. A pioneer in elocution and speech correction, the elder Bell developed visible speech, a revolutionary system of phonetic symbols representing the position of the throat, tongue, and lips during speech. This ingenious method allowed the deaf to learn spoken language by mimicking these positions. The Bell household wasn't just a home, it was a laboratory of human expression, where conversations about vowel formations and consonant articulations were as common as discussions about the weather. What's rarely discussed is how young Alec, as he was called, didn't initially share his father's fascination with speech. His early passions centred on music and botany, spending hours collecting and classifying plants around Edinburgh. At 12, while wandering through the wheat fields near his grandparents' home, he invented a simple dehusking machine using rotating paddles. His first invention came not from sound, but from plants. Bell's mother, Eliza Grace Simons, was progressively deaf, yet she possessed remarkable musical talent. This paradox, a woman unable to fully hear who could still play piano beautifully, created Bell's first understanding that sound existed beyond the ears alone. He discovered he could communicate with her by speaking in low, clear tones close to her forehead, allowing her to feel the vibrations of his voice. An intimate form of communication that taught him sound was as much physical as auditory. The household's connection to deafness deepened when Bell's two brothers died of tuberculosis, leaving him the sole surviving son. Few historians acknowledge the shadow this tragedy cast. Bell developed an almost superstitious belief that his work with the deaf was somehow protective, believing that by dedicating himself to helping those without hearing, he might escape the fate that claimed his brothers. At 16, Bell began teaching music and elocution at Western House Academy in Elgin, Scotland, trading lessons for board while continuing his education. Here, he encountered James Bell, no relation, who introduced him to electrical science. Their experiments with a homemade battery and telegraph sparked young Bell's interest in electricity, though he wouldn't connect it to sound for years to come. What's particularly fascinating is how Bell's early experiments weren't aimed at distance communication, but at something far more fanciful. He and his brother Melville created a speaking automaton, essentially attempting to build a machine that could produce human speech sounds. They managed to make their creation speak by using bellows for lungs, a crude larynx made from reed, and a flexible leather mouth with movable lips and tongue. Simple sounds and even utter phrases like mama. This forgotten experiment reveals Bell's initial fascination was not with transmitting human voices, but manufacturing them artificially. In 1863, Bell turned 16 and took a position as a pupil teacher of elocution and music at Western House Academy in Elgin, Scotland. While there, Bell read the work of German physicist Hermann von Helmholtz, who had conducted experiments demonstrating that electrical currents could be used to simulate sound. Bell couldn't read German and misinterpreted Helmholtz's work, believing the scientist had successfully transmitted vowel sounds over wire using electricity. This productive misunderstanding planted a seed that would eventually grow into the telephone. After his brothers' deaths, Bell's parents sought healthier surroundings, eventually settling on Canada. In 1870, the family made the Atlantic crossing after Edward, his second brother, died from tuberculosis. This transition period is rarely highlighted, yet it was pivotal. Bell was leaving behind not just a country, but an identity. On the ship crossing to Canada, he grew a beard to look older, attempting to reinvent himself in this new world. The man who arrived in North America was determined to escape not just the tubercular air of Scotland, but also the shadow of family tragedy. In 1871, Alexander Graham Bell arrived in Boston, not as the confident inventor history often portrays, but as a man desperate for work. His reputation as an expert in visible speech had preceded him, and the Boston Board of Education hired him to train teachers at the School for the Deaf. Bell was not merely teaching a method, he was challenging an entire philosophy of deaf education. The American approach to deaf education at the time heavily favoured sign language. Bell, influenced by his father's methods, advocated for oralism, teaching the deaf to speak and read lips, a position that would later earn him significant criticism from deaf communities. This ideological battle shaped Bell's early years in America and revealed his stubborn willingness to champion unpopular ideas, a trait that would serve his inventing career well. What's typically overlooked in Bell's biography is that he was perpetually broke during these Boston years. He supplemented his teaching income by taking private pupils, often travelling hours by horse-drawn streetcar between lessons. One such journey in winter nearly cost him his life when he fell through ice while crossing the Charles River as a shortcut. Soaked and freezing, he barely reached his destination, where his student's family had to thaw him out before a roaring fire. Bell's private students included the children of Boston's elite families, giving him access to social circles that would later provide crucial financial backing for his inventions. Among these students was George Sanders, whose father would become one of Bell's most important financial supporters. The Sanders home in Salem became Bell's second residence, where he was given attic space for experiments. This arrangement not only provided convenience, but also enabled Bell's wealthy supporters to closely monitor their investment. During this period, Bell met Mabel Hubbard, a student who had lost her hearing to scarlet fever at age 5, 10 years his junior. Mabel was bright and determined, and came from a wealthy and well-connected family. Her father, Gardner Green Hubbard, was a prominent Boston lawyer and would later become Bell's business partner Nomer and father-in-law. While their romance blossomed slowly, what's less known is that Bell initially hesitated to pursue Mabel, worried that his work with the deaf might make her feel like a project rather than a partner. Bell's teaching methods were revolutionary but exhausting. He would spend hours with individual students, placing their hands on his face to feel the vibrations as he spoke. moving their tongues and lips with his fingers to form correct positions. This intimate, hands-on approach yielded remarkable results but drained him physically and emotionally. After full days of teaching, Bell would retreat to his living quarters to conduct experiments with electricity and sound, often working through the night. Bell's experimentation during this period wasn't solely focused on voice transmission. He was simultaneously developing a harmonic telegraph, a device capable of sending multiple telegraph messages concurrently over a single wire by using different musical tones. This approach directly challenged Western Union's telegraph monopoly and attracted financial backing from those eager to break the company's stranglehold on communication. Rarely discussed is the fact that Bell's unusual habit of combining disciplines often led to his breakthroughs. His understanding of the human voice, acquired through years of speech training, informed his electrical experiments in ways pure electricians couldn't match. While contemporaries like Thomas Edison and Elisha Gray approached communication technology from an electrical engineering perspective, Bell approached it through the lens of human anatomy and acoustics. Bell's research notes from this period reveal a man constantly torn between commercial and humanitarian motivations. While he genuinely wanted to help the deaf communicate, he also meticulously documented which ideas might be patentable. This pragmatic duality, humanitarian dreams backed by business acumen, helped Bell succeed where other idealistic inventors failed. In June 1875, while experimenting with his harmonic telegraph, Bell and his assistant Thomas Watson discovered that a reed stuck and continued to transmit sound. Bell recognised the implications immediately. If he could make continuous electrical current vary in intensity precisely as air varied in density during sound transmission, he could transmit speech. This epiphany came during a period when Bell was physically ill and mentally exhausted from overwork, suggesting that his breakthrough emerged not despite his fatigue, but perhaps because of it. His tired mind making connections his disciplined thinking might have missed. The birth of the telephone wasn't the triumphant eureka moment, often depicted in simplified histories. Instead, it emerged through a series of incremental advances, false starts, and near misses that culminated in a working device through persistence rather than a single flash of genius. On March 10, 1876, Bell uttered the famous words, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you," through his experimental device, but the context of this moment is rarely fully explained. Bell had accidentally spilled battery acid on his clothes and was calling for assistance, not deliberately testing the machine. Watson, working in another room, heard the call clearly through the device and rushed to Bell's side. The first transmitted sentence in telephone history was essentially a workplace accident report. What's also frequently overlooked is how close Bell came to losing his place in history. Just hours before Bell filed his telephone patent on February 14, 1876, another inventor, Elisha Gray, submitted a caveat, a preliminary patent document, for a similar device. The ensuing priority battle would consume years of Bell's life and mental energy. Despite Bell's eventual victory in the US Supreme Court, his victory was narrowly margined and surrounded by persistent allegations of patent office corruption. The telephone's early demonstrations revealed public skepticism about its practicality. When Bell first exhibited his invention at the 1876 Centennial Exhibition in Philadelphia, most visitors dismissed it as a clever parlor trick rather than a revolutionary communication device. Emperor Dom Pedro II of Brazil provided crucial validation when he tried the device and exclaimed in amazement, "My God, it talks!" This royal endorsement transformed public perception overnight. Before journalist Frederick Gower popularized the term telephone in his reporting, Bell preferred to refer to his device as an electrical speech machine. Bell disliked the term, considering it imprecise and overly Greek, but eventually conceded to its popular usage, demonstrating that even the inventor couldn't control all aspects of his creation's identity. The early telephone faced significant technical limitations. Early models required users to both speak into and listen through the same piece, necessitating an awkward back-and-forth motion during conversations. The transmitter design was so inefficient that users often had to shout to be heard, and range was severely limited. Thomas Edison's later carbon transmitter improvements significantly enhanced performance, though Bell resisted adopting Edison's technology due to their intense rivalry. Bell's demonstration before Queen Victoria at Osborne House in January 1878 was a carefully choreographed publicity event. Musicians were stationed at Cowes and Southampton, miles from the royal residence, to play for the Queen through the telephone line. The performance was successful, though court records indicate the Queen found the sound quality adequate but unrefined. Nevertheless, her royal attention guaranteed newspaper coverage throughout the British Empire, advancing Bell's interests while he personally found the royal performance anxiety-inducing. The telephone's early adoption wasn't driven by the business applications as Bell expected, but by what we might today call emergency services. Police stations and fire departments were among the earliest institutional adopters, seeing the value in instant communication during crises. Doctors also quickly embraced the technology, allowing patients to call for urgent care, a use case Bell hadn't anticipated but which provided crucial early revenue. Bell grappled with the business aspects of his invention in the background. Though often portrayed as a scientific genius, he was an indifferent businessman who found commercial negotiations distasteful. His father-in-law, Gardner Hubbard, managed most business affairs, often making decisions Bell disagreed with but felt powerless to oppose due to family dynamics. When the Bell Telephone Company was formed in July 1877, Alexander Graham Bell was given only a small portion of the shares, a financial arrangement he would later regret as the company's value skyrocketed. By 1878, Bell was already growing disillusioned with his creation's commercialization and the endless patent litigation surrounding it. In a rarely quoted letter to his parents, he confessed, "I have become rather tired of the telephone. Inventing something is so much more interesting than perfecting it. And now, when I see the telephone serving the common purposes of life, it loses very much its romance and wonder to me." This sentiment would eventually drive Bell away from telephony altogether, toward new scientific pursuits where the thrill of discovery could be experienced afresh. Behind Alexander Graham Bell's public persona as inventor and businessman existed a private life characterized by deep personal commitments and internal conflicts that rarely make it into standard histories. His marriage to Mabel Hubbard in 1877 connected him to one of Boston's most influential families, but also placed him within a complex web of expectations and obligations that would shape the remainder of his life. Mabel was far more than the supportive wife historical accounts often reduce her to. Intelligent, educated at Radcliffe College, then called the Harvard Annex, and fluent in multiple languages despite her deafness, she managed the family's finances, edited Bell's scientific papers, and negotiated many of his business arrangements. Their correspondence reveals that major decisions about Bell's career were joint ventures, with Mabel often providing the strategic vision while Bell supplied the technical expertise. Their home life had features rarely discussed in traditional accounts. Due to Mabel's deafness, the Bell household operated under communication protocols that visitors found unusual. Family members and servants were trained never to speak to Mabel from behind, always to face her directly in good light, and to use specific gestures to gain her attention. Bell himself developed a private sign language with Mabel, combining elements of conventional sign language with intimate gestures unique to their relationship. This private language allowed them to communicate across crowded rooms and in situations where lip reading was impossible. The Bells had 4 children, though only 2 daughters, Elsie and Marion, survived to adulthood. The deaths of their 2 sons in infancy affected Bell profoundly, triggering intense periods of depression that occasionally halted his scientific work altogether. These episodes of mental health struggle remain largely unexamined in Bell biographies, yet they significantly impacted his productivity and interests. During these dark periods, Bell would sometimes disappear for days into his laboratory, working obsessively on projects unrelated to commercial potential, a form of therapy through invention. Bell's relationship with the deaf community was far more complicated than most. While he is remembered for his work in deaf education, Bell's strong advocacy for oralism, teaching the deaf to speak rather than use sign language, and his opposition to deaf intermarriage eventually made him a controversial figure among deaf activists. They viewed these positions as attacks on deaf culture and identity. What's rarely acknowledged is how Bell's position evolved with age. Private journals from his later years show growing ambivalence about his earlier hardline stance, though he never publicly reversed his position. Bell's household on Connecticut Avenue in Washington, D.C., became an intellectual salon frequented by scientists, politicians, and artists after the family moved from Boston. These gatherings were carefully orchestrated by Mabel, who used these social connections to advance Bell's projects and secure funding for his increasingly diverse scientific interests. The house contained a specially designed laboratory where Bell would often retreat during these parties, emerging occasionally to demonstrate new experiments to impressed guests. Financial anxiety haunted Bell despite his apparent success. The continuous patent litigation surrounding the telephone drained resources, and Bell's habit of funding elaborate scientific explorations frequently strained the family finances. Mabel imposed a strict allowance system on her husband, controlling his access to funds when she felt his spending on scientific equipment became excessive. Their correspondence contains numerous instances of Bell pleading for additional research funds, while Mabel insisted on budgetary discipline. By the standards of his time, Bell's personal habits were eccentric. He typically worked through the night and slept during daylight hours, a schedule that caused friction within the household, but which Bell insisted was essential to his creative process. He was known to go days without changing clothes when absorbed in an experiment, and household staff were instructed never to clean or rearrange his laboratory, no matter how chaotic it appeared. Bell claimed to have a topographic memory for the position of every tool and paper. Bell's relationship with his famous father-in-law, Gardner Hubbard, was complex and occasionally strained. While Hubbard provided crucial business support and connections, he also pushed Bell toward commercial applications when Bell preferred pure research. After one particularly heated argument about the direction of the Bell Telephone Company, Bell retreated to his Nova Scotia estate for nearly 6 months, communicating with Hubbard exclusively through Mabel as intermediary. As he aged, Bell developed various health problems, including diabetes and symptoms consistent with neurasthenia, a period diagnosis for fatigue and anxiety. Bell managed these conditions by combining conventional medicine with the popular water cures of the late 19th century. Bell became an advocate of hydrotherapy, installing elaborate bathing equipment in his homes and maintaining detailed journals about the effects of various water treatments on his health and intellectual energy, an aspect of his life completely absent from standard biographies. Alexander Graham Bell's identification with the telephone has overshadowed his remarkable range of other scientific contributions, some visionary, others curious dead ends, but all revealing a restless intellect that refused to be defined by a single invention. Bell's work on the photophone, developed with his assistant Charles Sumner Tainter between 1879 and 1880, represented the first wireless telephone communication system. The device transmitted sound on a beam of light, essentially the same principle behind fibre optic communication developed nearly a century later. Bell considered it the greatest invention I have ever made, greater than the telephone, yet the technology was ahead of its time, limited by contemporary light sources and detectors. Few people realise that when making a fibre optic call today, that you're using principles Bell pioneered. In the realm of aviation, Bell formed the Aerial Experiment Association in 1909, bringing together Glenn Curtiss, Thomas Selfridge, Casey Baldwin, and Douglas McCurdy. This team created several notable aircraft, including the Silver Dart, which in 1909 made the first controlled powered flight in Canada. Bell's particular contribution was the tetrahedral kite, a unique design using triangular cells that provided remarkable structural strength. He built increasingly large versions, eventually creating the Cygnet, a tetrahedral kite large enough to carry a man. What's rarely mentioned is how Bell's obsession with these tetrahedral structures extended beyond flight. He incorporated the geometric pattern into furniture, lamps, and even children's toys he designed for his grandchildren. Bell's work in genetics and animal husbandry represents another largely overlooked chapter. At his estate in Nova Scotia, he conducted extensive breeding experiments with sheep, meticulously documenting the inheritance of traits across generations. His specific focus was producing sheep with multiple nipples, a trait he believed would allow ewes to nurse more lambs, increasing meat production efficiency. After nearly 30 years of selective breeding, he successfully developed a strain of sheep where multiple nipples were consistently inherited. While this work never gained commercial application, his meticulous records anticipated principles of genetics that would only be fully understood decades later. Environmental concerns occupied Bell's later scientific work in ways that appear surprisingly modern. In the 1910s, he became concerned about deforestation and fossil fuel depletion, writing, "The unchecked consumption of our natural resources will bring future generations to privation we can hardly imagine." He experimented with avoidant test or alternative energy sources, including early solar collectors and alcohol-based fuels derived from plant materials. He even designed a distillation system that converted plant cellulose to ethanol for use in internal combustion engines, essentially an early biofuel program. Bell's work with the deaf led him to medical innovations that extended well beyond speech therapy. He developed an early metal detector specifically to locate the bullet lodged in President James Garfield after his 1881 assassination. While the device worked in laboratory tests, it failed in practice because the metal bed springs in the president's bed created interference, a factor the attending physicians hadn't disclosed to Bell. This experience sparked Bell's interest in medical instrumentation, which led to his development of a vacuum jacket for patients with respiratory problems, a predecessor to the iron lung that would be fully developed decades later. In his Nova Scotia laboratory, Bell conducted extensive hydrofoil experiments, culminating in the HD-4 craft, which set a world marine speed record of 70.86 miles per hour in 1919, a record that stood for 2 decades. This work was conducted in close collaboration with Casey Baldwin, and the two men developed several innovative hull designs that influenced later naval architecture. Bell submitted designs for hydrofoil warships to the US Navy during World War I, but they never saw construction. Bell's interest in sound led him to acoustical experiments that extended well beyond telephony. He developed methods for recording sound vibrations visually, allowing detailed analysis of speech patterns. This work evolved into techniques for teaching the deaf to modulate their voices by watching these visual representations, a precursor to the speech visualization technology used in modern speech therapy. He also conducted extensive research on how different architectural materials and designs affected sound transmission, creating customized acoustic environments decades before acoustic engineering became a recognized discipline. Perhaps most surprisingly, Bell devoted considerable attention to desalination technology in his later years. Concerned about freshwater scarcity, he designed several solar distillation systems intended to provide drinking water in arid coastal regions. His vacuum distillation design was particularly innovative, using pressure differentials to reduce the energy required for water purification. Although it was never commercialized during his lifetime, versions of Bell's approach later became standard in desalination plants worldwide. Throughout these diverse projects, Bell maintained meticulous records, thousands of pages of laboratory notes, diagrams, and correspondence that reveal the day-to-day workings of his experimental process. These documents show Bell wasn't the solitary genius of popular imagination, but rather the central node in a network of collaborators, assistants, and correspondents who contributed significantly to his various projects. Bell freely acknowledged these contributions in his private papers, though public accounts often attributed innovation solely to him, a simplification that distorted the collaborative nature of his actual work. Among the most troubling yet least discussed aspects of the legacy of Alexander Graham Bell is his involvement with the eugenics movement, a connection that reveals the complex intersection of progressive scientific thinking and regressive social policies that characterized much intellectual thought of his era. Bell's interest in heredity began innocently through his work with the deaf. His statistical studies of deaf families documented patterns of deafness across generations, and were published in 1883 as Memoir upon the Formation of a Deaf Variety of the Human Race. While the research methodology was sound for its time, Bell's conclusions and policy recommendations have tarnished his legacy in deaf communities to this day. Bell became concerned that congenital deafness might lead to the formation of a deaf variety of humans if deaf people continued to marry other deaf people. A common practice as shared language and culture created natural social bonds. In what he viewed as humanitarian concern, Bell advocated for laws discouraging or prohibiting deaf people from marrying other deaf people. This position, rooted in his belief that deafness was a disability to be eliminated rather than a culture to be respected, placed him squarely within the eugenics movement gaining momentum in America and Europe. What's rarely examined is the profound conflict this created in Bell's personal life. His wife, Mabel, was deaf, though not congenitally so. She lost her hearing to scarlet fever, and many of their close social circle included deaf individuals whom Bell genuinely respected. Private letters reveal his struggle reconciling his scientific conclusions with his personal relationships, writing to a colleague, "I find myself in the uncomfortable position of advocating publicly what would have prevented my own marriage had it been law." Bell served on the board of scientific directors for the Eugenics Record Office from 1912 to 1918, alongside prominent eugenicists like Charles Davenport and Harry Laughlin. However, his participation was marked by increasing discomfort with the organisation's more extreme positions. Meeting minutes and correspondence show Bell repeatedly objecting to proposals for forced sterilisation and immigration restrictions based on pseudoscientific racial theories, though he rarely made these objections public. Bell's position within the eugenics movement was complicated. He endorsed the general principle that society should encourage breeding from the fit, while discouraging reproduction among those with hereditary conditions he considered detrimental. Yet he consistently opposed coercive methods, writing in 1914, "I believe in eugenics, but not eugenics by compulsion." This middle position satisfied neither eugenics hardliners nor those who opposed the movement altogether. As the eugenics movement increasingly embraced racist ideology in the 1910s, Bell's participation diminished. His resignation from the Eugenics Record Office in 1918 came after increasing disagreements with Davenport and Laughlin over proposed immigration restrictions targeting Southern and Eastern Europeans. Bell's objections were based partly on scientific. He questioned the methodology behind claims of racial differences in intelligence, partly based on his personal experience with immigrants as colleagues and employees. The evolution of Bell's thinking about heredity and human improvement is visible in his private papers but absent from his public statements. By the early 1920s, he had largely abandoned the terminology of eugenics in favour of human engineering, a concept he defined more broadly to include education, nutrition, and environmental factors alongside heredity. This shift reflected growing scientific understanding about the interaction between genetics and environment, though Bell never publicly repudiated his earlier eugenic positions. Bell's relationship with the deaf community remained complicated throughout his life. While he dedicated significant resources to deaf education and consistently advocated for the integration of deaf people into mainstream society, his opposition to deaf intermarriage and his promotion of oralism over sign language were viewed by many deaf people as attacks on their community and culture. The National Association of the Deaf passed resolutions opposing Bell's positions as early as 1880, creating a rift that has persisted long after his death. What's particularly notable is how Bell's eugenics views contradicted his otherwise progressive social positions. He supported women's suffrage, advocated for the education of indigenous peoples when such education was primarily assimilationist, and opposed racial segregation in the organisations he led. These positions coexisted uneasily with his eugenics work, demonstrating how even forward-thinking individuals of the period could embrace what would later be recognised as profoundly discriminatory ideas. The complexity of Bell's engagement with eugenics serves as a cautionary tale about how scientific authority can be misapplied to social policy. Bell genuinely believed his positions were both scientifically sound and humanely motivated, a reminder that ethical failures often emerge not from malicious intent, but from incomplete understanding and unexamined assumptions. His legacy includes not just his inventions, but also these complicated moral positions, which reveal the dangers of applying scientific reasoning to human diversity without recognising its intrinsic value. Later in life, Alexander Graham Bell retired to Bay-in-Bragg in Baddeck on Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia. Pronounced Benvria, Bell became an American citizen in 1882, but his name, meaning beautiful mountain in Scottish Gaelic, showed his Scottish heritage. Bell used this 600-acre estate as his home, lab, and community centre, not just a summer vacation place. Bell's original design of Bay-in-Bragg for integrated living and working is rarely mentioned. The estate comprised collaborator housing, workshops for craftspeople making his experimental equipment, and sheep genetic research facilities in addition to the family residence and lab buildings. Beyond institutional constraints, Bell's community functioned practically as a self-contained research facility, believing scientific progress required both seclusion for concentration and community for cooperation. Few biographies described Bell's Bay-in-Bragg schedule. He woke up late, generally midday, ate a lot and read letters and newspapers. His experiments began in the evening and lasted all night. Food was served at midnight and drinks were served all night by household staff. Despite difficulties with family and guests following typical timetables, Bell said his midnight schedule allowed him to think freely without the distractions of the workday. The Bay-in-Bragg lab's technology was unusual for their remote location. Bell built his own electrical producing system to power modern technology in his workshops before rural electricity came to Nova Scotia. He established one of Canada's first private phone lines from the estate to Baddeck. Most importantly, he created a darkroom and photographic studio with cutting-edge equipment, believing that rigorous visual documentation was essential for scientific progress. The thousands of photos taken at Bay and Bray provide an unsurpassed visual record of his later experiments. In these later years, Bell's connection with Bell Telephone became more distant. He remained a stakeholder but spoke privately about his dissatisfaction with the company's direction and had no operational role. Bell sometimes gave brief approval when phone officials visited Bay and Bray to discuss new projects but quickly switched to tetrahedral construction, hydrofoils or sheep farming. For the old inventor, his name-brand firm was almost irrelevant. In his final years, Bell became interested in cancer research after his daughter's diagnosis. Despite his lack of medical experience, he invented a cooling device to prevent cancer growth by lowering tissue temperature. Cancer cells reproduce faster than normal cells, making them more susceptible to temperature decline. This experiment failed, but his detailed notes show his systematic approach even in unrelated fields. Bell, 75, died at Bay and Bray on August 2nd, 1922 of diabetes complications, which he had fought for years with little success given medical knowledge at the time were the main cause. Insulin treatment became available only months before his death. He specified that his coffin be made from estate materials by his workshop staff, demonstrating his scientific approach to funeral arrangements. On Bell's funeral day, all phone service in the US and Canada was suspended for 1 minute, possibly the longest period of technological quiet in history. Unlike many innovators, Bell lived to see his main invention become a staple of modern civilization, with over 14 million telephones in use worldwide by his death. Bell's legacy went beyond the phone. Early aircraft design profited from his aviation innovations. His hydrofoil research improved marine technology. Though controversial, his deaf educational approaches altered education. Even after his death, architecture and engineering used his tetrahedral structural principles. Most crucially, Bell's invention, combining systematic experimentation with instinctual leaps, set a paradigm for industrial research that corporate research laboratories adopted throughout the 20th century. Bell Laboratories, named for the telephone rather than the man, pioneered transistors and information theory that shaped technology. Many of the tools, laboratory supplies, and personal things of Alexander Graham Bell are at the neighbouring Alexander Graham Bell National Historic Site. But the Bell estate at Bay and Bray is mainly intact. Instantaneous global communication, which Bell pioneered, is his greatest legacy. Every time a voice crosses continents in milliseconds and knowledge pours over telecommunications networks, I sometimes wonder if my name will be associated with the telephone in the ages to come, Bell wrote to his wife. Instead of the technological means we used, I want it to be remembered as the notion that human speech is unaffected by distance. Bell's vision was extraordinary in this modest wish, and in other aspects.